Memory transcription subject, Captain Sovlin, Federation Fleet Command. Date, standardized human time, October 20th, 2136. Bombs continued to crater the industrial city as we wandered through the back alleyways. I tried to place myself in the human's mindset. It was brave, remarkably so, to wander this Harchan colony sporting a predatory appearance. Any frazzled prey soldiers would be happy to take a potshot at an invading flesh-eater, not differentiating the primates from the Arxa. The truth was, I knew so little about Samantha and Carlos's people. What compelled them to land amidst an orbital bombardment on a world that bore nothing but hostile intent? Whether they assumed I was a fugitive or not, the Terran guards had no idea what awaited them here. They had no backup and were outnumbered. The Harchan government thinks humans are a blight to be mopped up. If extermination officers here got their toes on them, well, it might make my treatment of Marcel look like summer camp. Footsteps scurried ahead of us with no way of telling if the source was Arxa or Harchan. Yet the primates showed no signs of distress, plodding along their intended path in silence. I was stunned that Samantha hadn't berated the journalists for their species' actions. She had been all too quick to lose her temper with me.
Don't do anything to draw attention to yourselves.
Carlos wiggled a head on his stomach, the stealthy movements of a hunter inching up on prey.
A Harchan patrol of 7 or so with, flamethrowers? In metallic suits. Shit. Looks like they have thermal cameras.
My eyes narrowed. Extermination officers.
Great. And they're gonna see us as soon as they look this way.
The male guard huffed. The Harchan journalist's expression seemed torn between excitement and trepidation. No doubt they were second-guessing the decision to escape with the humans. They just figured it was their only chance. I don't think they'd shed any tears over seeing my guards burn to a crisp, even if the predators saved their lives.
What's with the flamethrowers?
Samantha growled. I chewed at my claws. You don't want to know. The humans signaled a course to flank the exterminators with their hands and crept ahead. We peeked out behind the wall just in time to see an Arxa death squad charging the Harchan. The prey reptiles crept back from the rabid beasts and lured them forward. Gasoline spurted from the lampposts at their queue, the built-in predator deterrent for our settlements. The oncoming Arxa were doused head to toe and paused with alarm. The Harchan exterminators flung a match in the gas, spared from the effect by the flame-proof garments. The screams were on another level. Happiness fluttered in my heart, finally seeing the Greys taste a bit of suffering. That was the agonized death these cattle collectors deserved. That was what I wished I could dole out to them for years. Carlos and Samantha looked horrified, however, watching the burning Arxa flail about. I guess I couldn't blame them, since that was what the officers would do to their kind too. The Harchan exterminators chased the Greys with flamethrowers and steered them away from any source of water. My heart twisted as I thought about them putting the humans down like normal predators.
Well, now I see what the flamethrowers are for.
The female guard sighed.
Must you burn predators at the stake? It's the worst way to die.
I tossed my head in a non-committal gesture. It cleanses the affected area, not just of any offspring or other dens, but also of any traces of their filth. I don't want to step in fecal matter that used to be an animal. No offense. Selene nodded in agreement.
What if your traces and fluids get in the water supply? Or half-eaten carcasses you leave behind attract more predators? Gross.
You, as in humans.
Samantha hissed.
God forbid, you might inhale some predator molecules on the wind. Carlos and I should be put down at once.
The male human pursed his lips, leaning back against a wall. Sadness glowed in his eyes as he listened to the conversation, and I don't think he had the words to express it. For the first time in my life, I thought about whether animals deserved agonizing deaths. Why couldn't we put a bullet in the ones we saw, and then torch them? Terran presence was a contaminating factor by technicality. I could only imagine the reactions of Venlil extermination officers. Nothing ill-fated had come from me breathing the same air as predators or eating plants grown in infested Earth soil. Our species had survived in eras where hunters left their excretions in the landscape, inhabiting every corner of our planets. The humans have shown us a different side of nature, even if some of it is disgusting. Suffering for what they were born as is wrong. I'm sorry, Carlos. Your life has no value to them, and they'll have no qualms about killing you, I said. That said, I didn't mean that you were filth. I mean, you need to shower, but... He snorted.
Huh. You're an asshole.
And you're a sweaty, bloody mess of a predator. If they could burn off just those grimy pelts and that outer skin part, that might be okay. The human flashed his teeth, and I hoped that was the friendly version of their snarl. Perhaps this wasn't the safest choice for cheering him up, but from what I'd seen, teasing was good for their mental state. If I had misread those cues, the guard might be socking me in the jaw in a second. My spines bristled with unease. Terran behavior sure was an elusive concept to gauge. Selene gaped in alarm at the sight of the predator's fangs on display. She seemed concerned for my safety, especially after I riled up the primate. The Harchin shriveled away in disgust as he wiped the sweat off his neck with a towel. The male human wrapped the grimy rag around my neck, chuckling at my mortified expression. He looked pleased with himself.
Sometimes I almost like you, Sovlin.
Carlos growled.
Okay, we have to get across the square. Let's take these fuckers out, and don't walk under any street lamps.
My reporter friend shared a glance with her colleagues.
You're killing them.
I'm sorry, are we supposed to let them fry us alive? Move out and keep to cover.
The human soldiers lined up their rifles and marched out as a pair. The Harchin exterminators hadn't heard our chatter over the AXA screens. They were leaving no chances of a grey living to fight another day. One officer was waddling toward us, pursuing a blackened cattle soldier that had collapsed on the street. Her head snapped up as she spotted our heat signatures, and she pointed at us.
More predators! Humans with hostages!
She spat.
Light them up!
Carlos cleared his throat.
Shit. There's no cover. Maybe we can use you all as bargaining chips. Just pretend, of course. They won't shoot us with you leading, surely.
Oh, they'll nail us too if they can't free us. Better dead than be your cattle, I sighed. Though I imagine our deaths will be... quicker. Samantha rolled her eyes.
Yes, real sapiens don't deserve to burn alive. But predators don't feel anything, right? We were destined to be firewood. It's just perfect.
Well, I for one like you guys not exterminated. So hurry up and find a hiding spot. Try the buildings. Carlos attempted to kick down an apartment door, but couldn't get the metal base to budge. He took a running start at the frame and fell back with frustration. Samantha fired several bursts at the Harchin exterminators, covering for her partner. The enemy responded with their sidearms while lighting the street ablaze in all directions. The Terran male glanced for another entry before gesturing to retreat to the alleyway. The two humans ducked back into cover, their heavy breathing unpleasant to the ear. The Harchin journalists ran away from the confrontation. I chased after them with frustration. Thinking quickly, I wrestled the gun out of a burned axe's paws. Get the fuck back here! I fired several shots at the balcony just above their heads and watched as those four dropped to the floor in unison. We need to get off this world before cattle squads finish up shop, or we're all fucking dead. Selene raised her limbs.
Exactly. Sovlin, that area is on fire, and the predators are shooting their guns at Harchin. I was trying to trust you, because you've never steered me wrong before. But we need a new plan.
There is no other plan.
Yes, there is. The humans are distracted by the exterminators. Let's go take their ship. We know it's close by, and there's not much time.
We're not leaving them. Those two you see back there saved hundreds of Gajid lives from the Arxa, and now they're trying to save you. I care about them. Don't you get it? The female journalist's skin morphed into a bright orange, mirroring the tone of the flames. Her pupils surveyed mine for several moments, and I realized my eyes were watering at the thought of my guards on fire. Slumping her shoulders in defeat, she scampered back toward the hiding humans. Her colleagues followed her lead. It was clear the close-knit team didn't want to separate. 7 exterminators charged through the alleyway, buffeting flames at the dumpster the humans crouched behind. Samantha unloaded a clip of suppressive fire, but she was cornered. Carlos cursed as his lower pelt sparked, and orange light danced across his kneecap. On instinct, he leapt up and shook his leg. An exterminator lined up their sidearm, ignoring the human's pleading shout of,
Wait!
I needed to get a few paces closer to make the shot. There was no time. Fear glistened in Carlos's eyes as he tripped onto the street in a sprawled-out position. The fire had spread to his boots and was making quick work of his pelt. I didn't want to see the predator die. But how? Selene emitted a high-pitched scream and distracted the exterminators for a split second. I sprinted with the last of my energy, pulling the trigger at the gun wielder. My first shot nailed the Harchin in the shoulder. The second one was a perfect rocket to the brain. 2 officers whirled around, spewing fire at me. I grabbed my reporter friend and we tumbled back behind a building wall. If we don't all die now, that is the second time I've saved Carlos's life, I muttered. I knew you wouldn't leave them. Selene shook her head.
I came back for you, Sovlin, not them. Every second we spend here is time we're still on the Arx's radar. I hope hideous predators with a monstrous history are worth that to you.
Those hideous predators are people like us. Just watch them, how they act under pressure. You'll see. Carlos tried to ignore the flames, shooting his sidearm despite the blinding panic. The male human only connected with a single Harchin by way of ricochet. Most of his wild rounds ended up in a wall, missing his target by a wide margin. The primal terror of being set ablaze must be overwhelming his brain. That unbearable heat on his lower extremities, and watching it spread, I couldn't imagine. Samantha was a one-woman harbinger of death, rolling out from behind the dumpster with fury. Her green eyes glowed with hunger. I could see the predator energy buzzing through her veins. She grabbed the flamethrower from the downed exterminator and decided to give the officers a taste of their own medicine. The Harchin formation wavered. They weren't used to predators wielding their devices. The extermination officers had flame-proof gear to avoid this eventuality, but 2 sported tears in their suits from today's engagements. Samantha switched to her sidearm as the panicked professionals bumbled into each other. She dished out 2 headshots before diving back behind the dumpster. That left 3 extermination officers on the prowl. While watching the human duo take out the majority of their comrades, they forgot all about the rogue Gajid prisoner. I popped back out from behind the wall and sprayed gunfire with my claw locked on the trigger. 2 Harchin figures toppled to the ground. Samantha didn't hesitate to terminate the final one. Carlos, you good? I questioned. Several grunts came from the alley.
Fuck! Help me!
The human's pant leg had almost completely burned away, little more than tatters. He kicked off his scorching boot and his face contorted in a mask of pain. Those silly artificial pelts saved him from serious nerve damage in all likelihood, but we needed to put him out quick. I tugged that sweaty towel off my neck, slapping it on his ankle. The flames began to dissipate as I smothered them, and the human rolled around to put out the embers. Samantha hustled over with a water bottle, breathing a sigh of relief at the sight of her partner unharmed. He rubbed the reddened skin on his leg and struggled to his feet. His limbs trembled as he tried to stand. The female guard supported him with a gentle touch. Carlos closed his eyes.
Thanks, Sovlin. And company. Let's get out of here. I think I've had enough for one day.
Samantha studied me in silence, with a little less venom than usual. The glint of surprise hung in her eyes. I figured she had expected me to abandon them when push came to shove. The curt predator didn't resist my aid when I propped myself under Carlos's other arm. She flashed pearly fangs and gave me a small nod.
I see what you meant about their behavior. These humans help each other even when one is weakened.
Selene noted.
And you don't seem alarmed by their snarls at all. That makes them capable of earning trust, attachment, loyalty.
My nostrils flared with indignation, and it makes you wonder why so many species try to kill them without giving them a chance. Assuming they have malevolent intentions purely based on looks is a recipe for disaster. It's not right.
Before you jump to conclusions, I need a deeper dive into human history and everything the Federation has on pre-spaceflight predators. I'd like to interview the pale angry one there. That ape isn't hiding their emotions. They would make a good contrast with Noah's polished speech.
The angry human has a name.
Samantha snapped.
Unless you just want to refer to me as it.
Fascinating. Why is this one like this?
Carlos limped ahead, clinging to my neck.
Sam's family was in Melbourne. Everyone she cares about, her relatives, her husband, presumed dead. No chance to say goodbye. Her home, off the map. Write that. Us predators grieve our families too.
I suspected the worst case when she visited me on Venlil Prime, excluding hostility. Samantha never shared much about her life, but she had imparted to Talpin that her brother was deaf. Her fondness had been unmistakable with how thorough her offense was to the suggestion of him being killed. It was the first inkling I ever got of how tight Terran family units were. But the husband tidbit took me by surprise. Carlos hadn't mentioned any progeny, though perhaps she planned on starting a family in the future. I had no idea that humans mated for life. I always thought that predators bred for breeding's sake. It sounded like they coupled for purposes beyond producing viable offspring. Of course, humans were capable of love, but their familial obsession always seemed to be the kids. For predators, shouldn't procreation be a competitive selection process driven by impulse? Parenting roles are a way of protecting offspring from rival mates. Or so I thought. Poor Sam. The female human lowered her eyes.
That wasn't your fucking place to share, Carlos. If you want to smear me for wanting revenge, Harchin, I couldn't care less. Just keep your racist thoughts to yourself.
Now listen. If there is something more to your kind, I'm trying to unearth it. But I must start with your problematic archetypes.
Selene explained.
I also wonder how far humans will go after the attack. It's strange that you freed us, Sam, since it's counterintuitive to your revenge.
Revenge isn't about blind genocide. Now how about less chatter, more walking?
Our posse trudged across the square, vigilant for any other activity. If any of my old crew saw me now with a predator clinging to my body, they would have a conniption. Those arms, built from the digestion of flesh, felt warm and heavy, yet I wasn't disgusted by their touch. The emotional connection we established was hardly different than any other soldiers I'd served with. I wanted the humans to like me, to forgive me. We staggered onto the Terran ship with exhaustion, and the Harchin journalists skittered aboard close behind. Selene was surveying the humans with interest. I could see the makings of a story brewing in her mind. Our little band was going to leave no stone unturned investigating the Federation. With a team of inquisitive individuals at my side, it was time to get the answers the predators desired.
Memory transcription subject, Governor Tarver of the Venlil Republic. Date, standardized human time, October 22nd, 2136. The fact that the Arxa came to Earth's rescue caused less of an uproar than I expected. It became a fact that was conveniently ignored by my government at large. Instead, we celebrated the brave Venlil who hurled themselves in the Krokotl's path. Many talking heads were happy to sell the narrative that the Greys were taken for fools, assuming the newest predators shared their wickedness. The general public were unaware of the looming deadline to trade for our cattle victims. That ticking hourglass was on my mind as I accompanied Noah to the United Nations Remembrance speech. The event was open to human refugees. I hoped that I could find the strength to treat the upset primate with kindness. The shock of the heartbreaking images on Earth was beginning to wane, but my soul still ached for our friends. It was terrible to see an innocent species suffering without cause.
This has all been so sudden, and I know you've had pushback from your opponents. Have we outstayed our welcome here, Tarver?
Noah asked. I pressed my cheek against his forearm. Never. There's a few people that want you shipped off our world as soon as possible, but they're a minority. I'll always fight for you.
The fight, huh? All that's left is fighting. My pops used to say, space was our ticket to a better future. I'm glad he didn't see me fuck it all up. How disappointed he must be if he's watching from the afterlife.
Oh, sweetheart. I'm sure he'd be so proud of you and the man you are. There was nothing else you could have said to the Federation. What happened to Earth was nothing to do with your speech. Nothing. You hear me?
I appreciate you saying that. I do. And if you don't mind me saying so, you look beautiful today.
I had no idea how to respond to such a forward remark coming from a human, but it did warm my heart. The dynamic between Noah, an alien predator, and myself was not something to address at this particular moment. Clearing my throat awkwardly, I tried to track down Elias Meyer. Earth's chief diplomat proceeded with grace in the past, but a nudge towards sensibility might be necessary. It was my hope that he lacked conviction in any violent rhetoric he touted. The last time I saw the Secretary General was when word of Earth's devastation reached Venlil Prime. The fact that their militaries tallied such a miserable failure and left their home at the Ark's mercy morphed the dignitary into someone else. The distraught Maya had promised to rend every enemy from limb to limb before rushing off to an audience with that ghastly chief hunter. I hadn't been sure he'd survive an encounter with a predator that openly called me dinner in our brief encounter. But the grey-haired human here now, mingling with alien dignitaries, was the person I knew. Maya had spent his lifetime building relationships with the unique cultures. The only aspect he was unaccustomed to was the constant terror prey felt. But he was mindful enough, careful not to show his teeth to non-Venlil. His hands were kept in his pockets to avoid gesticulating.
Glad you asked about the Ark, sir.
Maya was saying to Kupo.
When I spoke with them face to face, their hotel room was pitch black. I couldn't make out much of anything other than a massive shadow looming over me. There's a group of them lying in wait, sizing me up like a cut of meat.
And you still went in, when you wanted to run away?
The Mazik president asked.
What choice did I have? Our instincts are nothing compared to yours, but I was thoroughly creeped out. I do hope that you can forgive us for accepting their tete-a-tete. With 10,000 warships surrounding Earth, a dialogue felt much more palatable than subjugation.
The other Federation representatives were crowding the Secretary-General, eavesdropping. It was a relief, and a bit of a surprise to see him conversing with those who didn't aid Earth. That smooth-tongued dialogue seeking the Mazik's forgiveness, not the other way around, was stunning. I had expected him to launch into accusations over the indifference of their allies. The way Maya was acting a week ago, I thought Earth was going to isolate from everyone but us and the Xerillians. I don't know what made him come to his senses, but this is a positive sign. Kupo stepped forward on all four paws, shadowing the human leader with his bulky stature. I snorted with amusement as I noticed Elias shuffle back. He tried to play it off as fidgeting, but the predator seemed nervous about the Mazik's size. I don't think the sand-colored mammal realized the Terrans were equally intimidated by him. The Earthborn diplomats were well aware that a single kick of panic could cause serious skeletal damage.
I appreciate your explanation, but it still leaves me worried that you're turning on us.
Kupo said. Maya coughed pointedly.
There's a billion dead humans, and nothing will ever be the same again. Humanity stood alone, apart from the kindness of the Venlil, the Xerillians, and yes, the Arksa. Perhaps there would have been other options if we received more help from our neighbors.
I have never been dishonest with you. I don't trust you. I think humans should be given a chance because you are our only hope. But placing my people in harm's way for predators when that friendship is still hypothetical is unthinkable, let alone raising arms against known sapiens who share centuries of partnered history with us.
The Mazik tensed as he breathed out the last word, expecting the predator to fly into a rage. The other alien diplomats listened with interest, perhaps because they held similar reasons. The Secretary-General's pupils darted around, and his lips curved down with disdain. Was it my imagination, or did his hair look whiter than I last saw him?
That's valid. It would have been easy for you to choose them over us when it came down to the wire. I suppose doing nothing is a concession of itself.
Maya growled. Kupo blinked in surprise.
What? I expected you to disown us.
That's not why I'm here. Humanity under UN leadership will found our own federation. I want as many members in our alliance as possible. I've started a project with promising results to weed out alien fear responses. The Maziks are one of the races I think have the most potential. You could lead this initiative.
This would require leaving the current federation. I would want to retain membership in both, if I'd even roll in the dirt with you at all.
Tossa, the Nivok diplomat, flicked her cream-colored ears.
I wouldn't do anything that causes further risk to our trading networks.
We can discuss this on a case-by-case basis.
Maya said.
What I need right now is for each of you to step up and bring the thousands of Gajid refugees we saved to shelters. Their colonies are also without a government and supplies. Who knows how long the Arksa recognize our claim to them? We no longer have the power to do anything about that.
Kupo flapped his big ears.
I can handle that, Predator. The Gajids deserve help.
Good. Beyond that, we politely request that you send aid shipments to Earth. Anything you can spare out of generosity to get us back on our feet. I hate having to beg so plainly, but my cities were turned into irradiated soup.
The Secretary General's eyes darted over to the Sivkit ambassador, who had leapt into a waste bin at the first sight of humans. Perhaps it was time to confront her on her skittishness, though that would require a more private setting. While Maya was on the topic of aid shipments, this was the perfect time to slip to his side unnoticed. The Navok ambassador pounced on Elias's perceived weakness and was rattling off a laundry list of terms. Tossa had attempted to barter for ownership of Luna and the asteroid belt in the wake of the attack. This was an obvious non-starter for the United Nations. This time, she was offering to manufacture ships and airdrop food in exchange for trade exclusivity. That was her true goal, to stop the Thyssen Compact from landing advantageous deals. The Thysens often undercut the Nivok's prices, and their trade war has spiraled to new heights. The fact that both of them reached out to actual predators solely to screw the other over. Helmina, the Thyssen representative, pointed her horn in a threatening manner.
I landed here 2 days ago, after our first representative died, and you're trying to fuck me over. Human Maya, I'll give you a month's worth of food shipments free, with no strings attached. Just don't agree to that.
Predators, the Thysens will steal anything proprietary right under your noses.
Tossa hissed.
Do you want a species known for corporate espionage on your turf, accessing military blueprints at the first opportunity?
We didn't steal your technology. We built it better and cheaper, and you can't accept that. You used your monopoly to rip people off, so you can't stand competition.
We turn a profit which we deserve for the hard work of our brilliant engineers. You upstarts might as well be uplifts with shoddy—
Shut up!
Noah roared.
Is now the time for your stupid feuds. What about Earth? If you want shit from humanity down the road, try helping us for the sake of helping us.
The tension that fell over the conference hall was so thick that you could cut it with a knife. Sivkit Ambassador Axeli was banging her head against the waste bin, wailing at the predatory outburst. The representatives were lucky the media cameras weren't rolling, and that the human refugee audience hadn't been allowed in the auditorium yet. Maya scratched his head with discomfort.
Well, I agree with him. A little charity and unity would be nice. I find the behavior of capitalizing on our misfortune rather, shall I say, predatory.
The Nivok recoiled in shock, floored by a literal flesh-eater directing that insult at her. Helmina at least had the decency to look shameful, pawing at the mane on her long neck. Something flashed in Noah's eyes as he inspected her silver horn. He muttered something about Thysens only needing hooves. I was beginning to wonder if my friend was losing it. Maya glanced at a wristband, then gestured for everyone to find their position. He curled his lip at Axeli's trash can hideout and pushed the squealing grazer into a back room. The auditorium doors were unlocked for public entry, and human spectators shoved their way inside. It blew my mind to see this many predators in one spot, on my own planet. I leaned over to the Secretary General's ear. I want to talk to you, friend. You deserve an overview of how we're treating your refugees.
Not right now, Governor. But I have urgent information on the Arxa. You won't believe what Isif actually said,
he replied. The grey-haired primate's eyes flitted to the entryway and widened in alarm. I wondered what spooked him about the incoming Terran refugees. There was nothing to make any of these people look more predatory than the others. If someone tried to charge the Secretary General, I'm sure his bodyguards would intercept them. It seemed paranoid to travel with armed soldiers nearby at all times. But humans were poor at assessing danger.
Tava, where the hell is the event security?
Maya hissed through gritted teeth.
There are a lot of important figures in one place.
I snorted. You actually think people would march through that door and attack a public gathering?
Yes, I do. Damn it. You told us this was a secure venue. Get every diplomat to leave. Only a few at a time. We don't want to incite panic.
You think danger is lurking around every corner. Humans are safe here, Elias. I've guaranteed that nobody will try to exterminate your packs.
You misunderstand. I'm worried for you. Any of us are capable of violence when pushed. You're dealing with humans who have lost everything and are looking for anyone to blame. Especially aliens. And especially the UN. Understand?
My focus turned to the incoming humans. Many were holding printed images of their cities or loved ones, and their predator eyes were stained with tears. Several Terrans were comforting each other with light embraces or hand squeezes. These people looked devastated and heartbroken. Nothing like angry beasts planning to maul the fluffy aliens. Regardless, it wasn't like Venlil executed the attack. However, the level of jumpiness Maya was displaying was going to interfere with his speaking ability. If he required muscle to assuage his paranoia, it was better than seeming unstable on a live broadcast. Who would be cruel enough to target an event with such a gut-wrenching focus? I hadn't thought Elias a man with delusions of grandeur, but maybe the recent power bestowed in him had gone to his head. The purpose of this was to console the hurting humans and honor Earth's memory. Even I know these predators don't just attack out of hunger. We'll postpone the ceremony if you insist, I whispered. But you can tell it to our Federation guests. Elias sped off. The human exchanged words with the Fissons and the Paltons. They were the only two to send a replacement for the deceased ambassadors. Perhaps the Takans, Dosser and Thafki were weighing their options. Or they doubted the Predator's message. Regardless, the Secretary General made it a priority to evacuate the newcomers first. I suppose he didn't want to risk them losing another diplomat to a violent end. Whatever Maya told the duo, it scared them sufficiently. Fearful expressions stretched across the aliens' faces, and they bolted from the auditorium without hesitation. Was that predacious delivery necessary? I glared at the human, willing him to be more tactful. Kupo stomped up to the UN leader.
What are you up to? Is there a reason 2 ambassadors spoke with you and immediately saw themselves out?
Keep your voice down.
Maya hissed.
You damn predators always keep me in the dark. We're in danger, aren't we? I am sick of having threats concealed right in front of my trunk.
Nervous chatter swelled from the primarily human audience as the Mazik president made a scene. The fire alarm was activated by a bystander, and visceral screams echoed through the sprinkler-doused room. Several Terrans made a beeline for the exit, pushing and shoving each other to get out. It seemed like the predators were verging on a stampede, which I didn't know was within their capability.
The backpack! It's blinking!
A human's thunderous voice permeated the chaos.
Run!
Ambassador Noah wrapped an arm around my shoulders and hurried me toward our emergency exit. I had no idea what just happened, but it was tugging at my own panicky instincts. Through the chemical fog, I worried that someone was going to get trampled in this madness. Elias was irresponsible. We should have just proceeded with the speech, instead of... A deafening blast rocked my eardrums, and a subsequent shockwave sent me and Noah flying. The impact rattled me down to the bone marrow, making every nerve tingle. Vision slipped away, and my adult brain could only register an incessant ringing. Pain flayed in my tail. Something sharp, like a needle or a glass shard, had impaled itself in the bushy appendage. I coughed weakly, trying to move my arms. My pupils flicked out toward the sitting area, where a charcoal-colored mist shrouded the vicinity. Humans closest to the blast area were soaked in blood, and some seemed to be missing limbs. Their open mouths suggested they were screaming for help. I still couldn't hear anything but high-pitched reverberations. Maya crawled over, his attire caked in dust. The aged predator was sporting cuts across his wrinkled forehead, but his eyes were something alien. I'd never seen a human in combat mode in person. That dilated stare jolted some life into my veins. My brain recognized him as an animal, with the erratic eye movements and strained breathing. The Secretary General stopped adjacent to me and jostled the shoulder of a face-down human. Horror flooded my chest as I realized it was Noah beside me. Elias punched the ambassador's chest several times, until glassy brown eyes blinked open. The elder Terran slapped the astronaut across the cheek, trying to snap him awake. Maya's gaze searched for other survivors before resting on me. His lips moved, but I could only make out hints of the sound. I think he was telling me to run away. The only reason I suppressed my fear of the adrenaline-fueled predator was concern for Noah. That worry was a sickening knot in my stomach. I needed to see him stand up. The human ambassador croaked.
Get here.
I had no idea if he was saying get out of here or get over here, but I took it as the latter. My paws rushed over to his side, and his glazed eyes drifted to my tail. Horror flashed in his pupils. Concern crossed Maya's taut grimace as well. The injury must be worse than I thought, but I decided not to look. I didn't want to pass out now. Noah struggled upright, fueled by worry for me. His hands steered me onward, and his wobbly steps became more certain. My mind hadn't yet processed that humans had attacked their own remembrance ceremony. Right now, I prayed that there wouldn't be a follow-up strike from whatever deranged predator plotted this. Memory transcription subject, Governor Tarver of the Venlil Republic. Date, standardized human time, October 22nd, 2136. When the humans began their cultural exchange, they shared the blemishes of their history. The satellite wars almost sent the powerful nations back to the Stone Age by their own words. Federation researchers also documented the senseless atrocities of a prior era and noted the uncanny resemblance to acts of brutality. It had been difficult for me to picture the Earthlings acting so violent toward each other. Those moral people killing millions of their race was unimaginable. The scale of the bloodshed today forced me to reckon with that truth. I knew in my heart what the predators were capable of, but I hadn't wanted to accept it. Sweeping their history under the rug in favor of the empathy tests and the charitable acts towards us was easier. Talking with Noah and Maya made me want to believe they'd changed as a species. Maybe even your human friends could act out of aggression. You've seen outbursts from both. They restrain it because of learned morality, empathy. But does Noah ever fantasize about killing people? Just a tiny bit.
Keep walking, Tarver.
The Terran ambassador placed a trembling hand on my shoulder and made me jump.
You can't go into shock. We need to get you to a hospital. Please, stay with me.
Tears soaked my cheek fur. Where are the other alien diplomats?
I'll look for them. But Tarver needs a tourniquet, Williams.
Maya growled.
Yeah, I agree. Listen, Tarver. If anything happens, I want you to know that I love you.
Noah whispered.
You don't have to say it or feel it back. I'm going to protect you.
The chocolate-skinned predator scooped me up into his arms, passion alight in his binocular gaze. His visage became fuzzy. I felt cold despite the warmth of his body. Saline swelled around his eyes as he ripped his shirt sleeve off with his bare fingers. His nails had turned grey from the grime and soot, and orange blood was smeared across his chest. There was a lot of it, sourced from my tail. Knowing the aggression hardwired into his genome should have struck sense into me. Humans were coded to be destructive and violent. Still, the fondness in my heart cried out louder than ever. My Noah was a little hot under the collar, but only when faced with injustice. I trusted him with my life. I couldn't make myself regret befriending the Terrans. I love you too, I croaked. The human's lips quivered, torn between a smile and sorrow. He wrapped the cloth around my tail tightly, and blinding pain rocketed up my spine. It felt like he was amputating the limb, wrenching it from my body with an iron fist. I yowled in agony, burying my face in his chest. His brow furrowed as he finished tying the knot. The astronaut patted my head.
It's done now. I'm sorry. I had to stop the bleeding. You're going to be fine.
I don't know if I am. This was an isolated incident, right? I whimpered.
Honestly, we've had tragedies like this happen on Earth before, though it's rare. All I can ask is that you don't judge us by our worst individuals. This is why the Federation wants us all dead. Most humans would never do something like this. You know that.
But what kind of monster would?
I don't know who did this, or their motives. They're sick with grief or some disorder. Anything I say is speculation, but we're going to hunt the bastard down. Pardon my word choice.
If this was a drastic action born of anger, human emotions needed to be monitored under a microscope. I had tried to normalize the predator's stay and welcome them like any other class of refugees. But if there could be mass carnage any time a lone Terran was upset, I didn't know how safe it was to integrate them into our society. What other venues could be targets of senseless violence? How many Venlil lives could be lost? My vision began to dim as the fear chemicals lending energy tapered off. Ambassador Noah lunged at me with bared teeth, catching himself a hair short of my face. He released an incoherent roar in my direction. The feel of the predator's warm breath on my lips and the sight of maddened eyes inches from my face sent flight cocktails coursing through my veins. Electricity jerked at my muscle fibers. Instinct propelled me upright and sent me stumbling away blindly. It took me several seconds to realize Noah was intending to startle me awake. Triggering my flight response had jolted me back to consciousness, though that might not last long. I collided with Maya, who had his back turned to me.
Shit, watch where... Tava. Noah, you need to get her out of here.
The Secretary General spat. The human leader had thrown caution to the wind, pressing his shoulder by a downed Kupo's side. The Mazik was bleeding from several places, including a mutilated leg. I appreciated Maya's efforts, but he was going to be crushed if Kupo fell. The old primate couldn't support a creature several times his weight. Leave him, Elias. You can't carry him. Come with us, I coughed. Kupo flared his trunk.
I am conscious, Tava. I don't want to die. Enough that I'm letting a predator touch me. My skin is crawling.
The grey-haired human gritted his teeth.
Nobody else is going to die on my watch. We have to help the big guy up. Give him a fighting chance.
Ambassador Noah frowned before kneeling beside the Secretary General. The two humans pushed Kupo off his side and hoisted him back to his round feet. The Mazik teetered on his legs for a moment, but the predators strained with the last of their might. I noticed scarlet fluid dripping through Noah's short mane. The sand-colored mammal swayed as he fixed a glare on the human.
What the fuck happened, Predator? You predicted this, so you clearly know.
Oh, get to a hospital, President Kupo. I'm going to look for Tossa and Axeli.
Elias growled.
Let me help. I can carry them.
The Mazik president offered.
In your condition, just go. I'll deal with it.
My eyes work just fine. You're not going to cover up these deaths. I won't leave until we find the Navok at least.
Whatever. Look around. Be my guest.
Kupo glanced in every direction before pointing his trunk at the Arctic-colored biped on the floor. Elias released an audible gasp and raced to the Navok's side. His slender fingers crept to the pulse point above Tossa's hoof. His binocular eyes closed as he shook his head with a defeated expression. There was nothing but gore among the human spectators, with many primates dead or dying. First responders were nowhere to be seen. We were alone in this mess. The Mazik president took a final look at the decimated auditorium before trundling over to the nearest exit. I imagined he would blame Maya for this catastrophe for a long time. I limped over to the back room where Axeli was, ignoring Noah beckoning me to the exit. Ironically, the Civ kit's cowardice in the trash can left her more sheltered from the blast than anyone. Her fluffy white form was huddling in the receptacle, unconscious. The rise and fall of her chest was visible, so I assumed she passed out from terror. Maya was right behind me and picked the Civ kit diplomat up with haste. That was not going to end well if she woke up carried by a predator. Noah pointed us toward the side exit with a scowl on his face. Fighting off dizziness, I sandwiched myself between the two humans. All strength dissipated as the duo ushered me through an exterior door. The shivering was unbearable, and my paws were becoming heavy as concrete. I'm ready to sleep. So cold, I gasped at Noah. Please, don't scare me again. The human grimaced.
We're almost there. Just stay awake a little longer, okay?
A shaken UN bodyguard brought a bright red kit over to Elias, who deferred it to Noah. The Secretary General couldn't administer first aid while his hands were full with the Civ kit. The astronaut popped open the lid and pried out the fattest syringe I'd ever seen. Before I could wince at the size of the needle, he jabbed it against my neck. An adrenaline surge caused my limbs to convulse, and I fell over, gasping. My heart feels like someone is squeezing it inside my ribcage. Sure hope my atrium doesn't burst. The hormones did the trick to stabilize my blood pressure, and I tried to get a grip on my surroundings. Rough shouts stemmed from a throng of humans by the main entrance who were barely kept at bay by armored UN personnel. Those soldiers seemed to have been shipped by the truckload in a hurry. Judging by the signs and vulgar language, the gathered refugees were protesting Elias Maya's arrival. I heard about this gathering, since its organizers did apply for and receive a legal permit. However, the Terran demonstrators had moved away from the designated area in the wake of the attack. Some were pushing toward the scene of the blast, though I had no idea whether it was to help or to finish off the survivors. Others were escalating to violence, charging at the UN officers and throwing objects. What chance would Venlil please have of containing these animals? A few predators were setting fire to glass bottles, then hurling them at their surroundings. Historic row houses lit up like kindling, once the picturesque shutters were swallowed by flames. Before my eyes, the Terrans climbed up the hood of a UN vehicle and began swinging a bat at the windshield. Surely these humans realized that didn't accomplish anything. It was terrifying to see their destruction spiraling out of control. This violence must not be as isolated of an incident as I hoped. I thought you were an intelligent species. What is this? I cried. My shriek drew the attention of the mob, who began jeering at Maya in particular. Several lobbed accusations about Earth, and they overran the UN crowd control with renewed focus. Rocks, bricks, and other blunt objects were thrown with intent to injure. Noah herded me off with a rough grip. I hadn't felt this terrified of humans since first contact. I had no idea what motivated these creatures, or if they could be reasoned with at all. As much as I loved the first contact team, allowing Terran refugees onto Venlil Prime was a mistake. We were going to have to get the current populace off-world, if they would still heed our commands at all. I would warn my advisors to implement stringent psych evaluations for any arriving humans. This was wholly unacceptable. These predators here had no care for who they might hurt, and today's death toll might be in the dozens. I didn't want to judge humanity by their worst individuals. People like Maya and Noah did not deserve to die for their deranged cohorts. Blanket condemnation was not the answer, but the Venlil Republic just learned the hard way that we needed to be more selective in which predators we dealt with. Maya's eyes darted around.
We're going to restore order and fix this, Tava. I'm so sorry.
Bad things happen when a lot of angry humans get together. This will pass, love.
Noah said. Glass shattered inches from my heels, and my flight instincts bubbled back to the forefront. Coupled with the given adrenaline, I found myself running at full speed. The screeching sound of tires on asphalt met my ears. A black sedan careened down the narrow streets with no regard for any protesters in the path. The crowd parted at the last minute, raving and discombobulated. The Secretary General pointed toward the car.
Run! Get in!
This vehicle had an actual driver who seemed to be switching between autopilot and manual steering. They popped open the side door, leaving our posse to clear the final few feet. I prayed that we would be able to escape from these beasts. This was what it felt like to be hunted by pack predators, and there was no hope of humans tiring from the chase. Noah positioned his body behind me and shielded me from the projectiles sailing at us. A broken bottle nailed Maya in the back of the head, which earned cheers from the crowd. Another human protester wrestled the gun away from a UN peacekeeper. They began firing at the figurehead's center of mass without hesitation. The UN leader clutched at his abdomen and staggered toward the car. He dumped the Civ kit over the threshold, somehow maintaining his grip. The elder human collapsed in a splayed position, which suggested the concerning severity of his injuries. I prayed to any deity listening that nothing had connected with my astronaut. Noah gave me a forceful push to the shoulders, sending me tumbling into the back seat. He dove in on top of me and tugged the door shut. The driver floored it away from the mob at max velocity. The Terran ambassador sighed in relief before he turned his eyes to the Secretary General. Multiple bullets had pierced through his stomach, and the leader was gasping like a fish out of water. Blood was oozing onto the floorboards, draining away with a steady flow. I realized with dismay that Maya might need hospital care more urgently than me. It took a second to roll him over so that I could stare into his dazed eyes. The human tried to sit up, but fell back with a weak groan. My paw raced beneath his neck and propped up his skull. Elias's eyelids fluttered.
Tava. Chief, Hunter Isif wants to help us.
Stop talking. That's not important right now, I said.
It is. I want you to make peace with the Arxa. Please, let that be my legacy.
The primate drew a shaky breath and cued in on the hesitancy in my eyes. I didn't want to argue with a man who was fading in my arms. It was obvious he wanted those negotiations to work at any cost. Perhaps it was true that Isif aimed to help humanity, the only other predators in the galaxy. But that Grey had outright stated that Venlil were lesser animals, a delicacy that he felt entitled to. That wasn't an open invitation to civil relations.
What Isif said to you was theatrics. So, he wouldn't be executed.
Maya coughed.
He wants to end sapient farming and the war. Need a better future. Like your spirit told me so.
I blinked several times. And you trusted him?
Why would lie at his mercy?
Maya's eyelids sealed shut and his irises rolled back in his head. Noah pried a packet of human blood from the glove box and began feeding it into the Secretary General's veins. The vehicle was less than a minute from the hospital, but every millisecond seemed like an eternity. My own weakness was creeping back in, while the UN leader's breathing grew more faint. I didn't know if I could honor that request, despite Elias framing it as a last wish. As much as I respected his discernment, the likeliest answer was that the Arxa hunter was manipulating human empathy. Sif knew the Venlo Republic wanted nothing to do with him. His species had enjoyed every second of the war. Even if the Federation had starved the Greys, they used that as a free pass to slaughter everyone without exception. The tires squealed and we veered over to the hospital's entrance. Squeaky voices alerted the other staff that an injured predator was on site, followed by recognition of this particular human. My mind was far away when Noah placed me onto a stretcher. Unconsciousness took hold as Venlo paramedics rushed two planetary leaders to critical care.
Memory transcription subject: Captain Calsim, Crocodile Alliance Command. Date: Standardized Human Time, October 22nd, 2136. The line between dream and consciousness grew blurry. I slipped between waking moments in delirium. Whatever drugs I was given seemed designed to keep me out of it, but there were brief flashes of humans putting my wing back into place. Rumbling voices cascaded around me and filled me with the urge to claw my way to the surface. The vivid dreams left my brain in anguish. My near-death experience had turned decades of rotten memories into a jumbled casserole. There had been one nightmarish case where we found an elderly crocodile ripped apart in her backyard. With a cruel sense of humor, my dream state decided to reenact the scene. Standing over the rotting corpse and seeing the innards tugged from her stomach was the abyssal image of evil. Extermination officers were supposed to act in time to prevent these occurrences. I could feel a sour taste swell in my beak. It was followed by a scorching sensation as I regurgitated my meager lunch. My partners insisted on immediately torching the area. This body was defiled beyond burial salvaging. The victim's family would understand. Some faint remembrance told me that this was the case that made me transfer to the military. We never found the predator. I looked, obsessed, ran down every lead.
Over here.
A voice hissed on the wind. My wings flapped with urgency and I sailed off in the direction of the call. All I wanted was to fry the animal that would commit this heinous deed. This had been the only predator I ever hated. My standard practice was to refrain from emotional judgments. It wasn't a hunter's fault for being born, but the existence of whatever did this was offensive to me as the Arxa. The scenery blended together with that dreamlike passage of time. The abrupt change wasn't jarring in the moment. Without warning, I was buffeted down by a brutal gust of wind. The forest clearing around me looked quite familiar, and my instincts screamed that something wasn't right. There was a neon fabric dome, a sapient-built structure which tickled something in my mind. Invisible forces tugged the entrance flap open as though inviting me in. I inched closer despite wanting to back away on legs that felt like concrete pylons. Violet crocodile blood formed a thin trail across the grass which returned a sliver of my resolve. A predator like this could not be allowed to reproduce under any circumstances. The bravado it had to waltz into our settlements meant it was a true abomination. My eyes were not prepared for the sight that awaited. Inside, there crouched a lanky, brown-skinned creature, which I recognized as an adult human. The predator was chowing down on a crocodile's gullet, and blood was smeared on its chin. How had an alien sapient gotten out here? It looked up as I entered, with feathers jammed between its blooded canines. Those brown eyes, with that awful pleading quality still present, belonged to Arjun. This must be that kid, all grown up, and now as ugly as the rest of his freakish race.
Humans are not vicious.
Arjun whined in the childish register that didn't match its development.
You're brainwashed, Calcim.
I tried to raise my flamethrower, but my wings wouldn't move. The predator bared its teeth, inching closer. I should have killed that conniving demon while I had the chance. It didn't matter that humans were capable of empathy when it was a selective concept that could be turned off like a light switch. What a curse to be given the gift of sapience, yet to have such an atrocious form. The hideous monster sprang forward. Its unrivaled endurance meant that its bloodlust would never be sated. Any compassion was overridden by an instinct much stronger. That was what their history told us would happen all along. The Federation needed to kill as many humans as possible, but I had forgotten that. Its clawless fingers pressed into my throat, and all I could hear was the pounding of my heart. "I'm going to kill you!" I shrieked, snapping upright. "Savages!" My head spun, and I realized I was in a ventilated building. The cool metal beneath my spine suggested I was on some sort of operating table. At least, I hoped that was what the tiny knives were for. My wing was bound in some sort of plaster, and gauze was wrapped around my aching neck. This must be somewhere amidst the predator-infested lands of Earth. The realization that it was a dream provided immeasurable relief. Thinking about the details, it was a senseless nightmare. Social hunters wouldn't wander and pick us off alone. Still, I couldn't help feeling uneasy at that peak of the future. It was tough to picture the human kid devolving and encroaching on Federation worlds with his brethren. I slid my talons off the table, clicking around on wobbly feet. Why had Arjun's father listened to its son's plea to spare me? Weren't the primates furious about the cities we destroyed? Arjun didn't deserve to suffer, but maybe I should have put him down. If I knew humans were such brutal hunters, their compassion wouldn't have swayed me. Those drawn-out methods are far worse than the Arx's. With a bit of hesitancy, I tested the door handle. It was unlocked. The humans kept their structures more sanitary than I expected, from creatures accustomed to constant blood and death. There wasn't any reek of predation or biological markers left to intimidate me. Perhaps the Terrans realized I showed mercy to their kind, and stayed their hand. They were a cogent species, not the non-sapient terror I saw in my nightmare. Still, I felt like I should be bound or caged. Maybe the primates were testing whether I could be enslaved. That was the only reason I could fathom why they'd patched me up. Thoughts of Thion, the only surviving member of my party, raced through my mind. It begged the question of how long I'd been out, and whether that Marcos faction had sniped him. As I turned into a wider area, a gun was jabbed inches from my face. An adult human watched with a neutral expression, but I could see the hunger that lurked in those pupils. The alien predator looked like the result of a disastrous lab experiment, with its exposed face and glistening skin. I felt sorry for the prey races like the snake that had to deal with these things marching around.
What was that noise? You're going to kill me.
Its eyes glowed in the middling light, and its dry lips tensed. That must be a cue that it wanted blood to wet them.
I encourage you to try, bird.
I squeezed my eyes shut. Nightmare. There's no point to killing you now. We failed.
Calcim thinks we're going to conquer them, Dad.
Arjun offered from atop a footstool.
Well, I don't think we'll have the chance, kiddo. The Greys beat us to the punch. Or so I hear.
Sullenness clasped my heart as I thought of the undefended Nishtal. The Arxa wouldn't pass up a golden opportunity if it was brought to their attention. There hadn't been time to dwell on the Rectiles' arrival at Earth, but it told us a lot about the humans. The fact that the Terrans were a feeling people who cared for each other hadn't stopped them from jumping in bed with their antithesis. You are dangerous, and still I have shown you mercy time and again. My home is gone. Do what you think you must, human, I grumbled. The father peeled back its plump lip.
The name's Manoj. You have a sick idea of mercy, but my son is alive because of you. That's the only reason I'm not ending you myself. Got it?
I see. It is difficult to look a sapient in the eye and kill it, Manoj, even for one of your spawn. What happens to me doesn't matter. I won't resist the execution squad.
Come on. Resist a little. I got wildlife doctors to treat you and your pal with some reluctance. They gave in eventually on the condition that I turn you over to UN forces once you're stable.
Wait. My pal?
Argent told me where to find him. Pure genius hiding spot. Look under the bedsheet behind me.
The full-grown human was positioned just right to obstruct my vision. On closer inspection, the tubes and wires behind the Predator were attached to the far sole officer. Horror coursed through my veins. Thyon was missing an arm. The jagged edges around his shoulder stump suggested teeth had sawed it off. Manoj must have gotten too hungry around the injured officer and experienced a lapse in its control. I know it must be tough for a predator to stitch together a wounded prey animal who was in a coma. But my gosh, you ate Thyon! I checked both of my wings in a squawking panic. The human scalpels could have shaved off tiny flesh bits in fractions that I hadn't noticed. You're just like the Ark, sir! Manoj snorted.
Damn, you're a fucking idiot. Human teeth aren't big enough. Certainly not to do that so cleanly.
That? Yes. You're right, Predator. Then you fed him to the tigers, I suppose.
Actually, it was leopards that got him. Same family as tigers, but with spots instead of stripes. Would have had nothing left but crumbs, except that I showed up when it was picking at him. Arjun was upset about it, else I would have let nature run its course.
You're lying. We placed him in a tree. There's no way land predators could have gotten to him. Manoj pulled up a clip on its holopad with a snarl born of cruel amusement. The human set the device down on a table, and I leaned over it hesitantly. A massive beast with a mottled pelt was walking up a vertical trunk, defying gravity with ease. Sinister forepaws hugged the bark's circumference, while its hind legs moved like it was ascending ladder rungs. The predator's speed quickened without warning, and its hind legs pushed off. It leapt onto a branch in an adjacent tree faster than any landwalker should be able to. I suppose these leopards were more than capable of scaling greenery in a blink. The only reason I could conjure why the Terrans kept such a beast alive was their arboreal roots. That aerial terrorization might be relatable to them. Manoj had shown me that they were quite willing to scale forest trunks themselves. The tiger reserve makes sense now. The humans respect this family of animals because they recognize the bestial common ground. The adult predator leaned back.
So, we reduced the drugs, keeping Thyon in a medically induced coma. He's already starting to stir. This should be good.
I assumed you would want revenge, Manoj. And I know it's just how humans are. But please, take it out on me. I gave the orders. I deserve your wrath. All Thyon wanted was to stop predators from hitting any more worlds. He couldn't sleep at night, knowing there was another Arxer out there.
We're not the Arxer.
Nobody understands that but me. I always saw your redemptive qualities, and how unique humans were. I wish that was enough. We both know coexistence wasn't an option. I'm sorry that it had to be like this. Truly.
It didn't have to be like this at all. We wanted peace, to fight alongside you, and you committed genocide against us for it.
I wonder if there could have been another way. Human conquest is as inevitable as your growth. There are no future generations for any other race with you alive. The human scowl was growing more visceral by the second. I wondered if it was reconsidering its promise to Arjun to spare me. My exterminator training faltered as its narrowed eyes bore into my skull. A fearful squawk bubbled in my throat, but I fought to ground myself. Beneath its anger, pain manifested in its increasingly hostile posture. The skin of its hands was tight around the bone knobs, which suggested waning control. My thoughts wandered to how Arjun had appealed to my morality and claimed Terran religions called for natural compassion. I reminded myself that those emotions were genuine. They didn't just disappear at adulthood. This father, monstrous as it was, resisted murderous urges in favor of its bond with its son. Perhaps if I appealed to that side and continued to treat this ghastly beast with dignity, I could save Thyon. Extermination officer is a dangerous job, where you're always on call. Not good for settling down. So I never had kids, I stammered. I have killed a lot more living beings than I like to recall. But I have to believe that somewhere, for how we slowed Earth's expansion, there's a hatchling who will live to adulthood. A low rumble emanated from Manoj.
There's millions of children on both worlds who are dead right now because you tried to kill us. All for our eye placement.
Human, your eye placement is a symptom of a bigger problem. Predators do have forward-facing eyes, but it's much deeper than that. That's like saying a virus must be eradicated for its spike proteins. Its actions, the infection and spread, are the issue. The adult human adjusted a rectangular object, which appeared to be a video camera. A red light blinked by the lens, and I guessed I was being recorded. That was a sensible action for intelligence purposes. Manoj bared its yellowed teeth, approaching me with shuffling steps. It traced an oily finger across my beak with a chuckle, before pointing my nose toward the camera.
Say hello to the people of planet Earth.
The predator sneered.
You're being broadcast to social media right now, wherever the internet still functions. Look the eventual millions who'll see this in the eye, and repeat your little virus line.
I squeezed my eyes shut. You're angry. I don't hate humans for what they are. It wasn't personal. It's just the reality of the situation.
It sure felt personal, Drumstick. I happened to find footage floating around from the UN's raids. A crocodile transmission sent to a downed ship. Those pink markings on this fella's beak look awful similar to yours, don't they?
The Terran pulled up another video on its holopad. I recognized my own visage on the feed. An allied ship must have intercepted the hail we sent to the downed human who had shown us a picture of its family. Pity swelled in my throat as I thought of the offspring in its image. Those three primates had looked younger than Arjun, and now were left without a parent. For all I knew, they died in the bombings, and that UN pilot had sacrificed itself in vain. Surrender yourself to our custody, peacefully, and I'll see that you survive. The cadence of my voice was overlaid by static interference. You can ensure that your culture is remembered. Manoj offered a chilling grin, its alien features giving off contradicting signals.
That's your mercy, Kalsim. A perfect view of the destruction of your planet, your culture, and everyone you cared about. Meanwhile, you're a prisoner among people who want your kind exterminated forever. An exhibit in a twisted museum.
I wanted someone to study your culture. I wanted you to be remembered.
Fuck you. We could execute you, and that decision won't be up to me. But my suggestion, people of Earth, let's give him the same mercy he offered one of ours. Let him witness the destruction of Nishtal in HD while they keep him locked up, to document crocodile culture.
My eyes shifted to the floor. There was never such an undercurrent of cruelty in my offerings. I had been trying to minimize their suffering, while Manoj aimed to twist the knife. Crocodile culture was well documented by every Federation race, so it was not in jeopardy of vanishing from the records. There was no point to that existence. The humans viewing this video would demand a more violent end for me, wouldn't they? A motor revved outside the compound, and predatory shouts rippled through the air. Those must be the UN soldiers picking me up. I shot a final glance at Arjun, who was watching me with interest. The human kid raised a clawless hand as we locked eyes. Perhaps this was some gesture of farewell, like the tail signals of many species. The foresight of Arjun as a human adult floated through my mind again. I doubted I would ever see him again, but if I did, he would be something unrecognizable. These creatures grew out of the tolerable phase much too quick. Fighting off tears, I lifted my uninjured wing at him. The explosive noise of a door flying off its hinges pierced the air. Terrans couldn't do anything quietly. Goodbye, little predator, I whispered. Don't go scaring any more snakes. Dark fabric enveloped my head before I knew what was happening. Pure terror coursed through my veins at the sheer number of humans I sensed around me. This was the largest concentration of predators I dealt with in my life. Part of me hoped that they would take me as a meal, instead of skewing my mercy into a revenge fantasy.
Memory transcription subject, Captain Sovlin, Federation Fleet Command. Date, Standardized Human Time, October 23rd, 2136. By my assessment, the human shuttle was barely FTL worthy. It would be lucky to defeat a solar sail in combat. I was certain their craft choice was designed to tail me with minimal risk of detection. Now, it wasn't like I was going to forget they were on my tail, so I didn't see the point of stealthy monitorization. With Carlos requiring medical oversight, we persuaded the Predators to dock with us. The Terran shuttle squeezed into the escape pod bay with little room to spare. The Harchan journalists were floored to see the accommodations the Terrans had whipped up for the deaf Talpin. I imagined the Federation would be shocked as well. There was a reason the humans chose these Gajeeds to represent our refugees. That painted a different picture of the Cradle invasion, apart from the story of vicious annihilation circulating now. Samantha and Carlos were still unwilling to land on Arfa in person after their ambassador was held hostage for weeks. I'm sure the attempted murder wasn't an enticement either. My guards valued staying in one piece. My expectation was that the humans would detach in their shuttle once we got close enough. Their little clunker would either hide out until our hopeful return, or they would find their own way back. My read was that they weren't eager to stay around the Federation hub. I know what I'm going to tell the representatives about the humans, but I don't know how to justify my own actions with Marcel. The low hum of the ship's engines pulsed into my pores as I slunk around the humans' personal effects. Samantha had left an unlocked holopad unattended, and I was gripped by the compulsion to scour their internet. We wouldn't have access to the live network hundreds of star systems away from Sol, but there was an archive of what existed before our departure. The guilt drumming away in my skull wondered what the Federation was told about Marcel. I breathed the words aloud as I typed in a search bar. Marcel, human, tortured by Gajeed. My heart seized, scrolling through the results that turned up. After everything I had learned about the Terrans, it made my sins even more terrible. The thought that a predator could share such similarities with us, and that they could truly be our friends, had been fantastical at the time. Why had I not even considered, for a second, that the human captive was innocent? I tapped a video result that claimed to have been shown to the Federation. My claws landed themselves in my mouth, and I chewed with more intensity than ever. Marcel was feeding a prey animal, while a speaker called Noah elaborated on his veterinary aspirations. It was tough to see the life in his hazel irises, the same ones I had seen pleading with me in agony. How could I ever come to terms with the fact that I tormented a herbivore human who found his joy through saving animals? The images switched to close-up images of Marcel's wounds. It broke my heart to see how famished the human looked, and to think about his misery. Tears swelled in my eyes, and mucus oozed from my nose. A few choking sobs came out as the full weight of self-hatred slammed down on me again. Samantha had been right when she told Carlos I didn't deserve cordiality. A clawless hand swiped the holopad away from me.
Dear God, Sovlin, why would you do that to yourself?
Sam, that's not the worst thing he could have sought out on the internet. Perhaps we should be happy.
Carlos chimed in. I jumped out of the chair, wiping my eyes on the back of my paw. Samantha's auburn hair looked disheveled, and my woefulness transitioned to concern. I hadn't seen the female eat anything, which was compounding a lack of self-care and sleep. The reason why she was grief-stricken was obvious now. We had to be certain she wouldn't make any hasty decisions with such a tenuous mental state. What is the worst thing, Carlos? Predation? Xenophobia? I asked. The male guard snorted.
No. Forget about it. You're going to give the holopad back to Sam and promise never to tinker with our things again.
Sorry. I needed to remember what I've done. I was starting to feel almost normal with you and the Harchan. It felt like I was with my old crew. But that life is gone. I don't deserve happiness.
It's time to move on, Sovlin.
Samantha showed a rare hint of sympathy, curling her lips in a way that didn't seem hostile. The female predator looked lethargic and downcast.
You can honor Marcel by doing something good when you land on Arfa today.
But
You fucked up. Bad. That was then, and this is now. I've decided that there's something worthwhile in you, and so has the UN. You have no right to let us down.
My paws relinquished my grip on the holopad, and I allowed the alien hunters to steer me out of the common area. Somehow, Samantha's rough words were comforting. She reminded me I had a purpose here far beyond myself. Every living creature on this side of the galaxy, Slanik, Marcel, my guards, the Gajid refugees, was depending on me. The entire Federation would be disbanded and slaughtered if I didn't disprove the Arx's deceit with conclusive evidence. It would be a travesty for them to flip the script and masquerade as the original victims in this mess. Whatever my past failings were, penance wasn't as important as stopping the humans from forging this unholy alliance. I need to save the Terrans from vengeful temptation. The species who liberated a cattle ship and bashed Arxa prisoners over their head is still in there. Finding justice for my first officer's death was an urgent consideration too. Rissell lost his life per the humans' dossier after helping Marcel escape my clutches. The Kolshian Commonwealth had proved themselves a menace to the Federation and our forms of diplomacy. Someone needed to put an end to their treachery before more innocents turned up dead. This was personal to me now, and I wanted to see the masterminds hang. The Harchan journalists were dotted across the common area with scribbles and notes strewn everywhere. Selene looked concerned as she noticed my sniffling and bleary eyes. I knew the journalists were worried the predators were intimidating me or throwing their weight around. It was all I could do to delay any interrogation of Samantha with her fragile state. The humans needed to talk over their history soon, unless they wanted it covered in an unfavorable light. Selene, has your team located any pertinent information? I asked. The short reptile drummed her toes on the table.
If I give you the rundown, are the predators finally going to answer my questions?
Samantha bared her teeth.
You're not in any position of power here. This is our mission, and I'm not your lab rat.
Your... what? The translator mangled that idiom. A rodent in a lab, I repeated.
For animal testing, to develop drugs or research behaviors.
Every prey sapient in the room gaped at the primate, and even I failed to mask my horror. Humans ran unethical experimentation on captured animals, treating them like expendable subjects. That was not an empathetic practice. There was no defense for wide-scale cruelty. It was implied that there were no safeguards to mitigate the suffering either.
Okay, all of you. Quit it with that look.
Carlos leapt to Samantha's rescue, rounding on me with a glare.
How else do you develop medicines to cure diseases and uncover the side effects before giving it to your own people?
Cell cultures, Harchan tissue samples, microdosing, and computer models. Murder-free,
Selene said. My spines bristled from the predator's anger. Like any civilized culture, we don't treat animals as our toys. The female guard bit her lip.
Human. No. Sapient lives take precedence over everything else. I'd sacrifice 1 million animals to save one person.
As much as I wanted to push back against Sam's statement, it was tough to argue with someone who looked so broken. If I believed it was my only option, there were no sacrifices I wouldn't make to bring back my family. Humans rushing disease cures might have come to the same conclusions. I tucked away a mental note to give the predators some simulations that could put an end to that barbarism. The Harchan reporter blinked in disgust.
There are better ways. That's not science.
On the plus side, at least the humans do try to heal their people, I told Selene. When I first captured Marcel, I didn't even think they had medicine. He moved away from my sedative needle like he was scared of doctors. Carlos slapped his forehead.
Sovlin, maybe we just don't like needles. Between the sight of blood and the pain, it's not a carnival ride.
Sorry. We're off to a terrible start. I don't see why these reporters can't get along with you. Work this out for your sake. This is your chance to justify yourselves to the galaxy, humans.
We've done nothing to you. Why do we need to justify anything?
Samantha spat. I know you don't want to, but it's about time someone listened to your side of the story, don't you think? There's a lot at stake here, especially if more races decide to come after you. The two predators shared a glance as the Harchan scrutinized their mannerisms. They both gave a grudging nod and settled down into their seats. I offered a silent prayer that Selene would go gentle on Samantha. If I saw that human showing signs of distress or a breakdown, I was going to intervene. Her welfare was more important than any media coverage.
You first, Selene.
Carlos growled.
The Federation dumped a lot of footage from their initial discovery of humanity to undermine Noah's message.
The reptile skin camouflaged with the blue ship walls as the predators leaned toward her. She was brave to face them so early on.
I found a clip from their discussion. That unanimous vote to destroy your species almost 2 centuries ago. Look.
The male guard knitted his brow in confusion. I could sense him biting back a retort, since that wasn't the information the UN was looking for. Part of him must be curious to observe how humanity had been discussed as heartless monsters. If the Gajeeds had been sentenced to death before escaping our world, I'd want to hear those proceedings. The Harchan reporter tossed a video onto the projector and my own eyes turned to the screen. I'd never seen this footage. Humanity had been little more than a historical footnote, with a few graduates like Zahn diving into the Federation's observations. Why had the vote passed without a single objection? What could be that terrible? A Venlil male spoke at his station.
Those monsters are our neighbours. If FTL ever falls into their lap, we'll be the first ones dead. It won't be your species' turn to carrion. Hurry up and kill them all.
Governor Molnek is correct. From what we've seen, humans are barely sapient. True sapients don't develop the weapons they have. Chemicals, diseases, bombs, even early satellites.
The Farcel representative added.
Thank you, Ambassador Royon. Can you picture those savage apes making it a day in the Federation? They'd eat us the first chance they get. I shudder to think of Venlil coming across those things.
Anger returned to Samantha's gaze, and her hands curled up into a fist. Knowing how close human-Venlil relations had become, I could imagine the damage this footage would do. At least, to my knowledge, Governor Tava had been forthcoming with the United Nations on her species' role in that era. It wasn't her doing, so the Terrans shouldn't have a gripe with her. The Venlil pushed everyone away to save the Predator scientists. It makes me wonder what the first contact team said to make Tava walk back her distress signal, to renounce her species' stance. Carlos threw his hands in the air.
Even the Venlil spewed that vitriol. Hurry up and kill them all.
Savage apes,
Samantha echoed.
Quit pouting and listen. This is the important part.
The Harchan reporter hissed. Royon tossed her head on screen.
The humans have a lot in common with you-know-who. We once believed that predators can have feelings, but we learned that lesson the hard way. The Arcs have faked plenty of things, from artistry to passivity. We saw how trying to make them one of us turned out.
Selene paused the feed.
Did you catch that? The historian species of the Federation claims the Arcs have faked feelings. Given the context, that implies they showed signs of emotional intelligence before first contact. I mean, the Arxa had artwork.
The last part was what caught my attention. I don't like the way they said, make them one of us.
Samantha growled. The humans were much too eager to spin everything into evidence for the Arx's tale. I understood why they resented the Federation, as Carlos put it in perspective long ago. The way those ancient leaders spoke about the Predators made my skin crawl. I hoped it hadn't been so flagrant when this Noah figure came to them. All the same, the Terran guards were reading too much into one sentence from a stressed diplomat. It's referencing the Federation's uplift of the Arxa. We tried to welcome them into the galaxy, and that started this mess, I spat. Samantha glared at me.
Then why did they say one of us? That meant turning them into prey.
I don't have enough evidence to reach a determination.
Selene sighed.
It is difficult to unearth much footage from the Arxa era. I really don't understand how records can be lost in the digital age.
Someone has something to hide. Judging by this dialogue, it's become more and more distorted over the years.
Carlos bobbed his head.
The people who voted to kill us were much more informed about the war's origins. That's useful to know. Good work, Selene.
My spines bristled with irritation as I realized the Harchan reporter wasn't challenging the premise at all. This must be some misguided efforts at appeasement. She didn't understand that the Terrans weren't looking for a lackey. This endeavor was too important to insinuate that the Arxa were angelic victims. Creative ability surprised me, but I was certain what passed for art in their culture were war photos and hunting manuals. They were a sociopathic species to the core, and that was a well-documented fact.
We uphold our bargains, Harchin.
Samantha offered.
To be honest, I'm surprised that you're taking this seriously. I'll let you ask us one thing about humanity, but tone down the racism.
The reporter flicked her tongue.
I want to know about your species' heroes, your collective dreams, your moral codes. How did they start? And are they universal? Do humans disagree on ethical issues? That's not one question. Sorry.
Surprise flashed in both of the predator's eyes, and I noticed their postures relax. Carlos studied Selene with newfound interest, perhaps reassessing her journalistic acumen. Her query was a question I was interested in myself. If I read the cues right, Terrans possessed an internal conscience and could use it to steer their worst instincts. Samantha leaned back, crossing her legs.
I'll answer as much about that subject as you want. Thank you for taking an interest in the real humanity.
Tell her about your international laws, I interjected. Humans have codified rights, even for criminals like me. They let a hospital ship pass to serve active enemies when I fought them at our border outposts. Carlos bared his teeth.
That's not an awful idea for one, Sovlin. For all that talk about warfare, we've built rules signed by every modern nation to prohibit attacks on civilian populations, to ensure that combatants receive humane treatment.
Rights the Federation denied us,
Samantha noted.
You could sum up human morality in one statement. We call it the Golden Rule. Do unto others as you wish to be done unto you.
The Harchin reporter palmed her chin in thought. Traces of fear lingered in her gaze, but I could tell she was listening to their words. That was a lot more than most people would attempt. I'm glad that I was right about her giving them an honest shot. Selene squinted at the duo.
Does that still apply?
To anyone willing to return the courtesy, sure. But humanity isn't itching to be the galaxy's punching bag,
Samantha replied.
The Federation broke that rule first.
Sam, if I can call you that. The way we all have talked about you is terrible. The public discourse is hateful, and your personal losses resonate with me. I can't imagine what I'd do in your paws. My species was a part of that.
The female predator sniffled.
There's nothing any of us can do about that now. Let's talk about heroes, shall we? You might be interested in some ancient mythology. How early and modern humans made sense of the world.
Selene hesitantly rose to her feet and dragged her chair alongside the humans. I could see the tears swelling her eyes alongside the acceleration of her breathing. Her slender arms were shaking, but she situated herself by the humans. She reached out with the trembling appendage, offering Samantha a tissue. The UN guard took it deftly and dabbed at her eyes.
I'd like that. Let me tell your stories.
The Harchin replied. A glimmer of hope crept into those green eyes, reminding me of the humanity that came to the galaxy with righteous zeal. Those people were still in there, despite their heartache. I had to believe it was possible to mend our rifts and to steer them from the path of destruction. Those lost on Earth couldn't be brought back, but my predator friends didn't have to die with them. Samantha wove a yarn of supernatural fantasies, early scientists and ambitious explorers seeking trade routes. Carlos added his own tales of monster slayers and fictional kings with their own honor code. Terran legends sounded grandiose and heroic from their lips. They elevated their greatest champions as guardians and pioneers who advanced civilization at personal risk. The contrast with the legacy of conquest and subjugation Zahn put forward was striking. The prey reptile shivered from prolonged exposure to humans, absorbing the descriptions of their early history. All it took was active listening to keep the predators talking. I mused to myself that this was how it should have been. This was the piece that could have been reality. Memory transcription subject: Captain Sovlin, Federation Fleet Command. Date: Standardized Human Time, October 24th, 2136. The human soldiers detached in their shuttle well before we entered Kolshian territory. No doubt, the predators wanted to avoid being picked up by sensor readings. If patrol ships asked us to account for all detected lifeforms, it would be impossible to hide their presence. Our concerns were validated by the harsh reception we received on descent toward Arthur. Gunships sidled up to us at full speed and relayed demands to power down our engines.
Venlil vessel, you are not welcome on Federation grounds.
The Kolshian's chief Nikonus was broadcasting a hail on military frequencies with a glare that rivaled human ferocity.
I let your beasts speak once, and that was an error on my part. The Gajid Cradle, the Crocodile Army, and dozens of worlds have perished because of that little misstep.
I accepted the transmission, striking my serious pose. This is Captain Sovlin from the Gajid detachment of the Federation fleet. I am here to request asylum for our refugees.
Do the humans think we're idiots? There's 6 other signatures on board, and you were a known predator prisoner.
Nikonus bobbed his indigo tentacles in irritation.
By law, Venlil visitors should be held as enemies of state for raising arms against other prey races.
I waved for the Harchan reporters to step into the field of view, while Talpin and Burner filtered in on my other side. The deaf Gajid wielded a device that could approximate subtitles and was growing livid from the dialogue. He began punching away at his speech synthesizer, but I flicked my claws in warning. If the Kolshian Commonwealth realized our Terran-sympathizing alignment, there might not be an opportunity to land an Arthur. It was an uphill battle to convince them we were friendlies already. You'd think this roll call would assuage their doubts, but they seem to be expecting predator trickery. News of the assault on Earth has reached the wider galaxy. They know the Venlil fought by humanity. The tension was palpable as my scans confirmed that the Kolshians kept their weapons powered up. I had no idea if they'd deny us passage or attack us outright, since nobody had shown any concern for the suffering Gajids. The Federation had abandoned my people thus far. There had been no aid shipments or reinforcements at our borders. Not one friend would go toe-to-toe with either predator for us. Anger bubbled inside my chest, but I pushed it down. Search us all you want. I rescued these Harchan personnel from an Arxer attack. We have useful intelligence. You're adding to their trauma also, if you care.
What are they hiding on your ship then? Bombs? Bioweapons?
The Kolshian demanded. I struggled to keep my voice steady. The Venlil were able to secure my release and move some Gajid refugees to their territories. I'll be happy to discuss the details before the Federation representatives. Whoever is here, gracious Chief Nikonus.
Let the Harchan speak. I recognize a renowned journalist when I see one, Selene.
I want to know about the Federation's response to this multilateral attack and your plans to deal with these human predators.
The journalist said without hesitation.
Fal is barely holding, and there's a refugee crisis brewing on your borders. The people want answers. My people want answers.
That doesn't give you the right to barge in here without clearance. You're disrupting important proceedings.
This is important too, Chief Nikonus.
The Kolshian breathed a heavy sigh, brushing a tentacle across his forehead. These ship frequencies were often monitored by various media outlets, and I'd hoped it'd still generate bad publicity if they turned non-Venlil away. Selene and I felt that Nikonus owed us the truth, even if we entered his territory on false pretenses. A trace of my former bravado flared in my chest. The old Captain Sovlin wouldn't have been turned away from a mission objective by anyone. I plotted in a landing course for the Governance Center and ignored the target lock icons on screen. We would be through Arthur's silky atmosphere long before Nikonus gave a kill order. Nothing involving bureaucrats happened quickly.
What are you doing, Sovlin? Have you lost your mind?
The Kolshian leader hissed. Fire away! You wouldn't dare, I chuckled, noting the irony. Those were the same words I told Tava responding to her distress signal, right before the Venlil threw missiles in my face. Shooting down asylum seekers would have the wondrous consequence of raining debris on college students. I will speak my piece, and I don't care if you like it. Nikonus's bulbous eyes stretched wide.
Are you trying to start a war? This is rash and impulsive. Unbecoming of a Federation officer.
What have I got to lose? My cradle is dead, and I'm one of the last survivors of a dying species. It's time someone let us Gajid speak for ourselves. We don't even get that courtesy. The Kolshian waved a tentacle in a dismissive gesture and forwarded an open hangar location. It was all I could do to slow to a safe landing velocity. Burner and Talpin seemed terrified of my flying. The two of them had found their way back to their harnessed seats. Our ship ducked the spaceport overhang with an inch to spare. FTL traffic control gawked from the observation room as I careened down while firing reverse thrusters. Our massive ship slid into the docking port like a plug into a socket. Kolshian soldiers rushed across the terminal, flooding from the connector tunnel to the governance hall. They bore weapons designed to hamper any human predators that magically popped into existence, including heavy guns and strobe lights. I laughed to myself, appreciating how absurd this reaction was. Perhaps these extermination officer wannabes will try to arrest me. I doubt they liked that stunt I pulled. But the humans would think it's hilarious, I noted. Protector. Those predators get humor. The Kolshians rigged explosive charges by the exit hatch before we could disembark of our own volition. They entered with gun muzzles ready and hollered orders at all of us. My spines bristled at their intimidation, but the fear didn't reach my brain. I struck a board pause as they pressed a rifle to my temple, pushing it away with a light claw tap. Meanwhile, the Harchan reporters and Gajid refugees had dropped to the floor in terror. "Your hospitality needs some work," I remarked. "That's no way to welcome guests." The Kolshian soldiers shared a glance, incredulous at my derangement. They swept every corner of our ship, including inside storage cabinets. Amusement flared up once more as I thought about Carlos folded up like a suitcase to fit in a drawer half his size. Several glares latched onto me, and I was flung to the floor by a rough tentacle. It took an inordinate amount of time for their thorough search, but our hosts became satisfied that humans weren't lying in wait. The Commonwealth Guards waved to stand up and ushered us out of the door. The 8-sided landing pad had an array of stores and offices built into its walls. Flashing signs directed ambassadorial attachés to the governance hall, written in several languages, including the artificially created Common, which was only used by pretentious diplomats. The general public were welcome to Federation proceedings as spectators, but they weren't cleared to land here. Media personnel hurried out from the connector tunnel just as we cleared the terminal's threshold. They seemed disappointed to find the unannounced arrival was a few Gajids and Harchan. Whatever an outlet's stance on humanity, the Predator's cell mantra was true. Journalists captured footage of us with our Kolshian escort, with a few calling Selene and I by name. I avoided eye contact and kept my lips sealed.
"Selene, Harchan Ambassador Ryler will welcome you to hear your report on file."
A Kolshian soldier turned to me, radiating contempt.
"She is in crucial talks with undecided Federation members now, so you need to show more patience, Sovlin."
I kept a placid expression, though I knew our neutral faction could not turn on humanity. "Of course. We'll wait outside until she's ready. Would you show us there, please?" The Kolshian beckoned with a cerulean tentacle, steering us through winding corridors. Our journey ventured away from the massive auditorium where state business was conducted. Architects on Arthur seemed to derive joy from constructing floor plans that looked like mazes. It was a wonder we didn't get lost. Perhaps a simpleton like me couldn't understand beauty, but I wished the humans would gut the whole place. Terran layouts were always neat and orderly. We reached an escalator that transported us to a basement. A subway train waited for us and whisked us below the street to the ambassadorial offices. I didn't understand why the diplomatic living arrangements were in the hall's premises, while the workspaces were separate. I suppose this was the only way to provide every species with spacious accommodations. The Kolshian soldiers steered us into a lobby once we arrived at the station. An elevator ride to the 12th floor was the last step of our journey, and I yawned to express annoyance. Judging by the iconography of Inatala with flowers in her beak, this must be the Crocodile's home. Closed doors sealed off a conference room which I yearned to break into. This is my chance to speak to the Federation, the ones that can still turn back. I have to impress the need to appease humanity. I sprinted toward the meeting area, catching the Kolshians by surprise. A soldier placed a tentacle on my shoulder, and my spines extended further. In a flash of outrage, my claws scratched gashes into his soft skin. Selene gasped at my violent assault, but I had no intention of waiting. This was too important to let some grunt stand in our way. The Kolshians drew their guns, no doubt worried that the human predators had corrupted me. The Harchan reporter leapt in their path and waved her arms to compensate for her short stature. I burst into the assembly. Dozens of pupils darted in my direction. Ambassador Jerulim squawked angrily.
"What on this tall is this interruption? From the man who pushed the bleeding heart into the human's arms, because poor Marcel,
What Captain Sovlin did to that human was wholly cruel and unnecessary, whatever side of the aisle you're on.
Chief Nikonus returned.
It's a predator, just like Noah was. You traitors use their names, which is validating the whole premise of personhood. What's next? An Arxa speaker named Huggable.
A female Mazik flared her trunk.
Noah is obviously a monster. Even he realized that. But his arguments were sound. We don't have the luxury of trusting our gut. Fret not, Jerulim. Everyone recognizes the image of evil when it's right in front of them.
Do they? That's why you're the only allied race that came to this meeting.
Farsal Ambassador Dark tossed her floppy ears.
They won't meet with you, because you physically attacked anyone who sided with humanity last time.
I've apologized for that. I'm willing to talk to everyone now, though you don't deserve it. What I did was the only sensible reaction to heresy.
A clamor of voices rose in disharmony, leveling accusations and shouting conflicting views. I was horrified that these were our leaders. They had the emotional maturity of misbehaving children. The good news was that I didn't need to fake diplomatic aplomb. If talking the loudest was the only way to get through to them, that was right up my alley. I am speaking now. My roar shook my vocal cords as I leapt onto the table to draw attention. Jerulim, I think your army is gone, so you have nothing to throw your weight around with. That's why you're talking. The Crocodile ambassador craned his neck in irritation.
You have no right!
Protector, you make more senseless noise than a stampede. The undecided voters here, most notably the Salian and Iftali alliance, are likely leaning toward war with the humans. This is all based on the Cradle's fall, but nobody here was actually there but me. And the Gajid's nothing more than a talking point to you, without our own voice. We served this Federation for 6 centuries. Chief Nikonus cleared his throat.
The Federation respects the contributions of the Gajidi Union, who worked tirelessly in our defense throughout this war. The Kulshian Commonwealth was saddened by the tragedy that befell your people. That said, we already got the details from Dr. Zahn of the Takan Coalition, your doctor.
Zahn? He said that all humans deserve to die from the moment he laid eyes on Marcel. Much like the Crocodile ambassador with this Noah. What you need to know is that Prime Minister Piri and I saw empirical and irrefutable evidence that flipped our stance. My question is, does anyone care what really happened?
Of course we care. Go ahead, Captain.
The Salian observer interjected. The simple fact is, the humans never attacked a single civilian or even medical target. We were gearing up for an attack on Earth, so they took out our military capabilities to stop us. The Arxa took advantage of the lapse in fortification and started bombing everything in sight. Terran military personnel risked their lives to evac our people. Jerulim puffed out his chest.
The predators were just collecting their own cattle.
It didn't surprise me that the Federation assumed our refugees were livestock, but that was why Talpin was here. The Kulshian soldiers stood steadfast at the door, forming an organic wall between my posse and the diplomats. Heeding the Crocodile's claim, Berna barreled over a guard with a headbutt. Her brother was close behind. Selene slipped through the dazed soldiers, though the other Harchan journalists weren't as quick to act. Talpin is deaf, and he can attest that humans treat him with dignity. One of my guards had a deaf brother too. They don't discard their own like the Arxa, I retorted. I thought I was going to suffer in Terran custody, but my victim claimed that wasn't who he was. The UN gave me a second chance. The Harchan ambassador Ryla turned to Selene.
Enough predator apologetics. Was foul holding?
The reporter wiggled her toes.
Yes, but the Arxa claimed the raid was retribution for Earth. The humans seem to have them under some level of control. That can either be really good, or really bad.
They're working together! Officially!
Jerulim shrieked.
I told you!
I shook my head. The Arxa are lying to the humans to gain their alliance because they recognize their potential. I was on the bridge of a Terran warship when they returned and took back the cradle. They won against an enemy we can't hold a candle to. With 3 months FTL experience and primitive ships, they boarded a cattle ship so methodically that the Greys surrendered. Disbelieving expressions swept across the room at the thought of those raging monsters giving up mid-fight. Even Selene had difficulty absorbing that tidbit. While it was common knowledge that Gajid territory had fallen to predators, the situation was more complex than that. That battle was the moment I recognized how well humanity could harness their instincts. They had better control on their neural wiring than any of us. Selene blinked.
Is that why the Greys decided to honor humanity's claim to Gajids? Respect.
I don't know or care what goes through the minds of those savages. I care about the empathetic primates who eat fruit and have protective instincts. My Federation friends, don't you understand the importance of appeasing humanity? You're forcing a species much smarter and more tactical into the Grey's arms. Chief Nikonus leaned back.
Appeasement was always my plan, and people like Jerulim thought they knew better. Have the two predators wear each other down. Then, it will be much easier to clean up the survivors. If they want to duke it out, why make them turn their guns on us?
My jaw almost dropped to the floor. Using the humans to destroy the Arxa, then mopping up their remnants was the cold, calculating idea I'd expect from a predator. The United Nations deserved to be shown genuine kindness. It was all I could do to keep my mouth shut. After cooperating through an alliance, these people would get attached to the Terrans eventually. There would be time to give the primates a proper warning if they didn't see through the facade from the start. This might be the only way to save the Federation. I want humanity to survive, but I can't feed every race in the galaxy to the Greys to achieve that. The humans want to know where every race stands. That was their message, I said. Make your decision and contact the United Nations. Well, those of you that haven't already fucked your species over. Ryla wiggled her toes in discomfort.
We joined the attack on Earth, and I can't say I regret that. I regret that it failed.
Selene glared at the Harchan ambassador.
You should be ashamed of yourself. Surrender unconditionally and beg their forgiveness. We can't hold out if the Greys send reinforcements. Once they finish up with defenseless Nishtal.
This is a wake-up call, I growled. Nobody who openly opposed the humans has survived, assuming the 24 attackers fall to the Arxa. All that matters is that we survive. But it's your choice. Go with our last chance at survival, or push the predators into the Grey's arms. Agreement glittered in the eyes of the Kolshian chief, and a contemplative silence swept through the room. I hoped my argument was more compelling than the humans' vengeful demands. My trust in the Federation's decision-making was gone where predators were involved. After decades of faithful service, this plea was a final effort to save the species I pledged to defend. Memory transcription subject: Captain Sovlin, Federation Fleet Command. Date: Standardized Human Time, October 24th, 2136. The meeting in the Crocodile Ambassador's office was adjourned and would reconvene tomorrow morning. My arrival had disrupted the proceedings from reaching a consensus, but I was glad I had said my part. News took a long time to travel at interstellar distances, and the Federation representatives were making decisions based on outdated and incomplete information. With that step checked off, I could focus on acquiring the evidence of Arxa first contact. It was peculiar that the records weren't publicly available, but the Arxa had engaged in planet-wide wars. Documentation of such brutality could be traumatizing to watch, so it might be best kept under lock and key. Graphic content should be reserved for the highest-ranking officials. The general public didn't need to live with the full scope of their nightmarish deeds. How would the humans feel if people were traumatized by their own footage? Carlos and Sam should be more open-minded. Chief Nikonus was one of the last to leave Jerulim's meeting, shooting daggers at the Crocodile ambassador. Supposedly, the avian had dive-bombed the Kolshian leader while he announced vote results. I was surprised that Crocodile Alliance personnel weren't removed from Federation activities after not respecting member sovereignty. Their bullying methods were something I'd noticed for years. The Crocodile were pioneers of all aggressive countermeasures we use. They were crucial to our war efforts, I reminded myself. Kolshian soldiers crowded us as the leaders departed, and I wondered if we were bound for a cell. Trespassing charges could be levied against all of us with some validity. My captain's rank was still active, to the best of my knowledge. Disobeying orders could have me stripped of all credentials. Selene didn't seem concerned by our insubordination, though. She was flagging down Nikonus as soon as he rose from his chair.
I stand by my request for answers on the refugee crisis, Chief Nikonus.
The Harchan reporter shouted.
The Federation's disagreement and violence toward each other have left people with no faith in their government.
The elderly Kolshian ambled toward the exit.
Am I to worry about the people's faith now?
Yes. It's a matter of time before someone, maybe at my publication, runs with the info I have. It would be extremely damaging to the Federation. Trust me. You need to sit down with me if you want to maintain stability.
Nikonus paused. The reporter seemed to have struck a nerve with that last comment and left him wondering what dirt she had on the Federation. He didn't know that much of it was silly speculation, combined with predator lies. I suppose he was thinking more about the killing of Federation diplomats, assuming that plot was government-backed.
In my office. Go quietly,
he decided. The Kolshian guards shoved us forward on their leader's order, digging a rifle butt into my shoulder. I walked at a brisk pace for a few steps, then came to an abrupt halt. The soldier tailgating me cursed as he ran into my spines and was left with prickle wounds all over his form. It was all I could do to stifle a chuckle. I could transport myself to the elevator without hovering grunts. The lift descended to the lowest floor, which housed the original suite belonging to the Kolshians. The Commonwealth decor referenced their aquatic roots, with massive saltwater tanks lining the walls. Rows of seaweed were planted on the floor, while floating lilies formed the upper layer. I wondered what the humans would think of placing marine habitats indoors. They'd probably think it was as stupid as I did. Nikonus signaled for his guards to stay outside, and he sealed the doors once we entered his office. Next came a polite tentacle gesture toward a sofa. I was happy to sit down after vaulting onto a table and walking all across the governance complex. Berna shared a glance with Talpin.
Humans are wonderful caretakers, Nikonus. They have nurturing instincts that rival our own.
I'll skip the niceties. You two were brought here to sway votes, and I have little time for mind games,
the chief said. Talpin pounded away at his synthesizer.
Damn you. We wanted the Federation to offer us asylum. Why haven't you done anything for us?
The Predators could have sent you to their friends, the Paltons. They take the most refugees of anyone in the galaxy. We would be happy to coordinate with them.
The Paltons are on the opposite side of Federation space, and you know that. They're a month of travel time away.
Berna spat. The Kolshian chief stood and walked to the door with brisk strides. He whispered something to the guards, who dragged the refugees out by the arm. Outrage pumped through my blood, but I managed to keep silent. All they did was beseech Federation aid. It was sad when enemy predators had gone above and beyond to help us, and our allies thought us an inconvenience. Nikonus settled back down behind his desk.
I will not be guilt-tripped into bringing human spies to live with us. Selene, what is it that you think you know about the Federation?
I have witnesses who say that you gave the voters for diplomatic relations faulty ships. Forensic evidence confirms their tale.
Selene hissed.
You set out to kill Federation diplomats in cold blood, just for speaking with the Predators. Furthermore, you made the Takan representative disappear because he saw your plot.
Bold, yet foolish accusations. A person who did such things could make you disappear too, my dear.
If I don't contact my people within a few days, that story will be run as it is. Simply with the tagline, "Reporter vanishes after questioning Kolshian misconduct." A cover-up would confirm your guilt. But I want to help make this go away. You need Sovlin and I to protect the Federation's interests. You know we'd pick you all over those ugly predators.
Chief Nikonus scrunched up his face at the word ugly. Perhaps he was wondering if we shared the same view of the furless Kolshians, but their aquatic skin was easy on the eyes, and they didn't have the paralyzing stereoscopic vision. The bizarre thing about humans was they had small patches of hair in random places. Regardless, a Harchan individual wouldn't curl her lip at airless beings when her race had no fur either. We better hope Selene's response makes him talk. She just gave our Kolshian host a good reason to dispose of us too.
How much do you know?
Nikonus asked. Selene flicked her tongue in anticipation.
Everything. I know you deleted the first contact files from the records. The Arxa have emotional intelligence and artwork. The Federation saw those traits in humans when we observed them the first time, but only recorded the negative attributes. I get that you wanted Rissell dead for treason. Why didn't you just execute him and the Terran ambassador on Arfa?
I waited for a denial to tumble from the Kolshian's mouth, but the troubled glint in his eyes worried me. His pupils darted toward the door as though he was considering summoning the guards. Chills ran up my spines. There was something off about his reaction. Slander against the Federation should draw a vehement response. Nikonas's bulbous eyes narrowed.
The people recognize me as a reasonable leader who gave a predator the chance to speak. Gunning down a pleading representative in front of cameras makes people question our morality. The exact reason that what Sovlin did is a terrible look. Everyone said I was more than fair to Noah. I even fed and provided for the human.
Determination sparkled in Seleni's gaze.
You didn't fully answer my question. Also, why wait until the diplomats were out of Kolshian territory for the shuttle malfunction?
Out of sensor range. Everyone, including their governments, would assume the predators killed them. Nobody saw what happened, and the people don't need to know.
Why not? Because you hate humans and never intended for them to get a real chance.
I don't hate humans, but their diplomatic efforts cannot succeed. Look at the disaster that is the Venlil. How many civilians want to see humans attending our meetings, walking these grounds, living here? Also, our people would start asking questions about predators that we don't want them to ask.
Unease swelled around in my belly as those last words registered with me. This Kolshian chief must be going senile in his old age. Perhaps I was reading basic paranoia as something more, because the humans kept whispering theories in my ears. Selene palmed her chin.
Federation citizens shouldn't ask questions about how first contact with the Arxa really went. We have it on good faith that you starved the Greys to death.
You must not run that storyline,
the chief hissed, leaping from his seat.
It would do irreparable damage to general morale, and it's not the whole truth. You're a good journalist, Selene, not someone who lives on shock value. Any reporter worth their salt isn't trying to disintegrate the Federation.
Dizziness corkscrewed up my body, and I fought back the urge to scream. A ringing sensation drowned out all auditory signals. The tempest of emotions made me want to pass out. The shock was the strongest as my mind began unraveling. That Kolshian bat couldn't have just said what I heard. The Arxa were the ones who attacked us, because they were the Arxa. My entire worldview was shattered in an instant. The anger over what happened to my family, knowing that the Federation were responsible, it was unspeakable. What I wanted to believe was that humans were unique predators, while the Arxa were demonic monsters. It was difficult to accept that my entire life was based on a lie. Saying that the starvation tale wasn't the whole truth meant that it had some veracity to it. I hadn't even been listening to what Koth said during its interrogation, because an Arxa's words didn't matter. The only thing I cared about was if the humans had made it scream. The Greys deserved to suffer for eating my family alive. Why couldn't the damn Terrans see that? What did you do? I charged across the desk at Nikonus, and my vision blurred from rage. My claws were by his throat before I knew it, pinning him against the chair. You move an inch, and I'll tug your esophagus through your jawbone. The Kolshian blinked.
Calm down. You are quite unstable, Sovlin. Your monkey pals have done a number on you.
Fuck you. They're not monkeys any more than you're a Nectarlan. It's a distant evolutionary link, a term he used to desapientize them. Start talking your heart out, or I'll carve you up. Selene tugged at my arm.
Please stop. You're scaring me. Nikonus is cooperating. Don't you want to hear what he has to say?
No, I don't. We came here to stop a human Arxa alliance, not add fuel to the fire. Maybe we should cover this up, so our people survive. The Arxas say that you tried to make them allergic to meat. I took a deep breath and backed away from the Kolshian. I didn't understand what it was saying, but I think it meant they starve without flesh.
You talk to a Grey.
Nikonus's voice leapt up an octave before he collected himself.
I'm disappointed in you, Sovlin. You used to be a good officer. Now, you're a complete disgrace. Your family would be disgusted with the company you keep.
You know nothing about my family. Talk! Just fucking talk now! While my words were still charged with anger, conscious thought crept in. The logical side of me realized how dangerous it was to publish this. Whatever really happened, we were in a war of extinction. There couldn't afford to be any doubt. Narrative clarity is what gave the Federation conviction. Without it, we would start losing worlds faster than ever, and face divisions within our own ranks. The Kolshian side.
There were 3 of us who laid out the groundwork for the Federation. When Kolshian explorers came in contact with the Far Sol more than 1,000 years ago, the galaxy was young. We were the first in this sector to escape our gravity well. You know about the founding of this institution, but I reiterate it just in case.
The Crocodile were the 3rd.
Selene offered.
Yes. They were a problem from the start. Aggressive, disagreeable. We tried to identify the problem and why they were so ill-equipped for spacefaring. We learned they were scavengers who would occasionally go for fish as well. We were more level-headed because we're herbivores.
My jaw almost hit the floor as I tried to digest this information. The Crocodile, a race I had cooperated with throughout my career, consumed meat 1,000 years ago. It was tough to believe that they'd hidden that fact from everyone else. Thinking of them as predators didn't compute in my brain. By the Protector, they had side-facing eyes, and a religion against flesh-eating beasts. My endearment to the humans was all that stopped me from wanting the birds removed from the Federation. Flesh-eaters deserved a chance, and we had managed to coexist for centuries. I didn't understand what Nikonus's scavenger descriptor meant, but the Kolshians must have put an unholy amount of time into predator research.
We gave them a choice. Take our cure, or we would wipe them out with a bioweapon. It was an easy choice for them. We brought them to be re-educated in camps, and the new religions were the algae on the fruit mash. They had to hate predators, or they'd find a way to revert back.
Selene bore an aghast expression.
You invented the cult of Enatala.
Beliefs, religious or not, are the best way to control people. We planted fake archaeological texts and rewrote their history. They've become a productive race, harder to control now, but the cultural change is stuck. They have an enemy, a purpose.
Do the Crocodile have any idea what was done to them?
The Crocodile don't know this, obviously. That would be cruel, Selene. It's a closely guarded secret of the highest-ranking Far Sol and Kolshians. The process is down to a science, more subtle these days. We keep peace, and give grotesque races a chance at normalcy.
Races? Plural, I echoed. A sadistic glint surfaced in his pupils, though it was gone a second later. Perhaps Nikonus sensed how much this narrative hurt me. I had no idea how to feel about the Crocodile being a cured race. It certainly hadn't ended their aggression, given their intimidation tactics. Still, it would be cruel for Jerulim to learn about this past.
Yes, I'll get to that. We learned a hard lesson about giving full-on predator races the same chance. Hunting and scavenging are different. Hunting, being an actual predator, means unchecked war and violence,
he explained.
The Greys asked us for help with their food problem, then refused to try herbivory. Their arrogance is why they starved.
Selene narrowed her eyes.
You also killed their cattle, to be sure.
They've shouted that one from the rooftops before. Blatantly untrue. We don't kill herbivore animals. We're not predators. That's just absurd.
I swallowed in discomfort. There's others in the Federation that used to eat meat. You said you'd get to that.
Oh, Sovlin, I already told you. For the small minority of species who don't find herbivory alone, we teach them the right way. Doesn't the religion against predators sound familiar?
Something clicked in my brain as the prevalence of the Great Protector faith flashed through my mind. The Federation encouraged it as an emblem of Khajiit culture. No, that couldn't be right. I wasn't a predator. The thought of eating meat sickened me, and our government had been the first to take action against Earth. The damn Kolshian looked so sure of himself, though. Somehow, My heart knew he was telling the truth. I sank to my knees and stared at my lengthy claws in horror. The ancestors in my genes ate carcasses. My body was conditioned for that. Acid surged in my throat before I puked all over Nikonus's feet. The Kolshian leader massaged my neck.
Oh, it's all right. We fixed your species. One of the most successful conversions. Chalk it up to something you have in common with the upright apes.
The self-hatred was on the same level as when I realized my mistake with Marcel. Selene was giving me the petrified look she gave Carlos, like I was a monster. All I wanted was to escape from my body. There was no way I could control predator instincts I didn't know I had. This was a nightmare of unimaginable proportions. No. You're lying, I whimpered.
I am not. See, Selene? It's cruel.
The reporter's eyes watered.
I don't know what to say. This is a lot at once.
I crumpled into a ball, letting my tears drip to the floor. A faint thought wondered how the humans would react, but I didn't have the energy for hypotheticals. Everyone I ever knew and loved, myself and my family, were abominations. Not only had the Federation done what the Arxa said, but our members were corrupted. My perennial allegiance was gone. What did the Gajid history actually look like? What elements of our culture had been wiped away? I didn't know how we'd begin to figure that out with the cradle gone. It wasn't clear who we were, or how to retrain a cohesive identity. The humans, for all their goodwill, couldn't help us in this regard. Nikonus leaned forward.
Now you see why it's important to protect these secrets. People like the Gajids can live in peace from their past. We've made it possible for them to walk among us without threatening stability. We saved them.
What you did is wrong.
Selene whispered, shooting a glance at me.
You've been conducting genetic engineering on innocent species at, I don't even know how large a scale. Your actions are going to kill us all, between the Arxa and the humans.
You haven't learned a thing here. If you publish any of this, I'll shoot it down as a wild fabrication. There's no proof. Nobody would believe you.
The Harchan chuckled bitterly and pointed to her notepad. A tiny camera was taped to the top, blinking yellow. My gaze focused on the lens, a desperate plea for help. I wondered if the humans were watching this live stream now from their shuttle. The Kolshian's eyes widened with horror, and he slapped a tentacle over his mouth. Selene cleared her throat.
They don't have to believe me. You just told everyone yourself.
Nikonus bared his teeth.
What? Short-sighted bitch! You have no idea what you've just done. I should have you both shot.
Ha! Executors on video. Go ahead. The truth is out there, and you can't take it back.
There was a certainty in her words, and she knelt beside me without hesitation. I let her help me stand, grateful for the support. Kindness for the Gajids might be on permanent hiatus now that we were outed as predators. Nausea lingered around the notion of my species eating meat. It would take years to make sense of this interaction. I didn't know that Selene was right to broadcast any of this, even with the lies and manipulation we'd uncovered. Regardless, nobody could have known the content Nikonus would divulge. It would be curious to see how the Federation's citizens reacted to our interview. The humans were destined to side with the Arxa now, so what mattered was the time we had left.
Memory transcription subject, Governor Tava of the Venlil Republic. Date, standardized human time, October 24th, 2136. Wrapped in warm bedsheets, I emerged into a groggy wakefulness. It took a second to identify my surroundings as a hospital room, and another to recall how I ended up here. A human was reclining in a chair, with wire-rimmed glasses over her eyes and dark curls falling over her face. That was Sarah Rosario, browsing something on her holopad. "Sarah," I gargled. Her rosy lips curved up in a smile, and she switched off her reading materials. The predator sprang up from her seat in a heartbeat, pressing a water glass to my lips. I didn't understand why she was here. but it was good to see a familiar face. The scientist hadn't made contact with my office since Earth's fall. I was worried about her. Sarah placed a hand on my shoulder.
Stay down. Your body has been through quite a shock. I don't know how to say this.
I watched in silence as the human bit her lip, a gesture that suggested discomfort. She removed her glasses and set them on the bedside table. The intensity of those forward-facing eyes, observing every little detail, was mesmerizing. I tried to signal with an ear flick that it was okay to be direct.
That was a go-ahead, right? Well, I'm afraid your tail had to be amputated, Tarver.
The scientist sighed.
If it was lacerated a few inches higher, you would have spinal damage. The good news is you can walk and return to normal activities.
I lowered my eyes, taking a moment to process the news. I suspected as much, seeing the look on Noah's face. But so much of our non-verbal communication is with tail signals. It's like your fingers.
I know, and we want to help. I've gotten in touch with some great people on Earth who've created prosthetics for animals.
Sarah offered a comforting smile.
It'll take some getting used to, but the prototype I ordered for you is cutting edge. It'll respond to your brain signals. We'd have it ready quicker, but our manufacturing is scrambled.
My thoughts turned back to the maimed human attendees. It could have been much worse for me, as there had to be a vast number of casualties. My heart ached at the thought of more dead Terrans. I still couldn't understand why anyone would do such a thing. Even predators killed for a reason. Knowing why this happened would offer solace. Explaining an event to my government and my citizens, which no doubt had been sensationalized by the media, would be a challenge. The Venlil populace must be freaked out. The smooth-sailing months of first contact lulled us into feeling safe around humans. This would give the exterminators backing for their vehement objections to the infestation. I leaned back against the pillow. I hope I didn't say anything harsh about humans. My memory is a bit fuzzy on the details.
That's natural. Your brain is protecting itself,
she responded.
You were badly injured and in shock, and what you went through would traumatize a lot of humans too. If you're scared of me now, I'll leave. I understand the event is fresh.
No, please stay. I just feel sad. I really wanted to see humanity succeed. You're my predators, my friends, my snarling guardians. What happened, Sarah? I don't understand.
You know we react differently than you. You might have heard us reference our flight or fight response as opposed to your fight-alone instincts. When crowds panic for you, the stampedes, we can have those too. But if a human group is agitated with our fight side...
Understanding dawned on me, and I exhaled a shuddering laugh. Sarah raised an eyebrow in a quizzical gesture. The fact that it was a predator stampede, not any murderous undercurrent, took a weight off my shoulders. Everyone would be able to grasp how personal agency became hazy in those situations. The humans are just like us. A more aggressive version of us. Of course, the Terrans felt like we did during an Arxa raid. They were threatened by a genocidal enemy, one they couldn't hope to fight or dissuade. Every second on Venlil Prime, they were scared for their lives and for their entire species. Combine that with grief, and even stalwart predators would lose their refinement. The bomb's chaos made fear-driven anger spill over. It was the mere culmination of a horrendous week for humanity. If it's like a stampede, then it'll make sense to any Venlil that things got out of hand. I must issue a statement to the public and see that charges aren't pressed. We know what it's like to lose control, I reassured her.
What? There's no excuse for violence.
Sarah's lips moved in a frenzy, as though she couldn't say the words fast enough.
I was helping you understand the behavior, not exonerating it. Humans are expected to control ourselves, no matter how extreme the circumstances. Many people are hurt or dead. That's never acceptable.
It was awful, I do recall. Noah took a long time to stand. Wait, where is Noah? The female scientist lifted a bouquet of earthborn flowers from the table and brought them over to me. They were an intricate cone of petals bearing a rich shade of red. Unless this was a human gesture of condolences, I assumed those were left as a gift from Noah. I was still puzzled why he wasn't present, but I took the alien plants with gratitude.
Noah sat by your side all night, refused to let any doctors look at him. The blast gave him a minor concussion. I had to talk some sense into him, tell him to rest up.
Sarah said.
I'm sure you'd want him to take care of himself, but he brought you these first. Said he hoped they'd cheer you up.
I flicked my ears. What about Maya? The human's thin smile fell in a heartbeat, like I'd asked her something terrible. There was the knowing glint in her eyes. It was the pitiful look of someone who couldn't bring herself to say the words. Sharing the worst news was difficult when it was bound to enact a heavy toll on another person. Tears swelled around my irises long before she found her voice. Sarah averted her eyes.
The Secretary General is dead. He bled out on the operating table. Too many organs ruptured. Gunshot wounds to the abdomen are nasty. I'm sorry.
I pulled the blanket over my face in an attempt to smother the grief. Elias Meyer had dedicated himself to virtue and the pursuit of peace to the last. Every temptation pushed him the opposite direction, but he was true to his beliefs. He steered humanity toward its best attributes. I counted on him to make hard decisions for everyone's benefit. The Secretary General was always kind to us and bent over backward for our partnership to succeed. Elias will be missed. He was a true leader, willing to do whatever was necessary. He dreamed big. There was so much he could have offered humanity.
The Venlil doctors completed a brain scan post-mortem at the forceful request of extermination officers.
The female human continued.
They wanted data to distinguish good ones from human animals. Analysis of our thoughts, weaknesses and anatomy. Tava, I don't like the sound of that.
My head poked out from the blanket. What? They're not in charge. Get General Cam over there and make sure nobody else touches him.
Cam cleared them out for us as soon as the UN got wind of it. Lots of people don't trust humans after, well, the bomber of the assembly released their call to arms. We don't know how to allay the general fear. We're doing everything we can to identify the culprit, but that might take time.
Sarah lowered herself onto the edge of the bed, bringing her holopad into view. A human wearing a mask was recording themselves on video. Something about the way this one leaned forward with aggression screamed predator. There were no identifying features visible, so this could be any Terran I passed. The surroundings were dark, leaving no way of discerning the location either. Even the voice was distorted by some filter, which made the words throatier than an Arx's cadence.
Our leaders have been putting alien interests before ours. They dragged humanity into a war we have no business being a part of without getting the full picture. Elias Meyer's death is the first step in putting things right. He failed to defend Earth while capitulating to the creatures who put us down. He, and everyone like him, are responsible for the billions dead.
The Predator finished the first segment of their claim. That boastful attitude resembled happiness while taking credit for the dead human leader. How could that seem like an achievement to anyone? Behind the mask, the speaker was expressionless as they continued, but the accusatory finger wag they threw in was decisive, ripe with anger.
It is time we have a government that puts humanity first. We are a superior species, more than the mindless animals that populate this galaxy. It's time we claim our rightful mantle. Justice and retribution are due, not the peace groveling Maya sword to our detriment. He was weak in the face of continual attacks. He was soft in the face of ultimatums, a senile traitor to mankind.
The anonymous Terran breathed an aggravated sigh, losing steam for a moment. They collected their thoughts and refocused on the camera. Despite not being able to see the ferocious eyes, I could feel their gaze cutting through me like a blade. This predator was unstable, polluted by hatred and blame.
From now on, we must make sure that any human who appeases alien interests has no safe haven. The officials must be replaced by force if necessary. We will not allow anyone to apologize for our nature anymore. Any aliens who side against us must be treated as enemies. Now is the time to take action, my fellow man. Make your voices heard, and show no mercy. Death to the Federation!
My eyes stretched wide after the verbose speech concluded on a morbid note. I had no idea that humans had such scorn for the Secretary General, and for the crime of wanting peace of all things. The attack on Earth wasn't his fault. Blaming Maya for not pulling out a miracle was preposterous. Honestly, the Predators were fortunate their planet survived at all. There was a reason Venlil wanted to gloss over the necessary intervention of the Arxa. We didn't want to associate our friends, humanity, with the race of savage tormentors. I doubted many people would be open to considering that the Federation started the war, besides me. My hesitation existed because our Predators had been slapped in the face, time and again. I understood how Terrans might think the Arxa were the lesser evil after recent suffering skewed their view. The Greys were the ones who showed interest in diplomacy and came to Earth's rescue in their darkest hour. I couldn't fault my friends for questioning their loyalties. Still, it was jarring to hear a human murderer call for violent acts against the Federation and the UN. I heaved an anxious sigh. I've never heard one of your people talk like that. Is that what, well, predator disease looks like in predators?
I guess. Most humans are normal as can be. Harmless and less harmed.
Sarah scratched her scalp and hunched her shoulders with discomfort.
Our outliers are more extreme because we have more of an inherent ability for violence. I apologize for the supremacist rhetoric that individual broadcasted.
Not your fault. I'll happily agree that you're a superior species in many ways, but mindless animals sounds like it could come verbatim from an Arxa. I need to get out of here, now! Sarah pushed me back as I swung my legs over the bedside. My brain had blotted out Maya's last request upon waking, likely because my subconscious wanted to avoid the task. The Secretary-General had known his survival odds were negligible. Freeing the Venlil cattle was what he wished to be his legacy. Elias claimed that the nightmarish chief hunter aspired to end the war and sapient farming. It was quite possible the Secretary-General was projecting his own dreams. That human wouldn't have intended for me to get hurt, of course. He had little concept of how manipulative and deceitful Arxa were. It was tough to tell where calculation ended and authenticity began. The hateful words Maya touted as theatrics, a stunt by ISIF to avoid execution, had convinced me well enough. There hadn't been a moment's hesitation when he called me lesser and an animal, much like the human bomber. The fact that the first parallel that popped into my mind was a Terran mass murderer wasn't a good sign. Did I trust the Secretary-General's judgment enough to go through with this? It wasn't like I actually heard what ISIF told Maya for myself, to make my own judgment. It's down to whether I believe an obligate child-eater could want peace.
Stop kicking me, Governor. You're not going anywhere.
The scientist objective.
You're just tiring yourself out.
I flicked my ears. The Venlil cattle exchange has to go through, and Maya isn't here to finish it. This can't wait. I have no idea who your new leader is or what they'll do. Elias begged me to speak to ISIF. I respect him too much not to try.
ISIF? The Arxa's commander in this sector. Maya shouldn't have requested that, especially with your personal history.
Despite that, if an Arxa truly wanted peace, I'm willing to try. It's his intentions I'm concerned about. Our history with them doesn't offer any indication of empathy.
But you know they've shown it to humans.
Or at least mimicked it. The mere thought of ISIF makes me shudder and want to crawl under the bed. Damn it, I'm going before I change my mind. I just have to release a statement to the Venlil people first. For your sake. Sarah knitted her coarse brows together and raised a finger in the Terran 1-second gesture. She retrieved a wheelchair from the corner, moving me into it before I could protest. How weak and frail did the human think I was? I could walk on my own. Getting used to the lack of balance from my missing tail before I first planted with ISIF was important.
I'm coming with you, and it's not a debate. Noah's not the only one who can disregard his welfare,
she quipped. I squirmed as the chair rolled out of the room. You don't have to do that. The work you're doing with the Venlil soldiers is important.
You're more important. Besides, I thought you'd want someone you knew as your liaison. I'm here as the interim ambassador, and also as an old friend who owes her life to you. ISIF is less likely to harm you with a human around, so I'm coming.
Well, all right, if you insist. The two of us have a lot of catching up to do, Sarah. I haven't seen you since the exchange program.
Heh, you were gone to Arthur for over a month with Loverboy. I hate politics anyways. Your diplomatic functions bore me to death, if I'm honest. I'll be a poor ambassador for that stuff.
Likewise doing your work. All the data and analysing would bore me silly. But your curiosity was one of the first things that made me sense a kindred spirit in humans. I know how much research excites you.
Oh, the science going on now is everything I've dreamed of. We're mapping the Venlil genome, testing theory responses, and writing theses about your sociology and ecology. Full study might take centuries, but the breakthroughs we're making are priceless. Suffice to say, I'm happy manning the projects and lecture circuits.
It didn't escape my notice that Sarah avoided mentioning the Arxa as a topic of interest, despite their commonalities with humans. Something told me that she was afraid of ISIF too. The Grey's actions had sickened her from the start. Her unease made me feel a bit better about my soul-crushing dread. What good could come of this meeting Elias wanted beyond a bitter agreement? I wasn't sure it was possible to have a meaningful conversation with creatures that thrived on cruelty. At least sailing off into the night would reassure the Venlil. Visiting Earth would be a public display of trust in humanity, to back my issued statement. If the masses knew the reason for my voyage, it would undermine the soothing explanation about human stampedes. They would spit on Elias Meyer's corpse for broaching the topic, and despise me for negotiating with vile monsters. It wasn't clear how we would disguise the methods used to save any Venlil cattle. This was going to be a precarious situation to manage from an optics perspective. Memory transcription subject: Governor Tarver of the Venlil Republic. Date: Standardized Human Time, October 25th, 2136. This wasn't how I imagined my first visit to Earth. Communicating with a disorganized UN via hail that went unanswered for minutes. The humans on the line were terse at first, but there was a drastic shift in tone after they realized who I was. It made me feel guilty to be landing while they were on edge and reeling from the attacks. The poor Terran governments were still trying to clean up the aftermath. It was stunning to see the sprawling oceans from above. This was not the image of the predator hellscape the Federation depicted. Pictures didn't do Earth's serenity justice. The humans were blessed with a gorgeous homeworld. Perhaps this is why they were obsessed with studying their environment and caring for animal life, despite their preordained role as killers. When I asked to be pointed to Chief Hunter Isif, we were referred to a base outside New York City. My heart ached as I recalled that was once the UN's headquarters. Our ship was granted immediate clearance by the regional powers, and the American tribe heaped on apologies that they couldn't scramble a proper welcome. It did surprise me that the US radio operator politely said she hoped I wasn't here to stir up trouble. Our predator friends really didn't want to piss off the Arxa. A green and brown pelted human waited outside the ship with a contingent behind them.
Governor Tarva, we're honored by your visit. Please let us know if there's anything you need.
The soldier snapped a hand to their forehead, and the others behind mirrored the cue. I didn't understand what this gesture meant, but it seemed respectful. It was difficult to discern every human cue, since their body language varied so drastically from the rest of the galaxy. I wished once again that they had tails to make it easier. Sarah sensed my confusion and leaned by my ear.
That's a salute. It's a military gesture of respect. They're welcoming you as one of their own.
Thanks? Do I do it back? I asked. The American soldier chuckled.
Ha ha, sure, you can if you want.
I raised my paw awkwardly, pressing the pad down against my ear. The humans had a good-natured laugh at my discomfort, and the leader extended a clawless hand in greeting. Recognizing that invitation as the primary human introductory gesture, a show of non-hostility, I placed my paw in their hand. Those fingers tightened in a vice-like grip for a moment, before breaking away.
Chief Hunter Isif is in the mobile unit there with the excessive, decorative weapon displays. We're surprised and slightly concerned by your request, Governor.
The spokesperson growled.
That said, we're happy to acquiesce any ask by our oldest alien ally. Would you like an escort?
I flicked my ears. No, thank you. Though perhaps you could wait outside in case I need, help? The soldier nodded and stepped out of my way. Sarah trailed behind me with delicate footsteps, taking a while to survey the devastation. The horror was plain on her face as she saw the raised skyline. This place had once been a teeming mass of Terran civilization. The grand architecture and the homes of millions were obliterated in the bombing, which left the population center in disarray. I had no idea if Isif had been told to expect us, but he hadn't left any greys waiting outside. The door wasn't left ajar as an invitation either. That set me more on edge than I already was, escalating the knot of fear in my stomach. Perhaps the chief hunter wasn't at all interested in talks with the lesser species and was lying inside in ambush. What was I thinking? My feet came to a halt by the door, standing stationary. No, I don't want to. Sarah placed a hand on my shoulder.
You don't have to do this. We can turn back. I'm sure the American military would be happy to go through the dog and pony show, even in their current state.
The what? Help me walk in.
You're asking me to carry you? That'll probably be a bad look.
Never mind. You're right. Sucking in a gasping breath, I slammed my paw down on the door handle. The room was pitch black, despite it being midday. The Arxa had placed blackout curtains over every window. A single lamp was turned on in the corner, illuminating Isif's silhouette. The predator was massive, with a girth that put the weightiest humans to shame. That was due to his hardy skeleton and abdominal muscles. The rough scales were visible on his spine since he had dropped to all fours. It was on the floor with a Gajid child in its mouth. The beast was snacking on the poor little thing, who was wailing her head off.
Woo! Ah!
She shrieked. My horror turned to confusion as I realized Chief Hunter Isif was spinning around in circles. Upon closer inspection, the Arxa had his teeth gripping the child's scruff. He hadn't even drawn blood, despite being able to taste her flesh. There were no signs of drool around his lips, or dilation in his slit pupils either. If I didn't know better, I'd think the prey kid was enjoying this. She was moving her arms up and down like a bird's wings. The hunter stopped moving his paws and set the child down on the floor. The Gajid giggled, bouncing on her haunches.
Again, Scifi! Faster this time!
She cheered. The Arxa issued a bone-chilling growl that set my fur on end.
My name is not Scifi. Scifi is harder to say than Isif.
But Scifi is a better name. It's super cute.
Cute? Why, you leaf-licking demon. Take it back.
No, I don't listen to you.
You came into my cabin, so you will listen to me. Don't make me roar at you, Nulia.
Yes, roar. Roar at that Venlil. It'll be funny.
The Arxa whipped around, lacking peripheral vision like the humans. Isif had been distracted with Nulia, likely from resisting his urges to wolf her down. He hadn't noticed my entrance. I locked my limbs as his gaze landed on me. The last thing I wanted was to tremble and bray, but tears welled in my eyes nonetheless. That thing looks so hungry, like he's sizing me up. Those jerky pupil movements. How did I ever think Noah was scary? This was a mistake.
Tava? A Venlil governor?
Isif growled, his voice laced with surprise.
Come in, please. I need help with the brat.
Nulia poked her claws against his fangs.
See? Scifi is nice, Talva. He looks like the bad monsters, but he rescued us. He's not gonna eat anyone.
Quit sticking your grubby claws in my mouth. How would you like someone doing that to you?
I don't have the snarling teeth. You do. Mausel doesn't care at all.
If Marcel is happy to be poked and prodded, that's his business. It's obvious he doesn't discipline you at all.
My eyes widened as I picked up on the word Marcel. Perhaps that was a common male name for humans, since the odds that the tortured predator was here were astronomical. The Arxa flared his nostrils and picked Nulia up by the scruff. He stalked past me, returning to a bipedal stance. A human male limped up the stairs with only stubble on his scalp. There was panic in his hazel eyes, along with a nasty pair of scars on his cheek. That was, in fact, the same wounds I'd seen on the half-dead human. His jaw dropped as he saw the Arxa taunting the Gajid. The Terran lunged forward, snatching Nulia away with shaking hands. Marcel bared his teeth, eyebrows slanted down.
I've been looking everywhere for you. What were you thinking wandering into an Arxa's lodgings? You're lucky that I'll tell you later.
Marcel, I squeaked. It's good to see you up and about. A reddish eyebrow arched in confusion.
Governor Tarver, I don't believe we're acquainted, so I presume... well...
Sarah nodded her agreement.
We both were there when you were wheeled in. It's wonderful to see you made a full recovery.
Haven't got that far yet. Still working on getting my head right, and I'm not ashamed about it. Anyways, Nearly has been naughty and is going to be grounded. Take care, guys.
No! Why are you so mean? Stupid mousel.
The Gajid wailed.
I didn't do anything! I hate you!
The red-haired human snorted, pursing his lips with displeasure. It was nice to see him in good spirits, though I wondered how he wound up as the caretaker for a Gajid. Terran predators seemed more than willing to bond with anything cute or young. I was just relieved to see Marcel's trauma hadn't turned him against aliens. Slanik must have been helpful on that front.
Bah! Humans are soft, aren't they? If I talked to my mother like that, she would have cracked my skull.
Isif rumbled. That's sad. I turned around to face him, using all of my strength to meet his gaze. There's nothing powerful about hurting someone who can't fight back.
I suppose, as we say, it's the weakling who seeks the slow-running prey. Tarver, this war proves nothing. Where is the pride of the hunt? The entire Federation is slow-running prey, far as I'm concerned.
We're not prey. We shouldn't have to be running at all. We're people, not your food. The Arxer closed his maw, studying me with interest. There was a hint of surprise in the pupils, perhaps even some grudging respect. I'd never looked at a Grey's visage as anything more than a mindless predator. A smidge of thought and emotion was in there, even if it all went toward cruel intelligence. Whatever I expected from Isif, it wasn't playing with a Gajid child. He has some self-control, even if it's taxed now. Sarah clasped her fingers together.
Prey is demeaning. If the governor doesn't want to accept that label anymore, power to her. I know I'd like to have people stop calling me Predator.
I ducked my head. I'm working on that, but it slips out when I'm scared.
Tarver, you don't call me a Grey, and I'll drop the word prey. Such a stupid name.
Isif hissed.
Your fur is grey, and they don't call you that. Fair, yes?
I plopped myself on the couch. Fair.
You are fascinating. I do see why the humans think you have potential. You reined in your fear faster than any herbivore I've seen. You talk to me.
Because I want to understand. I understand what an obligate carnivore is now. I know that you can eat fruit feasts and starve. What I don't understand is why you didn't try to stop this. Or make it quick. The Arxer walked slowly, his form lumbering through the shadows. I could imagine the Federation never looked at such monstrosities as truly sapient. These weren't the social humans whose common ancestors included tree-dwelling frugivores. Isif had bony claws that could tear through skeletal muscle and yellow teeth that curved out of his jaw. He was the perfect killing machine. Sarah was uninterested in sitting. She preferred to stay on her feet. The Grey paused by the couch, eyeing the open spot next to me. His tail lashed the cushion and waited for a reaction. A predator I had screaming nightmares about was so close, staring me down. I could feel his rank breath on my neck. My heart pushed against my ribcage, leaving me with the urge to clutch my chest. Those flaring nostrils must be picking up my nutritious blood. If I understood how scent worked, he could taste me on the breeze. I was certain he could smell the fear chemicals coursing through my scrawny frame. My breathing was becoming erratic, despite my effort to measure it. Isif leaned back.
I am trying to make this war stop. Some idiots from your side started this all. It doesn't matter much now. They're dead. Neither of us are responsible for what our species did.
You're a chief hunter. That's not a powerless grunt.
Sarah interjected.
I'm one person. The fighting was necessary. The cost of the Federation winning the war was higher than us winning, until now. Venlil are curious, accepting predators, an anomaly.
I hugged my knees to my chest. Do the Arxa even have a society? To lose? What are you? The chief hunter retrieved a holopad from an armrest. The device had grips carved into the back, which were clearly meant to suit an Arxa's claws. He pounded at a keyboard that seemed to have an alphabet of random slashes, and a low growl rumbled in his throat. The predator picked out a single image, turning it to me. The picture looked like a village of modest huts, separated from each other by sizable distances. The Arxa might as well have installed chasms between themselves and their neighbours. There was no electricity visible inside the dwellings, since the nocturnal greys preferred darkness. I guessed they'd only use power for appliances. Surprisingly, there were no carcasses hanging outside, and no blood on the overgrown grass. All roads seemed to converge on the woods, where the activity ticked up. Bulky greys were fighting in pavilions, while younger ones practiced stalking alone on wobbly pedestals. It figured that their playing was all hunting and violence. The humans at least have the decency to mask their predation. They would never think about hunting for fun. Isif bared his teeth.
That's our homeworld, the warm spheroid we call Riss. That means rock, loosely. Most people work on the farms in Betterment, in shipping and manufacturing, or in the military. The government assigns rations based on merit.
Sapient rations. All you ever ate.
The alternative is to starve. I do not wish to die that way. You do not know what it is to be hungry, to live with pains and cravings.
I would rather starve than eat people.
That's easy to say when you're content and sated, is it not? Ask your human friends what they are like when deprived of food. They eat each other in extreme cases.
My eyes shifted to Sarah, who flinched. The human scientist brought a fist to her lips, coughing awkwardly. The thought of my predator friends eating their own kind made my stomach flip. I hadn't thought they'd munch on Venlil, let alone other Terrans. Was the Arxa mistaken?
Cannibalism is taboo and very rare,
she managed.
Many humans will do anything to survive. As Isif said, it's usually in extreme cases with no other food for an extended time.
That's appalling. That's worse than predatory.
Of course it is. But Venlil steal food from each other during your famines. Eating human flesh sickens us, and that is an awful decision to make. Your body can't function without food and water. It's a biological requirement.
It was still fresh in my memory how outraged Sarah was when she learned of the Venlil cattle. I recalled how widespread fury and disgust took root across Earth when they discovered our plight. Yet now, the scientist was downplaying the consumption of sapiens. Her own race. Was starvation the only excuse predator races needed to cast aside their morals? Isif curled his lip.
Arxa have such cases too. Also rare for us. Many people are desperate now, but it's punishable by execution. The diseases are too dangerous, so the Dominion, made examples.
What? Diseases? I squeaked. Sarah buried her face in her hands.
Prion diseases. Transmitted through faulty proteins. Always lethal. Beyond the moral issues, that's a good incentive for us not to, eat human flesh.
There's communicable diseases that can only spread through predation. It's a wonder the omnivore humans haven't all gone vegetarian. It was tough to reconcile the disconnect between the civilized humans I knew and the worrisome practices I continued to uncover from many that were desperate. This exchange made me feel a lot less certain on Terrans never eating Venlil, a qualifier I had believed with all my heart. These two alien predators who had more in common than I'd like to admit. I knew Elias Meyer hid a lot from us under his regime, but the extent of the omissions was startling. Isif tilted his head.
You could help humanity now, Tava. Unless you think they deserve to choose between eating their dead or starving to death alongside their kin.
I am helping. I love them still, I said, wiping a frightful tear away. But I've given them everything I can spare, and then some.
No, you have not. You know of their lab-grown meat, which the humans conveniently avoided divulging to me. That is the prize catch, don't you see? Grow enough to satisfy our cattle deal, because your friends can't afford to give their scraps away. Then you can send surplus food to Earth. Fill some empty bellies.
You're insane. You think Venlil would ever grow flesh as predator food? The backlash I would get.
It's a small price to free millions of Venlil without the animal killing you pretend your paws are clean of. You're a hunting challenged species, but it's truly no different than cell cultures.
Hunting challenged species was a roundabout way of calling Venlil prey. I tried to swish my tail in irritation, but the missing appendage was unresponsive. It was surprising the Arxer hadn't commented on the amputated stump. He didn't question why Elias Meyer wasn't present either, so I suppose he'd learned of the bombing. Isif was correct that it was only cell cultures and lab work, but growing carcasses was a tough pill to swallow. It felt like a betrayal of everything the Federation believed in. Like we were selling ourselves out. Mixed emotions played at my human companion's face, as though she was debating whether to agree with him. Putting our industrial capacity to manufacturing dead bodies. Yikes, I thought to myself. The Venlil extermination officers will say it's a slippery slope to enabling wildlife murder. They might be right. Sarah bit her lip.
While that would be helpful, I don't want to pressure the governor. Growing predator food for you, and even for us, would sicken her.
I'm sure it is not a savory thought when she finds everything about the Arxer abhorrent. But it is never wrong to do what you must to survive, and for the greater good.
Isif growled. I blinked. I don't know if we can get past the stigma.
Think of it this way. If you had grown meat for us from the start, how many Federation lives would not have been lost? How many years of pain would have been avoided? I ask myself those questions about the Arxer, and it helps me speak to you. My pride and my culture say I do not need your kind, but the stigma is inconsequential. It is illogical.
I know it's illogical. I thought about the feral predator's words and how my daughter could still be alive. Would I not grow flesh in a heartbeat if it stopped the Arxer from bombing Venlil schools? I'll try to get it through. Rush it even. I won't make any promises, but let's plan for the exchange 5 weeks from today. The chief hunter rose from the couch, attempting to give a polite tail swish. It came across as a rapid lash, but I recognized it as an effort to communicate in our terms. I couldn't believe how insightful that dialogue was, and how polished the grey was. Because of the humans, the Venlil took the first step to repairing the rift between predator and prey. It remained to be seen if this cattle plot the United Nations dreamt up ended in disaster.
Memory transcription subject, Captain Sovlin, Federation Fleet Command. Date, Standardized Human Time, October 27th, 2136. The overall reaction to the news on Arthur was pure pandemonium. I believe that the Kolshian public as a whole had no idea about any of this. They were livid with their own government for keeping predator species alive. Leaders of every planet rushed to the airwaves to broadcast statements, with a few withdrawing all ties to any converted race. The Crocodile ambassador barricaded himself in his quarters and reportedly called in airstrikes on his own holdout worlds. The avian commanders would not adhere to this order, which drove him further into a rage. After leading the raid on Earth, it was too much for them to process that they were the first sapient flesh-eaters. Chief Nikonus did not resign his post, and instead attempted to appease the angered members. The Kolshians had been the leading force among races that sought a military alliance with Earth. A new coalition was organized to threaten anyone who left the Federation or reached out to humanity. Tens of thousands of ships were brought on preemptive standby. But the neutral factions were the interesting ones to observe. The divide became skewed in the humans' favor as the Federation turned on each other. Of the non-converted neutrals, those with close ties to presumed omnivores were the likeliest to offer aid. The Salian and Iftalia Alliance, a government consisting of 2 sapient species from the same world, were the first to announce their support for Earth. The Iftali's religion, based on dietary purity, led to unpleasant conclusions. I hadn't come to terms with being a predator, or a scavenger as Nikonus had put it. Selene worked tirelessly to spin a tale of victimhood, but I didn't feel oppressed. Perhaps the Kolshians were right, that they turned the Gajid into something worth saving. We were a better species for not eating meat and never knowing that temptation. What would the humans say? Is it wrong to feel that this cure was a cure? That I'm a disease? Right now, I was engaging in my first interaction with the Federation in days. The Mazik and Dossar ambassadors were present as Terran-allied parties. The other attendees, the Harchan and Tillfish representatives, were both partial contributors to the Annihilation Fleet. The meeting location was outside of Arthur on an abandoned station. It was difficult to focus on the conversation, but I was needed here to guess at humanity's desires. Queeper, the Mazik vice president, flared her trunk.
We've known contaminated species like the Gajeeds and the Tillfish for centuries. I can't believe that they all were harboring bloodlust in secret for so long. That's solid evidence that humans might, just might, be genuine allies.
I had no idea about any of this. I thought just like any of you. I'm still disgusted by predators, I mumbled in a dazed voice. Harchan Ambassador Ryler ignored me, focusing on Selene.
This has given me a new perspective on humanity. They're predators, but they're open about it. Not hiding among us.
We only contributed about 100 ships. The Federation brainwashed us into thinking predators needed to be destroyed.
The Tillfish representative Dwell was an insectoid being with mandibles and a black exoskeleton.
The Kolshians won't help us or acknowledge us now. We can't predict what they'll do to our people next, but the only species that might have helped us is set on our heels.
Surrender. They might kill you, but who really cares now? I don't, I sighed. The Harchan reporter glowered at me, floored by my brusqueness. I suppose I had crossed a line with that remark. Still, my sympathy for a species that wanted to kill humanity right up until it was their arse on the line was dwindling. Everything felt hollow since the revelation. We were all a lot of hypocrites. I just wanted to hurt something, which I guessed was the buried predator talking. You're a monster, Sovlin, in so many ways. You are disgusting.
The humans themselves said revenge wasn't about blind genocide. Get a grip.
Selene hissed. I chewed my claws. Sorry. I just understand that the Arks are going to kill us all. And the humans, they'd be well within their rights to tell all of us to fuck off. The Harchan reporter glanced at her holopad as though she was waiting for someone. I noticed that she had been rather apprehensive around me since Nakornus told her the truth. Writing off my temper as a poor attitude wasn't simple anymore. We had known each other for years, and now it was as if we were strangers. My ears detected a faint sound, like the patter of rain on a rooftop. Instead of coming from above, the light vibrations echoed through the floor. Something bipedal was attempting stealthy movement. My reptile friend showed visible relief as she picked up on it too. That suggested it wasn't Kolshian soldiers here to knock us off. Two human figures clicked open the door and turned their backs to us. They must be checking that nobody had followed them. The predators were covered head to toe in full body armor with helmets that concealed their features. I could tell from the slight limp in the male step that it was Carlos covering the rear. The slender predator, likely Samantha, made a high-pitched sound. It sounded similar to a bird whistle and was followed by a hand wave. Attacking male ducked out from behind a corner, receiving the coast clear message. I was shocked at the condition he was in. There were gashes and contusions all over his silver hide.
What did you do to him?
Queeper shrieked with a trunk flare.
Who invited you lot?
Selene raised an arm.
I invited them.
Carlos inhaled sharply, tightening his fingers around his gun.
That's the Takan ambassador, jailed and mistreated by the Kolshians. We broke him out while cantankerous Sovlin was snooping around.
Oh, sorry. Old habit.
The Mazik responded.
It's good to see you, predators.
Ambassador Ryler was frozen at the sight of the predators. The humans were twice the height of an average Harchan before Gear bulked them up. She held a pen out in front of her with stiff arms, as if that would ward off gun-toting primates. To be fair, she was probably leaving this station in their custody, or in a body bag. Dwell took a different approach and clicked his mandibles in a submissive note. He scuttled forward on his black, jointed legs, which connected to his rotund thorax. The Tillfish shook as he threw himself at the human's feet. His antennae quivered and his beady eyes fixed on them, waiting for a reaction. Carlos jumped backwards with apparent fright and barely kept his twitchy finger off the trigger. Samantha shook her head, muttering curses and denials. A shudder rippled down her back while her legs seemed unsteady. The predator's response was bizarre, something I hadn't seen from them. Were the humans afraid? They'd never shown any fear of aliens, not since I'd known them. Hell, both of these soldiers had gone up against the worst the galaxy had to offer. Carlos was eager to go toe-to-toe with an Axa, throwing himself in its face without hesitation. Samantha jumped out amidst flames to turn the tables on exterminators. What in the Protector has gotten into them? This is almost comical that an insect species is what elicited fear from them. Dwell, back up. I think you're scaring them, I growled. Carlos took a shaky breath.
More like freaking me the fuck out.
I second that. Totally creepy, man.
Samantha added.
Selene, a little warning next time.
Selene looked bewildered.
Warning for what?
The human predators watched warily as the tillfish shuffled back on his spindly legs. The Takan representative was happy to take a seat, but the Terrans were hesitant to enter. Their posture, which was fluid and graceful under normal circumstances, had gone rigid as a board. They beckoned to me and Selene while swallowing more often than usual. The other representative stared as the Harchan journalist and I jogged up to the predators. The UN soldiers pulled us aside, keeping their voices hushed. Their body language suggested tension, and they kept shooting glances at the tillfish. It was threat assessment. They wanted to be certain he hadn't moved.
First off, great work with Nikonas, both of you. More on that later.
Samantha cleared her throat.
So, many humans find bugs and crawly things unnerving, or outright disgusting. I'm not sure I can talk to whatever that is.
Seriously? You're afraid of them, not the Axa?
Don't judge me. The deadliest animal on our planet is a tiny little insect called a mosquito. Worse than all those predators you hate.
The human female hissed. Carlos nodded.
Also, where Sam lives, there's spiders everywhere that are fucking deadly too. We've evolved to be afraid of them because they're venomous.
I leaned back in understanding. They're your natural predators. That's kinda hilarious, to be honest. See? Now you know how we feel talking to you.
Oh, fuck you, Sovlin.
I could sense the female's mellowed eyes beneath her suit.
Give us a briefing on that dwell, you called it. I need a moment.
I took the knowledge of the predator's weakness away. This was the first time I'd ever seen their fearful reactions, and I hoped the humans could fight the irrationality. By the Protector's blessing, they hadn't even referred to the child-eating Axa as a depersonalized it. It wasn't clear how they'd react to an enemy species that set off internal alarms. Selene piped up with a bashful expression.
Dwell's species is called the tillfish. They're one of the modified races, we think. They were the smallest contributor to the attack on Earth with a mere 100 ships.
They attacked us, so we can kill them with a clear conscience. Thank the Lord.
Samantha mumbled. Carlos crossed his arms.
I doubt they're all complicit. Everyone wanted to kill us because we looked creepy, Sam. Let's not be like that. I'm good now, so let's talk to the giant spider ant thing before making decisions.
The female predator snorted.
Sure, why not? Just another Friday with the peacekeepers. See space, meet exciting new people, they said. It'll be fun, they said.
Samantha shook her head and strode into the room with careful steps. She seemed to be mapping an exit route if needed. Neither human took a seat by the table. There was no doubt the assembled representatives had noticed their jumpiness. I hoped the Terrans could get it together. Perhaps it would be best to force Dwell to leave the proceedings before someone got hurt. Allah, the Dossa diplomat, chittered from atop the table. Hailing from the most diminutive species in the galaxy, the size gap was a difficult hurdle to overcome. The Dossa hadn't believed humanity's tale about their representative's death and broke off relations with Earth. However, after Nikonas affirmed Kolshian culpability on tape, the rodents were back at the bargaining table.
Now that is adorable,
Carlos decided.
Look at those little ginger mouse ears. Hi.
Allah shuddered at the predator's roar.
No! No! Please! No eat! No eat!
You want to step outside, buddy? I asked gently. The rodent scurried away at once, and the humans slumped their shoulders. You're a lot bigger than him. Take heart, though. The Dosser are one of your original allies. The male soldier sighed.
He is tiny. So much for...
Excuse me, O Supreme Predators. I beseech your mercy humbly. I apologize for my unworthy display earlier.
Dwell clicked his mandibles with adoration, but had the good sense to keep his distance this time.
I will see that all 1,500 of our ships are turned over to you. Anything we have, including our territory, is yours. Please accept the Tillfish's unconditional surrender, and just let my people live.
Samantha rubbed the back of her neck, a self-soothing gesture.
Yes, we will pass along your surrender. Deliver your ships to the Sol system and await our decision. We're under no obligation to show you mercy, Bug.
The Tillfish adopted a mournful expression, but didn't argue with the human's curt reply. If the predators were thinking straight, they'd see the pragmatism of accepting that offer. Assimilating the insectoid ships into their decimated armada would help them get back into the war. It would also set a precedent, so other enemies might surrender without a fight.
Ignore my counterpart. Humanity recognizes your surrender and will give the civilian presence full consideration.
Kalwas cut in.
Sam, I hate what they did to us, but the Federation has these people indoctrinated. They're not all bad. Look at Selene versus her race.
The reporter tilted her head.
Thanks.
Don't mention it. I extend the same offer to your ambassador for your sake, Selene. Perhaps Ryla has a bit more regret now than she did on your recording.
Yes. How terribly sad about Earth. Very sad indeed.
The Hatchin politician agreed. The humans tilted their heads. Even without seeing their expressions, I could tell they found that response less than convincing. It was easy to visualize the sourness on Sam's face as she cracked her knuckles slowly. Regardless of their instincts toward the Tillfish, Dwell's groveling surrender landed better than Ryla's lukewarm act. The Harchan ambassador is lucky there's other species here that the humans don't want to chase off. Carlos sighed.
Humanity plans to go on the offensive before something else is done to us. Can we count on support from our friends?
Queeper flared her trunk.
We'll send some of our military and organize every ally we can. The Dosser won't be useful, but you're welcome to ask. Us Mazics will lend our ships and our army to your command. And I'm sure the Takan can clear the air with his government too.
I agree. It's time to take the fight to the Federation. We are not their toys.
The liberated Takan spat.
Humanity can lead us out of this darkness. They will. They must.
My spines bristled at the thought of war. The Salian and Iftalis are rapidly coordinating dozens of neutrals to launch to Earth, but the Federation is going to hit them hard soon. There's no turning back, humans. I trust you to do things the right way, even if you don't trust yourselves. The two predators shared a glance, and the assembled species scrutinized their mannerisms. I contemplated how humans were the only purpose I had left. Serving my debt to their kind was all that kept a wretch like me going. This was about vindicating an innocent race. None of my personal history mattered anymore, since everything I ever believed was a lie. Samantha cleared her throat.
Time to go home. Come along, Sovlin. And Selene, if you want. There's a lot of plans to be hatched.
War was a terrifying prospect, though the humans didn't share my trepidation. They were eager to have a shot at actualizing revenge. The Terran resurgence could be swift and decisive if they turned a few species scraps into a proper army. There was nobody else that could lead us into the future or influence the Arxer at all. The fate of billions rested with the Predator's next actions. Memory transcription subject: Captain Sovlin, United Nations Fleet Command. Date: Standardized Human Time, November 27th, 2136. The United Nations extended me an official plea deal, which my lawyer was quick to secure. I was to serve with the Terran military for at least 5 years as penance for my debt. The fact was, Someone of my sickening proclivities was useful to them, and I knew a lot about Federation ships. Outlining a species' military tendencies and technological weaknesses was my speciality. The humans had cobbled together a fleet from the offerings that trickled in from dozens of planet states. The Harchen and Tillfish surrendered their assets and sent aid shipments as a peace offering. The Predators were still deliberating what to do with them. However, neutral parties contributed the bulk of the vessels, along with a few old allies. The Terrans rushed the integration of millions of Federation servicemen into their ranks after a mere week of anti-instinct training. Most aliens aboard this vessel were still acclimatizing to Predators. Ambitious as ever, the Terrans launched defensive and offensive operations simultaneously. But in fairness to their overzealous military, it was a mercy they diverted resources to bail out the Mazics. The Kultian-led force marching on their homeworld, Koa, was enough to steamroll any fortifications. My role was as the resident expert on Federation tactics. I knew the terrain and local sensitivities better than my primate allies. Captain Monaghan scanned the bridge with her observant gaze.
All hands are on deck. FTL disruptors are still in full force, so we're going in the old-fashioned way. ETA to Koa, less than 30 minutes. Settle in at the census station, Sovlin.
I'd worked with just about every race over the years. Now, we were setting sail to fight people I once thought friends. It didn't put a good feeling in my stomach, but the masterminds needed to answer for their crimes. The Kultians and the Farsul were the ones who set the Predator hatred in motion. They bore responsibility for what had transpired on Earth. I don't belong with humans, Ma'am, came my subdued reply. Your crew deserves better. I'm surprised you requested me back.
Frankly, you're an idiot in many ways, but you know a thing or two about alien tactics. Having someone who can identify anomalies and ship types in real time is useful.
Glad I can do something right.
Cut the crap. Romero and Harris were brought aboard for your welfare. They're waiting for you. Yes, with other people. Don't be shy. Get your ass to your post.
It took a colossal effort to walk across the aisle and settle in at the weapons post. Samantha was sipping at a steaming drink and bore the vacant look of someone whose mind was elsewhere. Carlos was focused on the battle readout, barely acknowledging my stare. I wondered how the humans came to terms with their monstrous side when I just couldn't get past mine. Sapiens aren't supposed to be like us. Who the fuck am I now? My gaze drifted to the unfamiliar human who was leading the weapons station. This male was one of the tallest humans I'd seen, with a few inches on even Carlos. The Predator sported lean muscles across his upper body and had coarse hair the color of sand. Ayortul was seated alongside the Terran, reviewing the button functionality. Hello, I offered. Binocular eyes darted over to me, a rich blue.
I was told we had a Gajid here. I served on the Cradle, actually, with one of the few Venlil that joined us. I would have never guessed you guys were omnivores too.
The Terrans were the only species that didn't think we were freaks after the broadcast. They welcomed the news of past omnivores, rejoicing that they weren't alone in their preferences. But while I'd come around to humanity's cause, the last thing I wanted was to be a predator. It was a lonely status, full of grisly practices and animalism. How could I be in the same class as an Arxer? Carlos coughed.
Don't bring that up. They were raised from birth to hate meat-eaters. Told there was nothing worse. Our buddy here has had a rough time of it.
Right. My bad.
The stranger agreed.
Anyhow, I'm Tyler Cardona, and this is my partner from the Ortal Exchange program, Onzo. The last month has been pretty shit, but I was stoked to get accepted to that initiative.
Onzo flicked his reddish ears.
Tyler wouldn't even eat meat around me when we first met. It was like he was scared to talk about Earth.
You didn't see how the Venlil I was with reacted. Slanik, that was his name. He puked his guts out and had a breakdown from a few beef crumbles in my MRE.
My spines bristled in alarm as the name Slanik reached my ears. It was as though someone dumped a bucket of ice-cold water on my head. If this Tyler knew the Venlil, he likely knew Marcel by extension. The red-haired human had mentioned he'd served on the Cradle and spoke about the tragedies that unfolded. Protector. It was just my luck to get stuck serving under one of his buddies. I was fortunate Tyler didn't realize who I was. For this particular human, my crimes were a personal attack on someone he cared about. I shot Sam and Carlos a pleading look, imploring them not to pipe up. Perhaps it was necessary to ask Captain Monaghan for a transfer, although her reaction would be one of displeasure. Put simply, my identity could interfere with station performance if it came to light.
By the way, isn't this a sick ride? I couldn't pass up a chance to serve on one of the few human craft left in service.
The sand-haired Terran continued, giving the desk an enthusiastic slap.
Captain requested me because I'm an expert on the fear suppression program. You hear that, Onzo? Expert.
Quit the yapping. Will you let the newcomers get a word in? What's your name, Khajiit?
Onzo asked. I narrowed my eyes. Don't have one. Tyler snorted.
Ha! Of course you do. Don't make me pry it out of your buddies. What's your problem?
My problem is you talk too much, and we're about to go into battle. Even Onzo notices you can't keep a lid on it, so kindly shut the fuck up. The smile vanished from the censored officer's face, and he shot his Yortulpal an incredulous look. His features took on a scowl as he turned back to me. I squirmed under his paralyzing glare, knowing my words were too harsh. It wasn't my intent to offend the big guy, but opening up to him wasn't an option. It wasn't wise to advertise my identity to humans in general, let alone a packmate of Marcel. A dangerous growl rumbled in his throat.
I am an officer of this ship. You don't get to speak to me like that.
Hey, Tyler, I know he's being an ass. He takes a while to open up to humans.
Carlos jumped in.
Please, cut him a break this once. Just let him settle in first, and warm up to you in his own time.
Whatever. But it better not happen again. You want all work, no play. Start analyzing the subspace data and plotting intercept vectors. Give me a list of potential targets as soon as enemies are in sight.
I lowered my eyes. Yes, sir. Samantha sipped at her bean drink, momentary interest in her eyes. The female human and I had been getting along better since Selene's rescue. All the same, I wondered if she'd turn me in to Tyler down the line. After this battle, I had to get myself transferred to a different station. Weapons would be more up my alley anyways. With a great deal of effort, I zeroed in on the sensor data. The subspace trails we could detect were faint, coming from the direction of Arthur. We had assumed the enemy would beat us here by a few hours. Visual contact was needed to assess the drive signatures and determine how many species we were up against. I worried just how far the Federation would go with their organization fracturing. The Mazics needed to hold out a little longer. I cleared my throat. No sign of friendly activity. The fact that there's no outbound trails suggests the skirmish is ongoing. Good news.
Why is that?
Tyler asked in a gruff voice. The Federation would send word home if they'd achieved victory. We need to get a comm link with the Mazics. Make sure their planetary defenses don't start picking us off. The census officer relayed the message to Captain Monaghan, who nodded in agreement. She issued orders to a Fisson at the comm station, which was where most prey had been relegated. The alien crew members were doing their job seamlessly so far, but humans were best suited for high-stress roles. Nobody else had the ability to block out fear like it wasn't even there. Onzo tampered with the viewport settings, straining on his digitigrade legs. The Auto looked more comfortable with the technology than I expected. Perhaps Tyler had taught him the modern ways somehow. The blonde human hadn't shown any concern with leaving a primitive novice unattended. It was a wonder those two found any common ground for friendship. I pored over the subspace trails and fed the data to the computer for analysis. The AI took several seconds to extrapolate optimal paths once I input Koa as the primary target. It was likely the Federation would take a conservative approach in case of a human ambush. Predators were predictable, but the same could be said of prey. The normal races. That meant we might be able to spot a lookout ship. If we can take them out before they relay useful data, that's ideal. The less information the enemy has, the better. I leaned over to Onzo. Search for recon ships on the viewport. We want to take out their eyes.
Apologize to Tyler Thirst.
The Yotul backed. This is not the time for petty squabbles. We're soldiers, not daycare workers. Do you want to lose ships and lives because you're mad at me?
I don't want to work with you.
The feeling is mutual. Now isn't the time to disrupt the captain, but I'll request a transfer when this is over. We have to work together this once, because what you want and what you get are two different things. Start the fucking scan already, if you know how. The uplift bared his teeth, and I noticed the fur on his hackles rising. He saw I had no problem with my human guards, which suggested my issue with his friend was personal. Truth be told, Every part of me wanted to give Tyler a rambling apology for all my transgressions. If he wanted a piece of me, I'd be happy to let him throw some well-placed haymakers. But at this moment, coming clean was the worst thing I could do. It would interfere with the mission. Tyler narrowed his eyes.
Is there a problem? Again?
The Gajid thinks he can order me around. He's insufferable.
Onzo grumbled. Samantha exhaled a flustered breath.
He only said to search for scout ships. The feds will take more caution than usual, I imagine.
If he's giving solid advice, go with it,
the tall officer said.
Onzo, I know you're sticking up for me, but there's too much at stake to be arguing now. I can look out for myself, okay?
The Yortul pinned his ears back before shifting the viewport at maximum magnification. Idle asteroids greeted us from the circumstellar disk, but nothing was of particular interest. In the meantime, our comm station had established contact with the Mazics. They sounded uncharacteristically happy to be on the line with the human fleet. Kaulos leaned close to my ear.
You could just make up a name, man. What about Vinny?
I scrunched my nose with distaste, ignoring his suggestion. That would just leave Tyler infuriated that I'd deceived him when someone called me by my real name. Onzo released an excited yip beside us and brought a small shuttle into focus. Its emissions were too minuscule to appear on sensors without someone telling the computer where to look. Our ship's weapons revved to life, poised to decimate the first enemy contact. The humans had the forethought to charge the railgun in transit. There were no haphazard actions in this fleet. Captain Monaghan barely finished giving the kill order before a bolt of death streaked across the sky. The Predators were dialed in for this mission, mechanical in their calculation. There were no cheers in the bridge as the enemy scout erupted into fiery shrapnel. The Terrans were itching to fight, but the thrill of combat was lost with Earth. Perhaps the somberness was because they didn't want to fail to defend Koa and relive what happened to their own home. Human empathy was often more of a nuisance to them than a boon. It's just a few minutes before the entire Federation fleet is in view. We're through the belt, and soon, it's showtime. Samantha sucked in a sharp breath.
There. That faint emerald dot must be Koa.
My gaze shifted to the viewport. The sharp-eyed human must have distinguished the planet from the bountiful stars around us. White blips flashed near it, which were signs of the Mazics and the Federation exchanging fire. Donating several ship units to Earth's crusade had depleted local resources. It was likely the friendlies were stalling for time in the hopes of a Predator rescue. The fact that the Mazics withstood the volume of enemies we saw in transit was miraculous. The humans knew time was of the essence. Captain Monaghan ordered navigations to push the throttle past recommended output. Our fleet surged ahead, stone-colored armors rattling from the acceleration. I turned back to my data feed and watched as new information trickled in. The computer continued tagging friendlies, while racking up a separate tally of enemies. The number of hostiles stalled around 2,000, whereas the estimate I'd pulled from subspace readings was 5 times that number. The machine wasn't counting any more contacts though, so it must be mistaken. The Mazics weren't martial geniuses. They couldn't have taken down that many ships. Also, there wasn't enough debris detected for that many casualties. Where are the rest of the Federation ships? Onzo, don't tell me you applied sensor filters by mistake, I grumbled. The Yortul snarled with indignation.
There are no filters on, dumbass. The ships are there. On your readout, accounted for.
Tyler pursed his lips.
What do you mean by the rest of them?
The level of overlap in the subspace readings, I replied. It wouldn't be that messy unless there was a lot of activity. I'm talking several times the number you see under the hostile designation. Sir. The tall officer stroked his stubbly whiskers on his chin. He passed through the data himself and his expression grew deadly serious. Urgency flashed in his dark pupils before he signaled our captain. Those predator instincts could draw tactical conclusions much faster than my own. Humans acted before we even determined the problem. Actually, why didn't I have those instincts? Had those reflexes been written out of my genes by Kolshian experimenters or a flesh deficiency? My eyes narrowed before I turned my attention back to the bridge activity.
It's a trap!
Tyler's skin morphed into a flushed shade of red as blood pooled in his cheeks. Veins bulged from his temples and his canines were bared in visceral alarm.
Captain, look for contacts on our 6. They're hiding out there somewhere.
Monaghan redirected power to shields before relaying that conclusion to the fleet. The Terran ships undertook a gradual banking maneuver, ignoring bewildered chatter from the Mazics. The captain inspected the nearest astronomical bodies and cross-referenced them with her star chart. After a long pause, she pointed to a rocky planet. There was nothing I saw but a cratered surface. However, at this point, I trusted the Predator's refined instincts. Our commander likely singled it out because that's where she would have hidden the fleet with the roles reversed. Perhaps empathy wasn't a complete hindrance on the battlefield. Samantha squinted.
The attack on Koa was just bait. It's not worth it to subdue a single breakaway species. They want to keep our military crippled and take out the Federation traitors at the same time.
As if expressing agreement with her words, an array of ships zipped out from behind the gravimetric body. The Federation must have realized the element of surprise was lost, so that forced a head-on confrontation with the human fleet. Had they really saved an abundance of fresh reinforcements for us? The Predators brought their fleet into a defensive formation as the first munitions were lobbed in our direction. The Kolshians must believe numbers tipped the scales in their favor. The Terrans hadn't held out the last time there was a disproportionate balance. This was a test of whether our rebuilt military could hold a candle to an ancient power. Memory transcription subject: Captain Sovlin, United Nations Fleet Command. Date: Standardized Human Time, November 27th, 2136. The Federation ambush fleet moseyed forward with a faint semblance of strategy. The enemy was sticking in groups of 4 so that the Predators couldn't pick off lone vessels with their superior weight. Our opponents were also coordinating attacks on targets, aiming to gun down hapless humans with deadly crossfires. A standard UN vessel would be ripped apart from both sides before they knew what hit them. The leading Terran ships had their shields obliterated in a few seconds. The plasma onslaught decimated exposed hulls. Any ordinary species would choose a desperate retreat and regroup in an advantageous location. But instead, there was an icy calm across the bridge, at least from the human crew. The Thyssen on comms was whinnying in terror. The Venlil advisors were crying, and the Otul at my station was doing his job without issue. That was a surprise.
Deploying tactical drones. Stay on the move.
A predatory voice on the radio backed. The spacecraft carriers had a limited supply of autonomous craft, which were a Terran novelty. Unfortunately, most drones were lost during the defense of Earth. Restocking the reserves was a challenge with the manufacturing delays. Since humans were the only ones who possessed the innovation and weren't keen on giving away their secrets, their newfound allies couldn't help on that front. The Predators trust no one. Not truly. I can't say I blame them. But even the few dozen drones we had at our disposal were a useful tool. They could undertake the riskiest maneuvers without any concern for life and limb. The enemy was likely blindsided by the unmanned vessels, so they weren't equipped to deal with them. Manual targeting was a requisite because the automatons were much smaller than standard ships. The drones twirled through the sky, changing direction on a dime. There was no worrying about whether inertial dampeners could keep up with no crew aboard. Pinning down the nimble craft proved a challenge for prey operators in real time. The Federation lobbed plasma at the inbound contacts, but the unmanned vehicles simply veered off at 90-degree angles. The enemy hesitated, uncertain how to proceed. Captain Monaghan nodded to the weapons station.
Ready our armor-piercing missiles. Wait for the drones to land a few punches and fire.
Our spacecraft cruised ahead, falling in beside 2 lightweight gunships that appeared to be tillfish impounds. The Terrans had outfitted the seized vessels with kinetic turrets on the hull. I wasn't sure what impact that weaponry could have against shields. The humans should know efficiency was why plasma dominated space, despite the higher energy demands. The drones coasted onward, anticipating Federation blows through predictive abilities. Perhaps the humans programmed algorithms to monitor power output and radio chatter. These robotic creations were a marvel of engineering regardless. Whatever anyone said about the Predators, nobody could doubt their wicked intelligence. Our handful of automated craft flew circles around the larger forces, drawing within striking distance. The craft swooped in across the Federation's front lines and unloaded missiles from close range. Detonations buffeted the metal exteriors, crippling shields. Within human response time, the drones transitioned to a deluge of kinetics and mini-missiles.
Hey, Gajade. Find us some targets,
Tyler snarled. I monitored the sensor data, finding the ship groupings with the most sustained damage. The Federation army was hurling munitions at the drones in a blind frenzy. The enemy hoped the deluge would cut off escape. Brute force proved enough to whittle down our unmanned charge by a significant margin. We had just a few seconds to capitalize on the discombobulation. Scanning the readout, my eyes turned to a Federation bunch just out of range. This enemy squadron had just lost a ship to the drones already, judging by the hefty debris. The remaining trio was slowed by an aged bomber with an inefficient drive signature. That meant they couldn't pull off sudden movements. A lack of evasive abilities offered an easy mark for the humans. I highlighted those 3 ships on the map. There. You take out the faster escorts with a 1-2 punch, then that bomber is sitting prey.
Good call. We're saving the weapon station a lot of guesswork,
Tyler responded. The census officer passed along the information before turning back to me. There was a gleam of interest in his eyes, which was something I didn't want to encourage. Perhaps I was doing a little too well with my orders for an alien. Our strike force converged on the target, accelerating with malicious intent. The UN's adopted gunships brought up our flanks while we lined up a Federation cruiser. Our nemesis spotted our target lock and adjusted their course in an evasion attempt. We sent missiles barreling toward them all the same. The trio deployed copious interceptors, leaving no chance for our warheads slipping through. As we reloaded for another missile volley, the UN gunship pair swooped in to ramp up the pressure. Our Terran allies got near enough for a closer look, then added their own explosives to the mix. The Federation took those out with no problems as well. The humans' love for bombs was well known to the galaxy, so that sparked the inclusion of a hefty stock of countermeasures. But peculiarities on the sensor readings drew a second glance from me. The gunship's missiles were counteracted, but the Federation ships were hedged within the blast radius. Shields should have absorbed the negligible hit, yet according to my screen, the shield capacity had vanished. Upon their destruction, the human explosive seemed to have generated a magnetic field. Captain Monaghan beckoned to the weapon station.
Shields are down. Likely temporary. Hit them with kinetics now.
The UN gunships must have been expecting the shield collapse too. Their turrets flickered to life, peppering the enemy hulls with bullets. The kinetics ripped through the Federation's armor like it was wallpaper being peeled away. Our vessel contributed with well-placed strikes to the engine compartment. The hostiles were reduced to slag, trapped in the wake of their own drive failures. Oh, what just happened? I breathed. Onzo wagged his tail, watching the viewport.
Ha! Those fuckers just got scienced. To put it plainly, we disrupted their shield current with magnetoresistance.
My gaze darted over to Samantha, who bobbed her shoulders in confusion. How did an uplift understand a concept the Federation never thought of? Hell, it was beyond my own scientific knowledge, and I was a seasoned veteran. That uneducated Yotul must be parroting what the humans said. The Predators just rendered shields obsolete, which meant bullets were relevant again. Because of Earth's bloody history, human militaries already excelled in kinetics. This development increased my confidence that we could tackle the larger fleet. It would be surprising if the Federation could recover from the shock of our strategy. I think I'm looking at the most advanced military in the galaxy, I mused with a tinge of fear. Yet humanity are in their spacefaring infancy. I chewed at my claws. This is all new to me. Carlos, Sam, did you know this was going to happen?
I knew they picked a fight with the wrong people.
Samantha chimed in.
The Kulsians are the ringleaders. They wanted this. They're going to be the first to pay.
Carlos snorted.
Huh. Funny thing is, the aquatic bastards don't have much choice but to fight. They can't play both sides anymore. That plan to pit us against the Greys and mop up the winner is toast thanks to Selene.
No, I'm talking about the shield, you bloodthirsty beasts. That little magnet bomb or whatever. It's revolutionary.
Yeah, the ugly fucks aren't damage sponges anymore,
Tyler interjected, uninvited.
We can one-hit them and not have to recharge that blasted plasma gun. Never liked the concept myself.
I snapped my head back to the viewport, giving the officer the cold shoulder. Out of my peripheral vision, it was plain to see his hand curl into a fist. The Predator was seething from my continued insults. His commentary may have been a peace offering. This tension was all my fault, but I didn't know what to do about our mutual acquaintance. Carlos jabbed an elbow into my shoulder, shaking his head in warning. I mimicked the human's non-committal gesture by rolling my shoulders back. The male guard hissed in displeasure before waving a hand dismissively. I wish Tyler would keep this all business, since there was a battle to focus on. Our craft pivoted toward the heart of the action as Monaghan coordinated each station like a symphony conductor. Everyone piped up with input when prompted, and the humans put their hunting instincts to good use. The predators sensed weakness, which meant they wouldn't give the Federation a minute to breathe. The enemy was falling back toward the ambush site, condensing into a panicked wall. I squinted at the sensors. The enemy just dropped about 10% of their fleet. That anti-shield mechanism is proving catastrophic. Tyler scowled.
Catastrophic?
Catastrophic, sir, I grunted through gritted teeth. Retreat is probable if more imminent losses are in the cards. We need to inflict serious damage, fast.
Captain's already working on that. Your analysis is spot on, but shit, you're a real hard-ass. I bet you're fun at parties.
I don't remember what fun is, or what it's like to be happy. Not since the Arxa ate my family alive while they screamed over a video call. Humans always try to make me talk about my past, so now you know.
Hey, settle down. Officer Cardona had nothing to do with that.
Samantha hissed. I couldn't make myself hang up. But there was nothing I could do. I didn't say anything. Do you know how many times my daughter called my name? Help me, Daddy. Please, it hurts. Fuck. The pain was still as fresh as the day it happened, like a knife cutting through my sternum. Everyone at our station gawked at me, including the feisty Yortul and my guards. Tyler was quiet, leaning over his console in thought. He scratched his sandy hair, perhaps envisioning my story. The hostility ebbed out of his posture, replaced by a pitying frown. Shit, why did I say that? I don't want his pity, and I don't like talking about my losses. Stop thinking about Marcel, you worthless predator. Tears swelled in my eyes, and I pressed a paw to my mouth to stifle the choking sobs. After years of keeping it all bottled up, Seleni's revelation had me losing my mind. I was just like the demons that ate my little girl. Why couldn't I help her, if the shared malevolence was true? To top it off, instead of defending innocence in her memory, I had helped the Arxa get a leg up in the war. Carlos gave my neck a soothing pat, just above my bristling spines.
I told them you needed a psyche val. You're not well.
I agree. I don't know who the hell cleared you for combat when it's obvious you're unfit for duty.
Tyler took a deep breath and met my eyes.
My condolences for what happened to you. Truly. But I think it's best that you're removed from this post.
I glowered at the officer. I can do my job, and well. Helping humans is all I have left. Just skip social hour and I'll be fine, damn it. Please. Sir. The sandy-haired human turned to the viewport, watching as the Terran fleet charged the enemy. There wasn't time to get a replacement for me. Plasma would be flying at us any second. For all my flaws, I was more competent than most aliens. Captain Monaghan even admitted I was a knowledgeable addition to the crew.
We need to inflict serious damage. Find us the path of least resistance into missile range,
Tyler decided.
Keep an eye on the surviving drones.
I wiped the snot from my nose. Thank you, sir. The Federation enemies on screen were retreating, conceding space bit by bit. Our opponents hoped to keep some distance between us with cycles of railgun fire. They knew if we got close enough, they were finished. Despite our recent progress, a direct plasma hit was more than capable of chewing through a UN vessel. Keeping human predators at bay was easier said than done. Danger served more as an incentive than discouragement. Our drone force was in tatters, but the remnants limped forward to clear the path. The Terran fleet used them as a buffer, distracting the railguns. Automatons were a new variable for the Federation, and those bastards hated the unknown. Therefore, the prey focused an inordinate amount of fire on the robots. The Mazics were still duking it out with the initial force behind us, churning up carnage around Core. That predicament was another reason for the UN to expedite the initiative. The humans charged enemy ranks with fervor. A few hostiles began to target the manned craft once we got too close for their liking. Plasma descended on our position at magnificent velocities, with one beam clipping our belly. The ship floorboards rocked beneath my feet, and the shield struggled to absorb the shave. Propulsion was wonky for a moment while the fluorescent lights flickered overhead. The Federation must have realized their volley connected with us, because target locks lit up my screen. One enemy's energy output dipped slightly, which raised my spines. Bank! Now! Or we're dead! I roared. Navigation struggled to get our systems responsive again. At Captain Monaghan's order, the humans diverted power from comms, weapons, and most importantly, shields. Our safeguards weren't going to withstand another blast regardless, but it was awful to have all defenses stripped away. Every second our craft sat idle felt like an eternity. A burst of light zipped across the sky like a lightning bolt, and I squeezed my eyes shut. There was a part of me that was relieved to be on the way out. Steering in my emotions had become too exhausting. Besides, the world would be better off without a predator like me. The downside of my imminent demise was the humans that would perish alongside me. Maybe there's an afterlife. Maybe I can see my family again. And so can Sam. Our thrusters sputtered to life, coughing out the surplus energy. Our ship lurched to the side, with inertial dampeners cushioning the sharp turns by a fraction. We almost veered into an allied ship, who swerved from our path with a second to spare. The plasma beam whisked by our haunches, culminating in a narrow miss.
Well, would the census station like to command this ship? Any more unsanctioned orders for my crew?
Captain Monaghan chuckled. I drew a shuddering breath. Have your drones and lighter craft feint to the rear flank, then bank center at the last moment. The Federation don't react like humans.
That was a rhetorical question, though I like your idea. We could afford to mix up our playbook. Keep them on their toes.
The human captain huddled over her microphone, though I couldn't tell what she said to our allies. The pack predators were able to act in harmony amidst chaos. Their precision and teamwork were unrivaled. The Terran fleet fanned out and coordinated return plasma fire. Ferocious light shone around us with the radiance of a supernova. The counterstrike put a muzzle on the Federation's offense for a moment. Hundreds of Terran ships plunged toward their right flank, spitting munitions to sell the maneuver. We had sustained minimal losses to our fleet and still had enough willpower to march ahead. All we needed was for the enemy to commit before we could spring the magnetic field on our true mark. The cornered prey felt vulnerable on the fringes of their formation. Several vessels reversed course and huddled together for safety as the avalanche of human weaponry continued. There were the faulty instincts at work again. Convinced of the Terran targets, the Federation arranged their fire to push us away from the flank.
Throw both gravity missiles we've got at them, then follow up with our nuclear warhead. After that, spew kinetics at anything that survives.
Monaghan barked. The bridge crew leapt to carry out her orders, and the restabilized propulsions had us bank sharply. The UN advance hooked back at a retreating angle, and we glided perpendicular to the enemy wall. Weapons readied their new targets before we snaked into the formation's heart. It was easy to picture the startled Federation crew, frozen in terror. A cascade of missiles drove their way into our nemesis's soft spot. Sensor data showed shields faltering and armor disintegrating. The battlefield fell into complete disorder as the Predators lunged forward for the kill. Kinetics spliced up shaken ships, and clean plasma dispatched any that limped along. The Federation hurled a few stray munitions at us with a dying whimper. The fools had no time to assess targets, and in their fearful state, a drunk toddler could aim better. I doubted most of them had close-range weapons or interceptors ready. The humans humiliated the traditional craft, besting them with savage cunning. With the ambush backfiring so horrifically, our enemies could have but one collective thought. Reeling from the loss of another 1,000 vessels, the Federation spacecraft banked away for a full retreat. But the Mazics were still engaged in the fight of their lives behind us with a lesser contingent. The enemy bombers were almost within orbital range. All that was left now was for the humans to secure Koa, restoring order for its rightful inhabitants.
Memory transcription subject, Slanik, Venlil Space Corps. Date, Standardized Human Time, November 27th, 2136. The shuttle was crammed full of predators, so much so that several humans were standing throughout the bumpy ride. I was lucky that I could curl up in Marcel's lap. The red-haired vegetarian had a steely glint in his eyes. I hadn't seen this much apprehension in him, not even during the Gajid Cradle's chaos. Something about the tillfish seemed to inspire fear in Terrans without an apparent reason. The superocean was visible on the horizon as we descended on the sole continent of planet Silis. The Terran pilots appeared to be half expecting the natives to shoot our transport down. The United Nations had officially accepted the tillfish surrender. Today, this was the start of bringing their territory under human control. It was possible that we'd see combat, but on paper, our interactions should be restricted to civilian policing. Marcel grew restless after Earth's raid, especially once he heard that my redeployment was requested. There was no hesitation from me to put in formal consent papers to the Venlil government. Oddly enough, I'd begun to feel comfortable around the rowdy predators. Living in close quarters with grown beasts was the new normal. The anti-instinct training made me feel empowered for the first time in my life, and I wanted to prove that I was a changed man. It is awesome that my buddy has recovered and decided to come with me. After what the crocodile did, retiring on the home front is out of the question. I cleared my throat. What do you think about races like the tillfish being predators, Mars? We haven't really talked about it.
It makes a lot more sense than everyone but us and the Greys being obligate herbivores.
Marcel growled.
But they're not predators, Slanik. And it doesn't change the fact that they participated in the murder of 1 billion people.
I straightened my blinders with a paw. Maybe it's possible to reverse the cure, though. Humans already started studying the Gajee genome. When Seleni's broadcast arrived back on Earth, it was plastered across every news feed. Terran discussion panels had mixed opinions on alien victimhood, but the cure was something all of them lambasted. The Kulsians found themselves vying for public enemy number 1. Even the more xenophobic humans considered allying with any converted race that would take the fight to Arthur. Whatever ties the Venlil still had to the Federation, the conspiracy reframed our stance. How could the Federation mastermind such a heinous crime as altering species identity for centuries? None of their atrocities had ever been defensible in my eyes, but I had believed their intentions were good. Every act of bigotry was an attempt to protect their citizens from a malevolent enemy. Marcel inspected my faraway expression.
Do you feel sorry for the cured races?
I don't know. There's some things about humans that bother me, but I tried to accept you, I said. What right do I have to impose my evolution on you? To erase your history and beliefs? These species lost everything that makes them, well, themselves.
You're right. It's a cultural genocide that was thoroughly executed without anyone's knowledge or consent. I shudder to think what would have happened to humanity if they found us before the Arxa.
I couldn't imagine the predators reduced to terrified prey, stripped of the resilience and aggression that defined them. It wasn't clear to me if violent instincts could be written out of the human genome, or how the Kulsians might have worked around the binocular eyes. Would cultural indoctrination stick to such a strong-willed species? The Terran transport touched down on a landing pad following tillfish signals. I was relieved that we'd set this spacecraft on the ground rather than jumping out of it. The UN troops unloaded, grimacing as wind gusts buffeted their faces. Silis was known for its stormy, tumultuous weather, which was fueled by the Panther Lasser. A lone tillfish waited for us, scuttling back and forth with anxiety.
Hello, humans. I brought gifts.
The insectoid gestured with one of her 6 legs to fruit baskets, which included local jams and preserves. She cowered her glistening head as several Terrans trained guns on her. Her antennae quivered, anticipating her swift demise. The poor thing was surrounded by predators. Forward-facing eyes were angled at her in all directions. Why did her species send her here alone? This is cruel. Thanks for the gifts. Who are you? I asked. Tears bordered her smooth eyes.
I'm General Burla. Ambassador Dwell made me come. I am the only one who, voted against Earth attack.
The UN soldiers relaxed, but shared a few rattled glances of their own. Several were huddling near the shuttle, distancing themselves from Burla. The faint hairs on Marcel's arm stood upright, and he ruffled my ears for comfort. I coaxed him forward, bringing us across from the tillfish.
Slanek, what are you doing?
The human hissed. My ears pinned back. Face your fears, right? That's what I did with you. This is no different. General Burla bent lower to the ground, unable to look the human in the eye. A ripple passed through Marcel's throat before he narrowed his pupils. The human extended a trembling hand, keeping his palm flat. The tillfish must have been briefed on Terran mannerisms because she placed a delicate leg atop his fingers.
Well, at least someone on this rock has a conscience.
The vegetarian wheezed, jerking his arm back.
Where can we set up shop? With any luck, the ground occupation will get rolled back soon.
Bala flicked her antennae in the city's direction.
Follow me, please. There's a few things you should know.
Marcel tucked his hands behind his back, trying to look formal as the squad leader. The medals on his chest were recent adornments. The new Secretary General issued them to anyone wounded in defense of Earth or the Cradle. I couldn't think of anyone who deserved a commendation more than my friend. Go on, he's listening, I chimed in. Is there something to be concerned about, General? Burla clicked her mandibles.
We're having trouble with unrest and dissidents. Mass protests. Many people don't want a human invasion.
Marcel raised his eyebrows.
That doesn't surprise me at all. How bad is it?
The exterminators pulled together some rogue generals. They're offering a bounty for every human killed. We deal with it, but the surrendering members complied with your disarmament demands.
And the anti-human factions didn't hand over their weapons, leaving your government with no way to stop them.
Exactly. Look, not every protester is violent. There's demonstrations everywhere, like I said. I don't know if you allow such things, but...
Last I checked, the UN affirms the right to free speech. But we may impose martial law until things settle down.
The Tillfish General shuddered with relief before climbing onto a monorail train. The insectoid retreated to the furthest corner as the Terrans piled in, and automated doors sealed us in the tight space. Marcel ensured that all equipment was brought aboard before leaning against a wall. I nuzzled his elbow, desperate for attention. The human smiled as he tickled my chin.
You are still adorable, Slanik. You could get away with anything.
Anything? I repeated with a devious ear flick. What if I told the Tillfish that you want to give her a belly rub?
No. You little shit. You wouldn't.
I didn't respond, turning to the window with a contented stare. Marcel withdrew his hand, crossing his arms with an irritated huff. The vegetarian noted the mirth in my eyes as the supersonic train hurtled along, but the playfulness seeped out of my demeanor once I caught glimpses of the chaos. Judging by the corpses in the streets, stampeding began prior to our arrival. The human soldiers peered out of the windows, though the carnage was an unfocused blur. Bringing a predator military to a homeworld inspired panic, especially for the stated purpose of an occupation. The grisly sight reminded me of the Cradle when we rescued Nulia. Whatever the Tillfish once were, this is not hunter behavior. The public sure isn't lumping themselves in with the humans. General Burla twisted her antennae, scrutinizing the predator's responses. I half expected Marcel to stop the train and rush off to help the victims. Instead, the red-haired human pursed his lips with discomfort. Our top priority was subduing the populace and making the area safe for Terran travel. The train glided to its stopping point, a terminal which emptied into a city square. The humans continued to gawk at the scenery while clutching their guns tighter. Tillfish protesters were packed into the square. The ones that hadn't fled the settlement came out as a welcoming party. Insect bodies spanned as far as the eye could see.
Good grief. We've got to get them to disperse.
Marcel muttered.
A gathering of this size, in our faces.
The vegetarian conferred with several comrades before the grunts began assembling equipment. I hoped there was non-lethal weaponry in their cache. These were civilians exercising sapient rights Earth validated. It would disappoint me if humanity began their reign by squashing all expression. General Burla clicked her mandibles.
You need a way through the crowd. We saved armored vehicles for you. Please, no massacre.
Will humans even fit in your trucks?
Marcel asked with raised eyebrows.
I can't imagine your sitting arrangements are meant for us. These train seats look like step stools with 6 tiny holes inserted.
We replaced the upholstery with biped-designed seats, like we used with Venlil, our Koshian guests.
The Terran soldiers lugged some sort of speaker out of the train. The predators clambered atop a vehicle's hood and secured the acoustic device to the roof. Marcel hopped into the flatbed, which I took as my cue to follow. These trucks were not self-driving like the ones on Earth. Another human moved behind the wheel. Tillfish protesters jeered at the sight of us. Several individuals sported homemade exterminator gear. Lighters and matches were among weapons I saw. My human shouted for every friendly to stay behind the truck before bringing a microphone to his mouth.
Please return to your homes,
Marcel barked.
Martial law is in effect until further notice. Public gatherings are not permitted until the United Nations has secured the area. Locally sanctioned curfews will be enforced.
Die, predator scum!
A voice shrieked. More followed in quick succession.
We're not like you. No matter what any Colchian says. I will not be your cattle.
Human filth don't belong on Sillies. Burn!
Chants of burn swept across the gathering, and the agitated protesters closed on our position. This was no longer about sapient rights. The situation changed the second they threatened my friends. Nobody was going to torch my human alive. The thought of him suffering again twisted my heart. The blinders were helpful in narrowing the scope of the incident. I focused on compartmentalizing my emotions, listing the facts to myself. We were the ones with guns, backed by a predator army. Even if the situation worsened, all I needed to do was pick off a single target. You can do this, Slunnik. Your fear does not control your actions. You want to protect Mars. I raised my gun with a steady grip, but Marcel's eyes widened in alarm. He pushed the barrel down with a palm, shaking his head. My ears pinned back, not sure why the human stopped me from defending myself. Wasn't that what they wanted me to do?
Killing should be a last resort,
the vegetarian hissed.
Always. Life is a precious thing. Non-lethal options are going to be exhausted first.
Marcel fiddled with the settings on his speaker. There was nothing audible to my sensitive ears, but waves of tillfish halted in their tracks. The insects began clutching audio sensors, and some vomited. The device must be concentrating amplified sound in a narrow beam. None of the humans behind the truck were affected. There was the verdict. Terrans weaponized everything. Marcel, as gentle as he was, had planned for the eventuality of disorder from the beginning. I imagined he'd also brought other tools in case the sonic attack didn't work. The Predators always had a backup plan or a contingency since I'd worked with them. UN soldiers began firing grenades into the crowd, which drew a cacophony of screams. But rather than maiming the civilians, it dispersed a milky gas into the air. I wondered if it was a sleeping vapor at first. The effects kicked in almost immediately, leaving tillfish crying and coughing. Blinded, several staggered out of the gas cloud in a loopy panic. I winced with sympathy at the collapsed bodies, recognizing that they were in severe pain. Perhaps the unruly tillfish would take this as proof of human cruelty, but I saw it for what it was. It was an attempt to incapacitate a hostile group without any desire to kill civilians. These measures flourished on Earth due to the violence of Terran stampedes. Marcel cleared his throat.
Please disperse. We do not wish to arrest or harm anyone. A designated time will be set to air grievances in a civilized manner.
The vegetarian spoke in an impassive voice, like this was an ordinary decree. Some tillfish heeded his warning this time, trying to escape the jam-packed square. The agonizing weapons must have made them rethink swarming the predators' locale. The humans took the crowd's disorientation as a chance to push forward. Our vehicles rolled ahead with a line of soldiers leading the way. UN guards in stampede gear began grabbing a few tillfish and wrangled them into custody. Unwilling insects were hauled away from their friends, shrieking and writhing. Marcel repeated his warning about the planet being under Terran control. The sight of advancing predators bulked up from head to toe was enough to spark flight responses in all but the boldest few. With the civilians flushed out of our immediate vicinity, we could find a campsite.
You are efficient.
General Burler decided.
Much more organized than the Greys. And you took prisoners.
Humor flickered in my human's eyes.
We're not going to execute people off the streets, if that's what you're implying. Our job is to stabilize the region and integrate Silis as a UN vassal.
What does our planet look like under your rule? I worry about being beholden to predators. Especially if we are what they say. We might, regress.
Annexation comes with certain rights and privileges, unlike total war. We're not forcing anyone to modify their lifestyle or beliefs.
For all the baseless fears of human predation being contagious, not a single Venlil in the exchange program developed an appetite for murder. What I had been forced to do was broaden my horizons. Earth was untamed and dangerous. The perilous environment helped me modify my beliefs. The idea of controlling my instincts and tolerating some risk became palatable. I achieved feats I didn't know were possible for someone of a meek disposition. Humans challenged my preconceptions at every turn, their friendship and their empathy. How my bond with Marcel was close as family. That impacted me more than binocular eyes ever could. Getting paired with Marcel is the best thing that ever happened to me, I said. He's patient and kind. You can trust him. The human bared his teeth.
Thanks, buddy. We make a good team.
Our exchange hadn't convinced the Tillfish General, but I saw hope in her story. A single official had the conviction to stand up for the predators, to believe that they deserved to live. Silis had been relinquished without a drop of bloodshed so far. Even if it was a disproportionate balance, some civilians could come around. Marcel outlined plans for humanity to cement a foothold in the city and gather a tally of its populace. The masses were in shock from Selena's interview. They needed help deriving meaning. We'd spend a few days getting settled before we reclaimed rogue areas. Havens for anti-human extermination officers and military leaders were the real issue. Clearing those territories might be where the Terrans summoned their lethal arsenal. The United Nations would have this newly conquered world brought to heel, one way or another.
Memory transcription subject: Governor Tava of the Venlil Republic. Date: Standardized Human Time, November 28th, 2136. It shouldn't have been complicated for species to denounce the Federation's actions. The issue was that some saw the gene rewrites as merciful and couldn't pinpoint the moral conundrum. The United Nations opened their doors to former omnivores, launching genetic research and sharing biology lessons. As the Venlil always did, we placed our full support behind the Predator's actions. Launching the lab-grown meat initiative proved easy with some quick thinking from Terran diplomats. Human refugees balked the operation and passed it off as a desperate attempt to feed Earth. It was announced later that the Predators were selflessly handing over their food supply in a deal they brokered with the Arxa. I wasn't involved at all, so the political blowback might pass over me. If this exchange goes smoothly, humanity will be able to say that they rescued millions of Venlil. Using frozen cell samples from Earth, we churned up enough meat for the trade. It was a sickening process, but I reminded myself of the cause. The Terrans facilitated the release of Arxa prisoners from the cradle as well. Our side of the bargain was upheld. I was stuck waiting anxiously for the results with Noah and Sarah. Hospitals across the habitable zone were prepping for the influx of patients. Many humans volunteered to help the rescued Venlil, but they were ordered to wear full concealment gear at all times. We didn't want the former cattle assuming they were transferred from one predator's custody to another. Sarah squeezed my shoulders reassuringly.
Your people will be here any minute. We have no reason to assume that Isif will betray us.
I don't know about trusting an Arxa.
Noah growled.
True herbivores like the Venlil must have a lower status than ever with the recent news. The Dominion could decree that they belong as cattle.
I took a shuddering breath. Noah is right. Why hasn't General Cam communicated anything? Did the Greys attack us? With uncanny timing, my holopad buzzed in my grip. It appeared to be the Venlil military frequency with the right encryption and validations. My prosthetic tail bunched up with anticipation, and I tried for a placid expression. News of a successful rescue would be a welcome sound. The face that flickered onto the vid screen was no Venlil though. It was the scaly visage of an Arxa with slit pupils directed on camera. Fear rippled through my veins. I wondered why we were being contacted by a reptilian. It took a substantial effort to soothe myself, reminding my brain that the predator couldn't attack through a holopad. Once I got my bearings, I used a chipped tooth to identify the creature as Isif. Chief Hunter? My voice sounded more like a question, but I managed to gasp out the words. Was there something wrong with the parcel? The humans meted out the allot... The Arxa leaned back.
No, everything went smoothly. The liberated cattle were sent to an abandoned colony where your people picked them up. Your transports are approaching Venlil Prime now, so I would make preparations.
Okay. Good. How did you access this channel and why?
Study and observation. Venlil ships have poor security protocol. I mean no insult. It's a simple fact. Anyways, I wish to thank you for your cooperation.
The reptilian growled with discomfort, avoiding eye contact. It was clear he'd never extended gratitude before. Assuming he spoke the truth, it was a relief to hear that everything had gone according to plan. I was nervous about announcing the result to the public. The humans needed to dress the news up with a meticulous brush. I just wanted to free my people. No sapient creature deserves to live like that, I stuttered. Isif curled his lip.
I have never liked what we do. The news from Arthur, you know what I'm referring to, is a gut punch. Some in the Dominion are moving the goalposts to what qualifies as a predator. But not everyone is alright with eating true sapiens. Not my words.
You don't seem torn up about your diet.
I already believed that we were eating true sapiens, Governor. I must dissociate myself from such matters. When there is no choice, responsibility cannot be assigned. It did surprise me that the Axa are not the first victims. But it does not impact my judgment.
Victims? The Axa?
One can be both a victim and an oppressor. Your kind, my kind, we are alike in that way. Life is complex.
The Axa scanned the camera frame, noting the humans in the background. Outrage flashed in his eyes as he saw the obfuscating gear. Nobody forced Noah and Sarah to hide. The United Nations agreed that freed cattle wouldn't befriend predators. They chose to help the traumatized souls despite those hurdles.
I confess, I had another reason for this call. Secretary General Zhao is not a man of words.
Isif growled.
I knew if I contacted Tava, I could cut through the red tape. Get on the line with UN diplomats, yes?
Sarah shrugged.
I'm a scientist who happened to be on the first contact team. My expertise is biology and environmental science, not politics.
I'm the Venlo ambassador, but only because I led the first contact mission. No one expected to chat with extraterrestrial life. I'm not trained for this either.
Noah agreed. The Axa lashed his tail.
Noah and Sarah, I know of you both, and I do not care about your experience levels. Humanity's handling of the subjugated worlds is shaving scales back on Riss. Not in a good way. Claiming Tillfish territory as your jurisdiction and demanding that we stand down.
The Tillfish surrendered to us,
Noah retorted.
The Axa shouldn't be attacking anyone on our side.
The chief hunter flared his nostrils and threw a sideways glance at me for support. I offered a submissive tail swish. The last thing I wanted was to get involved in a dispute between humanity and the Axa. That said, I was surprised that the United Nations hadn't allowed their carnivore friends to finish the glassing. Sworn enemies weren't worth a deadly confrontation with the Greys. Isif's eyes narrowed to intimidating slits.
Let me restate the issue. I'm in charge of only one sector, and by taking Silis, you pissed off another chief hunter. One who's not as forgiving, charming, and flexible as myself.
Noah jabbed a finger at the screen.
Tell that commander conquering a surrendered state is the human way. We do things differently.
Try again. I need a convincing reason not to ignore your tactless decree. We could finish the orbital campaign regardless of human presence. For the life of me, I do not see a reason to spare someone who attempted your extinction. We should kill the Tillfish, and the Harchin too.
Glassing resources that could be used under our control is just wasteful. Whether you want a planet for food, precious metals, labor or fuel, conquest keeps everything at your disposal forever. We are willing to provide the Axa with compensation. A slice of the pie.
Not to mention the Tillfish are former omnivores. The more data we have on the Kolshians' cure, the more we can learn about the Axa's history.
Sarah chimed in.
We can protect ourselves in case the Federation attempts to use biological warfare again.
The chief hunter scrutinized the humans for several seconds. Earth needed to discover a way to reverse the modifications, if only to safeguard themselves. Helping altered species recover their natural state was a bonus.
Duly noted. I will convey your desire for a larger, sustainable catch.
Isif said.
Take care. Good luck with your rescue, Governor Tarver.
I flicked my new tail. I look forward to our next conversation, Chief Hunter Rysif. The Axer ended the transmission, and I fell back into Noah's strong arms for comfort. With the cattle en route to the hospital, I had to pull myself together quickly. Anything that would shatter the impression of safety had to be concealed. The humans understood this program was about those poor souls. Millions of them. We've never done anything on this scale. Reintegrating these broken Venlil might be more difficult than the exchange part. Multiple transports docked at the drop-off area of the hospital. Venlil medical professionals barked orders with an assertiveness that might have come from humans. Even the rescues without visible injuries were brought to a hospital room for checkups and therapy. Noah and Sarah checked their gear as we heard gurneys rolling down the hallway. The Venlil pair that were rolled into our room were a sorry sight. Sympathy stabbed at my heart. Their fur was mangy and matted, soot-coloured from grime accrual. Both of their eyes were glassy, unresponsive to any stimuli. I could see brands torched into their neck, similar to the script I'd seen on Isif's keyboard. Noah and Sarah rushed to lift each Venlil onto a bed. The first patient screamed at their touch. The predators flinched from the noise before massaging her neck with calming intent. They hoisted the rescue onto the mattress, affected by her pitiful bleats. The two Terrans fluffed the pillow and swaddled her in a blanket like a baby.
You're safe now,
Sarah whispered.
We're coming right back.
The humans walked to the other rescue assigned to us, a male. They made sure to approach head-on, forgetting that our peripheral vision was expansive. The Venlil shook as they picked him up, digging his claws into Sarah's hair. The Terran scientist disregarded the poking sensation and stroked his pinned-back ears gently.
This is home, Venlil Prime. We can reunite you with your families.
Noah spoke in a higher voice than normal, trying not to growl.
We're going to help you. Can you tell me your names?
The male rescue shuddered.
1, 5.
No, that is not your name. You're not a number. You're a person with hopes, dreams, and a future.
I think I used to be called Glim. Glim.
The Terrans dipped their heads, and Sarah scrawled the name on his bedside chart. She retrieved a water glass, tensing as Glim lapped the liquid like an animal. I sprang into action, offering water to the female Venlil. She was rocking back and forth in the blankets, teary eyes sealed shut. It must be overwhelming to return to society after so long. I retrieved a brush and began to untangle her curly fur. It reminded me of how I used to comb my daughter's neck while her father packed her lunch for school. Forcing that memory away, I got to work on the testy knots. The rescued Venlil went stiff as a board, sinking back into a listless state. You can rest if you want. You're safe. Really, I murmured. Her eyes reflected the harsh artificial light.
I know you. Venlil Ambassador Tarver. I know you.
Yes, I am Tarver. I'm the Homeworld Governor now. I'd love to hear your name.
Hasey. We met. You probably don't remember. I run the Venlil Museum of History. Used to ask you for Federation grants. Yes, that's right. It's like that was someone else.
That did strike a faint recollection from my mind. Noah's breath hitched, belying his concern. Perhaps that was in reaction to her strained voice, which sounded raw from disuse. Her words lacked the warm cadence of the Venlil dialect. Hasey, I'm glad that we meet again. That person was you, not anybody else, I said. I'm sure the museum would love to have you back when you get better. You're going to get better. It was touching to see how patient the predators were, with empathy on par with my own. Sarah followed my example, untangling Glim's pelt. A wash would do the two Venlil good, allowing them to feel sapient again. The Axer had stripped these poor souls of their dignity, and a little grooming might return some normalcy. Noah knelt by Glim's bed, squeezing his paw gently.
What was your old profession, buddy? Maybe we can get you back in the field too.
Dangerous. How I got captured.
The Venlil stammered.
Colony work.
I think...
We're starting our own colonies now. Sent out a few ark ships after... Never mind. Do you remember the specifics of your work?
Preparing untamed areas for habitation. Extermination officer.
The human ambassador jerked back like Glim had struck him in the chin. Sarah paused at the brushing task and processed the new information. If this individual was someone who killed predators before his capture, there was no reason to think Ark's mistreatment changed his stance. I could imagine Glim's absolute horror when he realized who he was speaking to. For a second, I thought both humans were going to abandon the assignment. The two of them would feel uncomfortable, at best, caring for a predator killer. It would make sense if the Terrans requested a transfer and found someone more suitable to work with. Noah took several deep breaths before rising to his full height.
Extermination officer, huh? That's a controversial profession these days.
The human said. Glim squinted.
Controversial? Why?
Oh, don't worry about it. We'll fill you in on recent events later. But there's no need to rush your readjustment.
The extermination officer seemed unsatisfied with that answer, but he didn't press Noah further. It was a positive sign to see a spark of interest, however fleeting. Curiosity would give the rescues back their agency, but I could only imagine their reactions when they discovered our close alliance with predator neighbors. Predator neighbors who were supposed to be dead, and were written off as warlike monsters.
Who are you? Why do you cover your face?
Hasey squeaked.
I don't recognize you.
Sarah cleared her throat.
We're, Gaians. This mask is a cultural thing, as is the attire. We made first contact with the Venlil Republic 4 months ago.
You discovered FTL on your own, before the Federation found you.
Yes, sort of.
Both Venlil studied the Gaians with confusion. Any intelligent being would notice the pieces weren't adding up. As much as I wanted to welcome the former cattle back to our society, the humans presented a challenge. It was difficult enough for normal Republic citizens to tolerate our unique friends. I hoped the Terrans could find a way to keep the truth under wraps, for the time being.
Memory transcription subject, Captain Sovlin, United Nations Fleet Command. Date, standardized human time, November 28th, 2136. An observer that only witnessed the clash between the Federation coalition and the humans wouldn't notice the Kolshian strength. But watching Commonwealth heavyweights scrap with the Maziks, it was clear that they knew more about martial policy than they let on. Their fleet stayed on the move, with tactics that bordered on predatory. One ship would distract a defending vessel, while others flanked it and cut it off from its allies. The Maziks had several disadvantages to make matters worse. They were tied to the defense of Koa, similar to humanity's pitfall while protecting Earth. Their ships were also large and slow-moving, as they had to be spacious enough to accommodate the bulky mammals. Speedy cruisers like Slanek and Marcel's patrol boat didn't exist in their arsenal. Tyler straightened his jacket.
Gajid, what's the situation? Friendly casualties?
The Kolshians managed some lucky hits with the ambush fleet. Our tally's down about 100, give or take.
I should have clarified. I was asking about the Maziks. Optically, it looks like they're getting overrun on the viewport.
Good news. The enemy were holding back until we got here. Needed to drag this on long enough to lure us in, but the Maziks are getting their teeth kicked in, sir. Point defenses are inoperable on both lunar satellites, and their ship count is bleeding. Onzo maneuvered the viewport while his reddish ears pricked up. Our warship was blazing towards Koa's orbit with the rest of the UN fleet. The lush vegetation across the planet was mixed with city lights, without any ashen patches. Sensors confirmed what my eyes told me, with no signs of residue from a bomb. The 6 billion souls on world were safe, for now. However, Federation vessels were encroaching on the Mazik's inner sanctum. Friendly resistance had become negligible, the marker of an overwhelming defeat. Escape pods were jettisoned from a few craft, but the Kolshians pounced on any they saw. It was bizarre to watch a true herbivore receive predator treatment just for defecting. I hope Venlil Prime is heavily fortified. They must be viewed as the biggest traitors of all. The ones to blame for humanity's survival. Tyler bit his lip.
This reminds me of Earth. We were powerless to stop them. When our air was venting and the captain ordered us to abandon ship, I knew we lost.
You thought it was the end of humanity?
Onzo finished.
I'm sorry.
Me too. Makes me nostalgic for the cradle. And that was a fucking war zone.
Carlos nodded.
It was all simpler then. Sam and I were stationed at The Hague during the cradle landing.
Yeah, guard duty was better than playing war crime bingo.
Samantha snorted.
Wonder if we're ever going to try those bird bastards. Freudian slip.
Something flashed in the sandy-haired officer's eyes. Tyler's gaze darted over to me and lingered for a long moment. The tall guy swallowed hard, looking rather distracted. The Yotol seemed clueless to his friend's deliberation, but I wondered if Marcel's packmate had stumbled upon my identity. My guard's previous post implied they would have at least cited Gajid criminals. Carlos pinched his nose.
Where are you going to find an impartial jury or a legal defender?
Do the dumplings even deserve a trial at all?
The female guard bared her teeth, darkness swirling in her green eyes.
I think they should commit suicide. You know, by bullet to the back of the head.
We don't execute POWs. Sam, sometimes I really hope you're being facetious.
Yeah, my bad. I guess the rights of murderers are a priority. 1 billion civvies dead is just a statistic, right?
As the UN guards bickered, Captain Monaghan did a sweep of the bridge. Every station was in smooth order, ready for another bout of battle. Both the Kolshians and the Maziks had noticed our approach. Friendlies were flooding our comm station with pleas. It must be difficult for humans to sort out which regions carried the highest importance.
Do we have an intercept course, Gajid?
Tyler opened and clenched his fist, glowering at his console.
Or should I say, Sovlin?
I blinked. Sir...
Do your job. We'll deal with this later.
My heart leapt up into my throat, and fear slowed my thought process. Humans hadn't caused spine bristling in a while, but my brain knew Tyler was a threat. I never meant for the sandy-haired officer to identify me. All I wanted was to help the UN win this battle and achieve retribution. Samantha and Carlos abandoned their squabble. The male guard tensed up in case Tyler moved to assault me. While I was grateful that he was willing to protect me, I didn't want his interference. A beating from Marcel's packmate was the least I deserved. If anything, I wished the herbivore human had struck me during his visit. Onzo gawked at me.
You two know each other?
Not...
Did I authorize you to chat?
Tyler snarled.
Where the fuck are those intercept routes?
The Yotol ducked his head.
Sorry, mate. I've never seen you act like this. It's making me uncomfortable.
Not you. You can talk as much as you want, Onzo. I need a distraction from this chuckle fuck.
Tyler squeezed his eyes shut, but his knuckles were turning white. I don't think the big guy realized he was granting a peek of his canines. Captain Monaghan drifted past the census station, and worry creases lined her forehead. Our commander must have picked up on the tension, because she hovered by us for an extra second.
Status report.
Monaghan cleared her throat, rapping the desk.
Got anything from navigations? I'm concerned we might be too late for Koa.
I squinted at the readout and chewed at my claws. No viable intercept courses. We can't get there in time. Several Federation ships are minutes from orbital range.
What if the Maziks stop them, or slow them down?
Ma'am, the Maziks are all but dead in the water. I used to believe the Federation would never bomb their own. I fear that's wishful thinking these days. The Terran captain meandered back to her chair with a thoughtful expression. My gaze focused on the viewport, trying to block out Tyler's sideways looks. If nobody was removing me from my duties, I wasn't going to broach the topic. A predator like myself could be helpful to Koa's defense. This was the only way I could justify my existence. Our warship cruised ahead, well above the recommended acceleration. The engines were going to be burnt out when all was said and done. The humans accepted serious risks to save innocent lives. I don't know how I didn't see their compassion from the start. The Predators intended to stand up for the Maziks, even if on paper it was too late. Far-so armor-heavy ships hung back, determining where to insert their presence. The vessels nipped at the heels of any Mazik stragglers and executed flanking maneuvers with ease. I wondered if these would become the standard Federation model, given the new variables. Humanity's shield breakers wouldn't be as powerful against armored craft. Those kinetic railguns better have a lot left in the tank. It'll be like biting on granite if not. Mazic assistance calls continued to register on Terran bandwidths. The amount had dipped, which correlated with rapid casualties on sensors. The Federation was on a bombing trajectory unimpeded. Only a few hundred defenders were left. Concern was visible on the faces of many human crew members. Onzo yipped with indignation.
5 vessels of fossil make forming a barricade in our path. Should we slow down?
No, we should speed up,
Tyler growled.
I guarantee our nerves are a hell of a lot stronger than theirs.
Samantha grinned.
That's not saying much, but I'm all in for painting a bullseye on their back.
Converted Tillfish gunships, now decked out in UN insignia, hugged our sides. The allied duo broke with our pace and threw a little extra into the throttle. The Farsul vessels were waiting to put up an ionic barrier. They must have noticed the magnetic bombs. It didn't make sense to establish fortifications that would be knocked out. Fortunately, our warship still toted our plasma railgun. The 5 hostiles waited for the telltale energy spike before raising shields. Between the exorbitant armor and the well-timed barrier, our target shrugged off the blast. I could see a gash in the hull plating, but the enemy could seal off the compartment. Terran gunships went after the damaged foe, but the other Farsul condensed around their weakest link. Armor tailored to kinetics was the Predator's match. These ships were designed to function past shield failures. I wasn't sure how even the humans could thwart these measures. If combat dragged on, it would waste precious time for the Mazic homeworld. Onzo shoved me out of the way.
We have to reach Koa. I'm going to take a look, since Gajit Sovlin hasn't done anything useful.
My first instinct was to challenge the primitive. This wasn't the time to make a fool of himself. Did the Uplift think he could join a Predator exchange program and magically qualify for tactical roles? Fighting wars in the third dimension was a far cry from tilling fields. Humans of all species should understand how behind the times Onzo was. I couldn't believe he was anything more than the ship mascot. The only reason I bit my tongue was to avoid provoking Tyler further. It was the officer's job to intervene here, despite any notion of friendship. However, the O'Toole was correct on my inefficiency. Tyler recognizing me weighed on my psyche, and guilt made it difficult to conjure up tactics. Perhaps asking for a transfer couldn't wait for the battle's conclusion. Once the marsupial floundered for a bit, I could hand the station over to Carlos and Sam.
Did ramming tactics work? We could clip them on the side. Velocity and mass are in our favor,
Onzo said.
Long as we don't strike them head-on, we should remain operational.
Tyler stroked his chin.
Navigations will need to find a perfect angle. We don't want to knock out any vital functions.
Well, we don't even have to take these Farsul out. They're stationary, so they won't catch us if we pass them. Just need to shove the bastards aside.
The census officer relayed the findings to Monaghan, who brought the nav station into the loop. Our warship drifted toward a Farsul ship's flank. The course adjustment was incremental. The Terran gunship took the lead, distracting our opponents with kinetics. It hadn't taken humans long to discover how atrocious prey were at multitasking. Our tail was angled away from the target. That was an attempt to keep the engine secure. Despite my skepticism on an Uplift's capabilities, Onzo was quick thinking. I wondered if he had predator disease with such a knack for violence. It was one thing with human hunters, but genuine herbivores weren't meant for aggression. Are Yotl doctors even trained in signs of predator disease? Did they screen for it in children at all? Carlos tugged me into a seat as our collision was imminent. The male guard looked nervous, listening to crash alarms on the PA. In contrast, Samantha's eyes smoldered with venom. She showed little concern for her welfare. That predator was a kindred spirit in many ways, having lost enough to seek vengeance at any cost. Our spacecraft broadsided the enemy, hurling it out of our path. The impact sent a jolt through our frame, and my head whipped forward. A harness sucked me back into my seat. I hadn't even noticed Carlos fasten it. Several predators seemed disoriented by the crash, but navigations managed to retain control. Onzo howled with delight.
You guys are insane! I can't believe that worked!
If you can't believe it worked, then why the fuck did you suggest it? I groaned. Tyler glared at me, eyes stony.
You did great, Onzo. If I didn't need you on the viewport, I'd stick you in that spiky bastard's place now.
Not wishing to respond, my gaze shifted out of the viewport. The Farsul craft was torn asunder with its armor caved in from the wreck. The engine had given out as well, leaving it immobile. Momentum flung the enemy well out of position and likely incapacitated the occupants. I couldn't imagine inertial dampeners kept up with that drastic shift. The humans didn't stop to admire their handiwork with Koa within reach. There were no conflicts in the nearby vicinity. Mazik friendlies had vanished from the sensor data after their final stand. Our comm station had gone quiet long ago, aside from the occasional status request from the surface. I didn't want to guess at the casualty count. Captain Monaghan was expressionless, presiding over the bridge. How could she retain such stoicism, knowing the imminent tragedy ahead? Humanity had raced to the Mazik's defense and wrought havoc on the Federation assailants. Our victory was convincing and swift, enough to rout the ambush fleet from shock. Hostiles reached the orbital position all the same, and left the Predators with no good options. I could see the Kolshians hovering above the green orb, poised to drop their payloads. This homeworld had been stripped of its defenses, and the army was in shambles. We could kill every last enemy, but I didn't see a way to stop bombs from striking the planet.
Predator fleet, come in.
The voice crackling over the radio was unmistakably Kolshian.
Change your vector now, or we will drop antimatter weapons on the planet. This is your only warning.
Murmurs rippled across the bridge, but Monaghan raised a hand for silence. UN Command's orders to take up a holding pattern were immediate. Human empathy wouldn't permit them to sacrifice civilians. Was allowing the Federation to subdue the Maziks a good alternative, though? It would turn a valuable ally into a puppet state. The United Nations agreed upon our captain's name when she offered to handle communications. Our battle-tested ship, unfortunately, carried seniority within the hodgepodge Terran fleet. The humans' original constructions were gutted during the Crocodile invasion. Surviving craft were few and far between. Qualified officers were in limited supply as well. Our captain's position was unenviable in my view. I wasn't sure what room there was to negotiate with those tentacled liars, or what an acceptable outcome was. More baffling was the Kolshian spoke to the human military at all. It was a blessing the Predators didn't request my input. Monaghan pressed a microphone to her lips.
Federation attackers, we've halted our advance. We'd like to talk. Let's find a resolution that doesn't involve innocent bloodshed, all right?
The captain signaled to the comm station, and the technicians extended a hail. All we could do was wait for the Kolshians' response. Predatory might wouldn't save the day here. A single bomb hitting a Mazik metropolis would kill millions, which forced us to the bargaining table. It was time to see how crafty humans were in endeavors beyond fighting. Memory transcription subject, Captain Sovlin, United Nations Fleet Command. Date, standardized human time, November 28th, 2136. The human fleet maintained their positions while the Mazik homeworld sat in a precarious spot. Our hail was still transmitting, though the enemy hadn't picked up. An evacuation transport soared out of the atmosphere, scrambling civilians to safety. The Kolshians nailed the spacecraft with plasma and aimed it just right to take it out of commission. It seemed like they weren't trying to decimate it after all. Captain Monaghan's nostrils flared with agitation.
Federation Coalition, you fire on civilian targets again, and our ceasefire is over. We will not tolerate such actions.
A violet Kolshian blinked onto a holoscreen.
You're not going to sacrifice the Maziks for victory and glory. Are you actually clever enough not to show your heartless side?
I question who the heartless ones are when you're the ones threatening a civilian populace. I couldn't care less about victory. We're here to save lives. That's what humans stand for.
The enemy commander paced back and forth, unfazed by the visual of a predator. His crew was a homogeneous blend of Kolshians rather than including aliens. The emerald surface of Koa was visible in their viewport, along with 3 target locks on the sensor readout. If I didn't know better, I would think the Commonwealth officer didn't know what to do. He waved a tentacle.
Damn it! We never wanted to kill them. We wanted to kill you. This fight wasn't supposed to happen like this.
Tell me something I haven't heard before.
Samantha grumbled beside me. Tyler glowered at her.
Silence.
Luckily, my guard's quip wasn't picked up on the call. One wrong word could end in catastrophe for the civilians. I was relieved to hear the Kolshians didn't want to initiate the bombing. At least there was some morality among their ranks, however low the bar was. The Terran captain took the incendiary statement in stride and curved her lips down.
Well, why don't you fight us then? What is it that you want?
Monahan demanded. The Kolshian's eyes bulged.
We want you to stop gaining power, Predators. Nikonus is right. You show no restraint in your wars. Your aggression is the Krokottles 100-fold.
And your solution to this perception is untempered aggression of your own. I guarantee if you bomb Koa, you're going to give more species reasons to leave the Federation. You can't undo millions of deaths. That blood will be on your conscience forever.
Then back off. You won't. You're too proud.
I can't do that. Especially given your history of changing species irreversibly.
So which city should I bomb first, Predator? I hear Telineo has a high industrial capacity. Shem, it's a bustling civilian hub too.
The Predator captain had her hands behind her back, but I could see her nails digging into her palm. That indignation was something I shared, hearing such callous threats against the planet. It reminded me of the Arx's disregard for civilians. The Kolshians might have studied hunters a bit too much. Bartering with lives was dishonorable. Monahan bared her teeth and slanted her eyebrows.
That's your prerogative. But when humanity reaches Alpha, and we will, we'll glass one Kolshian city for every bomb you drop here. Blood for blood. Should we start with the School of the Flora? Or do you have a substitute in mind?
You...
Shut up! If you surrender now, we'll treat your lot under our rules of warfare, as prisoners with fair treatment. Trust me. Because of those unrestrained wars you saw, you want us to apply the Geneva Conventions. It's going to be a bad day for you if we decide those are no longer applicable.
I recalled my lawyer's explanation regarding the UN's prohibition of torture. I was curious what other crimes and devices the Earthlings banished in those agreements. It was a safe bet that contraptions humans thought too depraved for use were beyond the realms of our nightmares. All predators were prone to unfathomable cruelty. That was why I'd been able to torture Marcel with such viciousness. Humans are capable of everything the Arxa have done. They choose not to, but nobody wants to see them go fully unhinged. Fear flashed in the Kolshian commander's golden eyes. The intensity in Monahan's hungry gaze brought extra weight to her threat. It was like staring into the countenance of death. That unyielding scowl was an assertion of dominance, whether done consciously or not. I found it difficult to shrug off her animosity, though it wasn't directed at me.
I'd rather die than see any of my men surrender to you. As for Arthur, you wouldn't flaunt your cruelty while masquerading for the prey.
The Kolshian hissed. Monahan bobbed her shoulders.
You're confused. Either we're aggressive predators that can't control ourselves, or we do show restraint. Pick one.
You're twisting my words, alien freak.
I have no time for petty insults. What is an acceptable way to get you far, far away from this system? That's what we all want.
The Commonwealth officer sported a stricken expression. Hatred sparkled in his eyes, and he stole a glance back at his bridge crew. No captain wanted to watch their subordinates die. I always felt responsible when my plans went awry and casualties ensued. Decisions traced back to the commander. The Kolshians saw in the underlings' faces how much they longed to escape from the predators. The prospect of being hunted by humans terrified them. Terrans were too methodical to outwit. The Arxa could get sloppy due to their food aspirations, but the primates treated war like a mathematical equation. They sought the simplest solution to render the enemy dead.
Let 1,500 of our ships leave, and don't attempt to pursue them. A few hundred of us will stay behind.
The enemy leader decided.
Use so much as scanners. I will order Koa bombed with the remainder.
Monahan straightened.
A smart decision. You don't want to lose so many ships with all the souls aboard. The UN will allow you to flee. That's acceptable to my parameters.
Onzo scoured the viewport as ship activity picked up around the planet. The Terran fleet opened avenues for enemy departures and made no efforts to engage them. The more hostiles we cleared out of the area, the lower the maximum casualties were. This was a step in the right direction as far as I was concerned. The Yotul shook his head.
Should I prepare for pursuit? We can't just let those bastards leave.
I'll wait for the captain's orders, but I imagine we'll honor our word. It sets a good precedent to be able to negotiate.
Tyler answered. Carlos shot a glance at Sam.
I know what you're thinking, but it would be nice to have options on the table. Maybe they'll even start letting us surrender, giving us sapient rights.
The female human snorted.
Dream on. They like us better dead.
Sometimes I think the Federation likes us better dead too. But the truth is, they don't care about us at all.
Onzo spat.
Did you know they offered to destroy our railroads and steamboats?
My eyes narrowed at the uplift's distortion of events. The Federation weren't my favourite faction anymore, but cleaning out obsolete technology was helpful. I didn't understand why the humans were giving him sympathetic looks. Disgust crossed Tyler's expression, and Carlos wrinkled his nose as well. I chewed at my claws. Well, you don't lead them anymore. You're stuck in the past, Onzo. No reason to keep relics around. Onzo curled his lip.
That's what they said. They called it a celebration as they demolished our shipyards. Maybe we still like the things we built.
But the Federation tech is better. Is this about pride?
Pride is not seeking your own identity. Fuck you.
Carlos swatted my neck.
Erasing someone's culture and beliefs is a form of genocide. I'd think you, of all people, would understand that, Sovlin.
Tyler glared at me before storming off to comfort Onzo. The mention of my name was enough to make his blood boil. The wedge between us hadn't been dealt with. My wrongdoing wasn't his fault, and it had never been my intent to disrupt his work. When the current crisis was resolved, I owed the tall human an apology. The fleeing Kolshians had put some distance between themselves and Koa while rushing to escape the FTL disruptor's range. I imagined they were looking over their shoulder for pursuing predators. None of them eased up on the accelerator, since being the herd straggler was a death sentence. But the humans resisted the urge to chase. They rarely succumbed to hunter desires. Terrans can conduct themselves like normal people despite their deficits. It never ceases to impress me.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
Captain Monaghan turned her back to the camera, gazing at the stars.
We never had to fight. We could work to make something better.
Quit it with your lies. Counting colonies, 34 worlds have been wiped out since we met you. And you've been here 4 months.
The Kolshian muttered.
We didn't start or even bomb any of those. It's not our fault everyone keeps attacking us and abandoning your defenses.
You're in cahoots with the Arxa. Pulling the strings even. You wouldn't attract them if you weren't rotten to the core. Humans enjoy killing, for all your empathy.
I enjoy stopping bad people from hurting others. Nobody else has to die today. Certainly not innocent hostages because you hate us. On our honor, we'll let you all leave unharmed.
The Kolshian shifted with discomfort. It was clear he mistrusted the human's proposition. Several of the ships he left behind were making a break for it without waiting for orders. Flighty captains weren't going to give the predators time to change their mind. It left a sour taste in my mouth to see the enemy getting away.
On your honor?
The Kolshian flailed with exasperation.
What good does that do me? Predators deceive.
Monaghan snorted.
So do prey. Look at you. I haven't lied to you once, nor has the human race. Please, think of the Maziks.
I'm not a murderer. I don't want to kill children. Herbivores. Shit, your trick is working. We'll leave.
The video feed switched off before the human could respond. The Kolshian ships glided away from Koa's vulnerable surface, maintaining their formation. The Terran fleet honored the non-aggression pact rather than confronting the enemy. The predators were here to save their allies first and foremost. The human crew offered a rousing applause for Captain Monaghan, which took the aliens by surprise. I was accustomed to the predators' noise level after living around them for months. Bringing a Terran nearby was a fast way to dismantle peace and quiet. The poor Thyssen on comms bucked in agitation, and the Venlil observers covered their sensitive ears. Onzo delighted in the ruckus, however, with his primitive sensibilities. The Otul began yipping and jumping around like an animal. Monaghan allowed the cacophony for a moment, before shouting orders to pipe down. Silence overtook the bridge in an instant. The The Terran captain sighed.
Let's not pat ourselves on the back yet. This was a good day for us, but I promise the Mazics won't look back as fondly. Comms. Hail Koa.
The beige mammal on screen answered with immediacy. His eyes were frantic, as though he'd fallen over himself to respond. Upon closer inspection, I recognized the older male as President Kupo. The Mazic leader seemed alarmed to be at the Predator fleet's mercy. Their defenses were laid bare, and the poor guy was frazzled from the assault too.
Greetings,
Monahan said politely.
Do you require any aid? We're happy to assist with search and rescue. There's a civilian hauler immobilized in orbit for starters.
Kupo flared his trunk.
No, thank you. We can handle it. What payment can I offer you, humans? We'll give you whatever you want.
Payment? We don't want anything from you. Humanity came to your aid because we're allies. You're part of our pack now, as I imagine you would put it.
The Mazic was silent for a long time. Something resembling regret flickered in his gaze, though it was gone a second later. The leader composed himself and turned back to the camera. He appeared isolated in a vast bunker with only a single aide.
I never trusted humanity. I wasn't willing to risk my people to help Earth,
Kupo said.
Even with Seleni's revelation, I only committed resources to your team because I saw the Federation was a sinking ship. Now, you protected us. And I am sorry. Please, let us repay your aid.
The Terran captain chuckled.
All is forgiven, President Kupo. Your choices were relatively tame compared to the genocidal maniacs in the Federation.
Oh, human. I stood beside those people for years. It was wonderful. All herbivores working together in perfect harmony. How did nobody see the truth? I should have.
And don't blame yourself. We all see what we want to see. Just like people read evil into us and cherry-pick our worst moments. Because that's what they're looking for.
You've had to grovel and scrape for every friend you have, human. But not anymore. The Mazic Presidium will never forget your heroism. I'll set aside my best scientists to support your colonization efforts, and you can have the pick of our abandoned worlds, unless you mind being so close to us.
Not one bit. The United Nations would love to cooperate going forward.
My ears swiveled away from the dialogue, and I padded away from the sensor station. Pronounced footsteps followed at once, and a shadow fell over my form. Without looking, I knew it was Tyler lurking behind me. He was stalking me with predatory intent. Fear pulsated through my ribcage, and my spines bristled to the point of discomfort. Swallowing, I ambled into the mess hall and swiveled around. The census officer's chiseled jawline was rigid, suggesting the human wanted to bite me. His teeth were ill-suited for that, but the subconscious tell was there. Those blue eyes glittered like ice, scorching into my vulnerable areas. I cleared my throat. Sir, I'm sorry for my initial behavior. I panicked when you said Slanek, and I didn't want to disrupt. A fist rammed into my snout before I could flinch. Tyler's punch carried phenomenal power as his calcified bones connected with my skin. I caressed my bleeding nostrils and the human snaked an elbow around my neck. His knee lurched up into my stomach, knocking out the breath. I doubled over, but the predator's grip kept me from collapsing. Pain overwhelmed my senses, and my conscious mind relished it. Control was slipping away, however, as instinctive panic suppressed my faculties. It took the last of my lucidity to refrain from swiping back. Tyler tightened his hold on my neck before hurling me into a cabinet. I slammed against the upholstery, crumpling into a ball. The human marched ahead with effortless strides and hovered over me. My heart was on the brink of bursting, seeing his malicious snarl.
This is what it feels like to be physically beaten and powerless to fight back. You did that to Marcel for a week.
The Terran officer spat. No. I coughed out the blood that trickled into my mouth. I hate myself for it. Only didn't kill myself. So humans could have justice. The predator watched me crawl on the floor before extending a rough hand. I accepted his paw, allowing him to pull me to my feet. Rather than resuming the slugfest, Tyler helped me to a chair. He retrieved a paper towel from the sink and pressed it to my nose. The primate stepped back.
You want to die?
Sure, but I'm a coward. Tears swelled in my eyes and rolled down in rivulets. Turns out I'm terrible at getting myself killed, and at picking out the monsters who hurt my family. It wasn't Marcel, but any predator sufficed.
Shit, man. Did you ever get treatment for PTSD? What you went through was pretty fucked up. You should have never been in a commanding position to begin with.
Treatment for what? That didn't translate.
I see. You should talk to a therapist. I know a good one. It's what Marcel would want.
Tyler decided our spat was finished and left me to nurse my wounds. Was mental treatment what Marcel would really want for me? My thoughts harkened back to my cell on Earth and the red-haired human mocking my inability to cope. I was beginning to believe that he realized self-contempt was the worst punishment. Didn't he want me to live with this misery until death's sweet release? But Tyler knows him personally. If he says Marcel would want to help me, with Coed's rescue, I saw that humans stood for the preservation of life. Perhaps that extended to someone like myself, despite my past. It terrified me to explore my predator side. Losing my identity had been devastating. How could anyone grapple with their entire life being a lie? There was one certainty, one absolute truth in my universe now. It was that humans were the only ones that could stitch this galaxy back together.
Memory transcription subject, Slanik, Venlil Space Corps. Date, standardized human time, November 29th, 2136. Dawn crept over the horizon, bringing light to Silis's supercontinent. Human forces milled near a water tower which marked the border of a small settlement. Tillfish extermination officers were holding the populace hostage, and that eliminated the option of bombing this region. Our current plan was to flush the resistance out. My heart pounded as I rode with Marcel to the rendezvous point. The redhead had warned me that military canines were part of this operation. Fear of non-sapient predators seemed impossible to get over, but I was determined to try. Tyler had texted me videos of his dog after the Battle of Earth. It was clear the two species shared a bond. If the awful beasts are important to humans, I have to try. Being a ghastly predator doesn't inherently make an animal bad. Marcel hopped out of our truck and I bounded after him. The oxygen-rich environment helped numb my fear, which was a blessing. The dog was sitting among the UN pack, panting with its slobbery tongue. Its soulless eyes pinpointed me and its ears perked up malevolently. That wasn't even addressing the rotund fangs.
Are you all right, Slanik? You look like you're about to faint.
The vegetarian growled. My tail drooped between my legs. Just... Peachy.
He's friendly, bud. These are the most domesticated animals on Earth. Hell, they were known as man's best friend. Before we met Venlil, of course.
At this point, I knew the Terrans originally recruited dogs to track down prey. The non-sapiens had a sublime sense of smell, but that also meant this mutt could detect my terror. Still, this introduction was something that had to be done. Marcel had to see that I accepted his hunting ancestry. Maybe it would put my predator phobia to bed for good. I offered a silent plea to the universe that I wouldn't get swallowed whole. My paws carried me closer, and I focused on one step at a time. Every impulse pleaded to run, but I centered my thoughts around Marcel. This time, Slanik was not going to be a liability. If the animal went wild, the humans would protect me. It was their pet, after all. The hideous creature eyeballed me upon approach, and I extended a shaking paw. The monster sniffed, nostrils quivering with hunger. It opened its mouth again, and its tongue snaked toward me. Slobber coagulated on my arm fur, causing me to recoil. Its human handlers offered words of encouragement. Marcel grinned.
See? He likes you. Want to pet him?
I gulped, not wanting to let my human down. The terror had taken the form of a migraine. The pain was a wedge expanding beneath my eyes. The dog scrutinized me, a menacing glint in its pupils. It was sizing me up, waiting to catch me off guard. My training taught me to ground myself and focus on controlling my breathing. I reached to touch its skull and felt its coarse pelt against my paw pads. The vile predator released a guttural grunt, which reverberated in its chest. The malicious bark made me spring back and collide with Marcel. Was the sable demon going to eat me? It must have decided I was prey. The mongrel stood quickly, wagging its tail. It nosed around in the dirt before grabbing a stick in its jaw. It pranced over to me and dropped the twig at my feet. Globs of saliva formed on the bark, which suggested it had worked up an appetite. The creature emitted a high-pitched whine as I stared dumbfounded. Marcel stooped over and passed the stick to me.
Throw it. Tell Dino to fetch.
Dino? I questioned.
That's his name. Come on, let the pupper have some fun.
I made a mental note to inquire about the name's origin later. My throw was pitiful, landing just a few feet from where we stood. Dino scampered after it and snapped the twig off the ground. Relief flooded my chest as I realized this was play hunting. The game was predatory, but it meant the dog wasn't hunting me. However, it was a little bone-chilling to consider why dogs would retrieve objects for humans. In the ancient days, this would have been a dead carcass dropped at its owner's feet. Was it tagging along with the soldiers to hunt the tillfish? Would it chase them down and report back to the Terrans with the catch? All as the primates lavished it with good boy praises.
That was awesome, Slanik.
Marcel clapped me on the back.
You'd create quite the stir on our internet if they saw this.
I guess predators don't eat everything in sight.
The you chow down on every leaf you see. Anyhow, I want to hear you say that you're good to come with us.
Where you go, I go. Don't worry. The blinders kept the dog out of my vision as we clambered into a transport. Many humans were grinning at me, and I did my best imitation of a smile. The sight cracked the soldiers up. It was nice to lift their mood, even at my expense. Terrans didn't snarl as much as they used to, ever since 1/10 of their population was lost. No amount of Venlil cuteness would change that reality. Dino plopped itself beside my paws, resting its thick skull on the floor. The beast appeared tranquil, but its ears were pricked up and alert. I didn't like its chosen proximity to me, and I found myself praying that Marcel would intervene. The vegetarian merely tousled the dog's ears, the way he did with me. Active combat was preferable to this situation. At least I was equipped to handle that peril. Our vehicle procession didn't get far, since the Tillfish holdouts had anticipated UN intervention. Spikes were laid across the main road, and fallen trees had been hauled over the path as well. Side routes were jammed with barricades as well. Humans couldn't drag those away without heavy machinery. It would take an eternity to await equipment. It might have been possible to drive off-road, but footpaths had been coated in gasoline. A Tillfish could set the route ablaze the second the UN made a move. Any open land had been accounted for as well. Parks and green spaces had been flooded by local aqueducts. Even if Terran trucks could wade through the water, the muddy earth risked trapping their tires. Marcel nudged me out of the vehicle.
Stay alert, Slanik. The exterminators left one route into the city. Foot traffic across the roads.
There's a trap waiting for sure. You won't have the element of surprise, I said.
Thankfully, we have recon drones to scout ahead. We're not going in dark. The dog is great at picking up explosives too.
Dino placed its nose on the road, sprinting ahead of the humans. I hoped the dog was running off for good. If it became a wild predator, terrorizing the local populace, maybe the Terrans would stop bringing their kind on missions. No Predator soldiers made an effort to stop its departure, which suggested the mutt was more trouble than it was worth. The UN infantry readied their weapons and surveyed the area with alertness. I mimicked their movements, though the dwellings nearby seemed vacated. Thermal feeds were relayed to their holopads, granting us their drone's vision. Tillfish were scattered throughout the town square, with many taking refuge in the extermination office. Judging by their location, I assumed those were hostiles. Enemy patrols also wandered the streets, policing the citizenry. The populace was small enough to monitor, and residents had been confined to their homes. That made it easier to differentiate between combatants and hostages. It was best if the innocents remained inside. Hunting down every last hostile would be a challenge regardless, since their forces were spread out across the landscape. I trundled ahead, jogging to match the humans' pace. We weaved around the obstacles placed in our path, and climbed over a few lengthier objects. The persistent predators were tireless as they moved, but my body ached from the strenuous activity. I noticed Marcel favoring the leg he'd been shot in, so I decided not to ask for a ride. "Are you okay?" I asked. Marcel gritted his teeth.
My conditioning's not peak after being injured for months. Recovering from Sovlin's fun room was hard enough. Got to get my fitness back up. Rebuild strength in this leg.
That makes sense. We lose strength if we're sedentary too. Our scientists think that Venlo physical activity has declined alongside the native predator population. Fitness isn't as important without threats.
That's probably right. Likewise, our fitness correlates to our participation in hunting, which we don't do anymore.
A resounding bark jolted us out of the conversation. Dino sat beside a crate of black powder, which bore the insignia of mining companies. A fuse was attached, but the device hadn't been triggered yet. The Tillfish must be waiting for humans to pass by. It was the extermination officer's humor to weaponize a predator's tactics against them. The dog's handler whistled, and it came running back with eagerness. I guess the mutt wasn't keen on escaping after all. The primates had it under their spell. Come to think of it, even a feral predator wouldn't run away from an easy source of flesh. Terrans must keep control with generous helpings of food. It's playing along because it learned that humans reward it handsomely. But the second they run out of food, it'll eat them alive. Whatever my thoughts on Dino's motives, it was impressive that humans trained a beast to detect weaponry. Its scouting potential was valuable to our foray, and its sensory abilities made the journey safer. Powdered explosives were primitive compared to the Terran arsenal, but I still didn't want to stroll past one. Once our troops were cleared of the blast, a UN soldier flung a match at the canister. It erupted with a puff of smoke, churning up the nearby dirt. Marcel waved a hand, and the combat-ready primates pressed on. There had to be Tillfish enemies in close proximity if they planned to trigger a blast. Terran drones circled back to our position, searching for hiding hostiles. Marcel whistled.
Come out unarmed. This is over. We see you. Yes, you. Right there.
Our surveillance had yet to locate any Tillfish, but the bluff filled the unseen assailants. A trio of insects scuffled out of a burrow and opened gunfire. I snapped my arm in their direction, focusing on lining up the sights. After a split second of concentration, I depressed the trigger. My bullet pierced through an insect's skull, ejecting brain matter from the wound. The humans reacted swiftly as well, unleashing a string of kinetics. The enemy hit 2 of our men before we shot back, but wandering out into the open spelled their demise. Predators didn't miss a clear and unobstructed target, and this scuffle was no exception to that rule. I drew a shuddering breath. That was my first kill. Sympathy flashed in Marcel's hazel eyes.
The first time is the hardest. If it's any consolation, we've all been there. I still remember mine.
But you're human.
It doesn't matter. Unless you're a sociopath, taking a life is something you wrestle with. You feel like you've changed. And you have changed, Slanik. Just remember what you're fighting for.
The Terran brigade marched toward the town square. I was certain the extermination office was our first target, so this was no time to get emotional. My participation was for my friend's sake. The why was something I had no qualms over. Every bit of training was so that I could be effective and prove to the galaxy that Venlil weren't a laughingstock. Finding the route to the exterminator's workplace was easy. All we had to do was follow the trail of posters. Several predators stopped to scan visual translators near bulletins. The human likeness, often an unflattering caricature, was visible on many of them. It was obvious the predator-killing guilds took particular offense to their presence. Marcel inspected one, shaking his head as he read the translation. The caption asked, "Do these look like arboreal eyes to you?" A human was clutching silverware as they stared at a crocodile on a plate. It looked accurate to Earth cutlery, which was a nice touch. The artist rendition had their mane sticking up in all directions, exaggerated fangs curving out of closed lips and veins popping in dilated eyes. I ambled further ahead and tapped a different poster. It depicted Gajeeds in a pen, cowering away from a human hand. Earth's silhouette was superimposed in the background with a foreboding red glow encircling the planet. The tagline read, "Asylum for all." The refugees themselves could confirm the conditions weren't nefarious. Cattle ships belonged only to the Arxa. The one posted by the entrance at least had a basis in reality. It depicted an actual photograph of human soldiers dropping from the sky as Gajid stampede victims littered the ground. "Coming to a city near you," the propaganda proclaimed. The subtext listed an exterminated recruiting URL specifically for volunteers to resist a UN invasion.
I don't think they like us, Slanek.
Marcel growled.
No clue where I got that impression from, though.
I took cover waiting for humans to breach the door. "You have an uncanny resemblance to the one munching on the crocodile. Is that your long-lost twin?"
Funny. I was thinking it looked more like your mother.
"Hey! We're going to settle this after the battle." My predator snarled, revealing his pearly fangs. The UN soldiers exchanged hand signals by the entrance before setting a breach charge. The blast rocked the door off its hinges and the humans stalked into the building. There were a few rifle bursts as the Terrans picked off the tillfish in the entryway. I shouldered my own gun and slunk into the lobby. Smoke clouded the air, wisps visible in the dimly lit environment. The predators were inspecting a layout of the building. Their first step was to seal off exits. We knew where the bulk of the enemies were located thanks to the drones. It was a matter of our success clearing them out. The humans were closing in on the rogue exterminators, and I pitied the fools who dared to fight back. Memory transcription subject: Slanek, Venlil Space Corps. Date: Standardized Human Time, November 29th, 2136. The extermination office featured a modest array of cubicles past the lobby. There were more employment opportunities than hunting predators. Call centers had to be operational round the clock, and another set of pencil pushers checked web reports. Other workers researched infestations, identifying potential culprits and their method of survival. These briefings prepared the officers for a job's challenges. The humans peered around the entrance before a brave few slid into a cubicle. No gunfire was unleashed at our appearance, so the rest of us took positions. Marcel produced a pocket-sized drone, and the device silently soared into the air. It glided over rows of cubicles, searching for any heat signatures. The miniature robot stopped near a window and zoomed in on 2 tillfish. The predators crept forward with the same silence their ancestors used to hunt creatures twice their size. Dino mimicked their focus as its handler whispered something to it. The dog seated itself, and I took my opportunity to distance myself. The gun felt light as a feather in my grip. It stayed pointed right at the hiding spot. Marcel poked his gun over the cubicle wall, and his comrades also shoved scopes at the tillfish. Their mandibles clicked with terror, surprised by the primate's stealth. They bent their heads in a gesture of submission. Large predators shouldn't be able to approach without audible cues, yet humans could suppress their footsteps so well.
"Please don't shoot us!"
An insectoid clicked.
"We're just IT workers. We surrender."
Marcel jerked his gun skyward.
Stand up. Walk toward the window.
The tillfish scuttled back, though their compound eyes lingered on the predators. My human shouted demands to turn around, but the enemy hesitated to comply. Something was odd about their posture, and I couldn't chalk it up to fear. Their appendages seemed folded to conceal an object. Marcel approached to search the workers. His hazel eyes were narrowed to slits. The tillfish's thoraxes twitched, poised to strike out. Without any consideration, I lunged at one of them. The insect I tackled buckled under my grip and kicked its cohort in the process. I clung on for dear life, reaching for whatever was in its clutches. The humans noticed the downed one was wielding a gun. That IT worker was scrambling to right himself. Multiple bullets incised the hostile's exoskeleton before he could enact his plans. Marcel pointed his firearm at the one I was riding, but he couldn't get a clean shot. The tillfish had latched onto my forepaw, which prevented me from dismounting. I screeched as the tillfish slammed me against the wall. Adrenaline surged through my veins like a drug. My free arm shot towards his lens-like eyes, and I sank my tiny claws into the smooth flesh. He howled in pain, loosening his grip on my other paw. My body crashed to the floor with a thud, knocking the wind from my lungs. The predators pumped the tillfish full of lead before he could try anything else. Some blood splattered onto my fur, painting yellow splotches across my chest. Every muscle in my body quivered as horror washed over me. I crawled back toward the humans and struggled to my feet. Several primates helped wipe the blood off, checking me for injuries.
Slanek, for the love of God, why did you not shoot those tillfish?
Marcel grunted. I straightened my head fur. Well, I saw them reaching for a weapon.
I understand that. My question stands.
I don't know. Let's get moving. Terran soldiers swept the room, verifying that other tillfish hadn't stowed away. We progressed to an interior stairwell which led to the upper floor. The armory was tucked by the landing, but it had been emptied of guns and flamethrowers. The exterminators found a use for every weapon in their possession. I hugged the wall alongside Marcel, using his presence to ground me. Every instinct suggested to hyperventilate and dwell on the bloodshed I'd kick-started, but giving into those thoughts wouldn't facilitate my survival. It would hinder the UN's mission too. These tillfish needed to die because they were a threat to Earth. There was nothing else to consider. These rebels were the strongest advocates for joining that genocidal raid, I imagine. They're responsible for billions dead. The predators were hesitant to climb the stairwell. There had been dozens of life signatures in this building, so the bulk were waiting on the top floor. Per the tactics UN training drilled into me, this was a choke point. It was advantageous to defenders and forced assailants to cover multiple angles. Grenades weren't a viable option with their tendency to roll back on us. Is there another way up? I whispered. Marcel shrugged.
We could just blow this place to Kingdom Come, but the brass doesn't want collateral. There's no telling if there's hostages till we sweep the premises.
I'm surprised you didn't suggest dropping out of the sky. That is the human way, as I recall.
Intel suggests this faction has surface-to-air capabilities. Attaining a ladder is possible, but the roof is likely booby-trapped anyways. These fellas seem to want us to come to them.
Why?
I don't know. They're basically a cult and they're cornered. They could be planning to take us down with them.
My human turned his gun skyward and inched back first toward the stairs. He popped off several shots from a sharp angle which connected with one tillfish. Judging by the alarm chatter, there were 6 or 7 defenders perched above us. The insect leaned over the railing and rained fire on the redhead. Tension crossed Marcel's scarred face as he ducked back under the alcove. The humans waited for the enemy to deplete ammunition, knowing they weren't conservative in its usage. My friend peeked back out and was joined by a pair of comrades. The trio offered suppressive fire as the Terran troops hustled up the stairs. I swallowed my nerves, which reminded me what an easy target I was. If these humans could bear the risk, so could I. This was about trusting their plan. My feet sprinted up 2 stairs at a time, and I joined our squad midway up. We had a better line of sight from this angle, which allowed us to bombard the tillfish. One human dropped beside me, and another released a strained yelp. This charge was a strategical blunder, but it was the lesser evil of our options. We were hoping to scale the incline as quickly as possible. Though I was too frazzled to aim, I got off several blind shots. Whether or not my bullets contributed, the exterminators were gunned down in seconds. Panting heavily, I labored up the rest of the stairs. The predators tended to our wounded, lugging both to the top. One's binocular eyes were glassy, suggesting they were already gone. My eyes shot back to Marcel, who was the first to engage the tillfish. Relief clamped at my heart when I saw him hobbling up behind me. His brazenness could have gotten him killed. Marcel tested the door.
Easy now. We're going to sustain losses, Slanik. We can't let that distract us. We all know the risks.
I didn't say anything, I squeaked.
You didn't have to. You wear your emotions all over your face.
I rubbed my temples, trying to fight off a nagging headache. Dino bounded up the stairs and began sniffing at my legs. The dog's presence was the last straw in a situation that was stressful already. Why couldn't the damn beast leave me alone? Wasn't it enough that I was in imminent danger from bullets? The humans departed the stairwell onto the second floor, and a slew of gunfire welcomed them. I bolted away from Dino. Getting shot was preferable to his creepy drooling. This appeared to be some sort of break room with lounge stools, tables, and a mini-kitchen in the area. The tillfish had condensed the lounge chairs into fortifications and upturned tables for cover too. Our position was a barren bottleneck, which was by design. Glass shattered to my left as the window was nailed by errant bullets. Shard glinted on the floor and reflected the sunlight pouring in. I suddenly wished I had goofy paw coverings like the humans. My feet weren't fleshy like theirs, but pads wouldn't stop me from impaling myself. Guess the only place to hide is by the cabinets to my right. Already lots of humans cramming in there though. Need somewhere less crowded. Keeping as far away from the broken window as possible, I scampered across to the opposite end of the room. Bullets whizzed past my head and took out several humans who tailed me. A handful of us reached the other side where an arch opened up into a parallel corridor. Further down, there was a set of doors marked with a biohazard symbol. I assumed that was where prey remains and predator experimentation were housed. Bootsteps closed in on my position, rough and unsteady. Marcel dived through the archway, flashing his teeth at me. He huddled against the wall, and predator chemicals caused his eyes to dilate. The vegetarian sucked in several breaths while Tillfish gunfire peppered the plaster around us. I risked a brief glance at my paw pads, which seemed cleared of glass. UN soldiers retreated to the stairwell as bullets decimated their position. My side advance was secure against a support wall for now, but the firefight had ground to an impasse. The Tillfish exterminators needed to be flushed from their shelter before we incurred more losses. I propped my gun up against my chest. Those bastards think they can hunker down. What about grenades now?
I thought you'd never ask,
the Terran chuckled. Several soldiers readied grenades, calculating the perfect moment to strike. Human predation was methodical, a far cry from mindless chasing. Their discipline kept their units functioning as well-oiled machines. If I was opposing them, efficiency would be more frightening than animalistic frenzy. Terrans were much less likely to make mistakes than the Arxa. I was grateful to be on their team. If First Contact had gone differently, the Venlil would have been the first ones fighting them. We would have never had the exchange program, which meant I'd still see humans as monsters. What fate would befall Earth had Sovlin gotten his mitts on the Odyssey astronauts? My friend would be dead too, and I might have helped kill him. I shook my head, not wanting to think about dreadful causalities. The predators clattered explosives across the floor, which arrived at the Tillfish fortifications. Marcel wouldn't let me carry grenades, since my throwing ability was negligible. Human arm torsion was effortless in contrast. Hunting with spears forced their ancestors to evolve precision. Enemy screams followed the grenades as the detonations tore any shelter apart. This time, I understood that humans would capitalize on the chaos. My legs propelled me back into the room, forsaking the corridor's refuge. A few Tillfish retained their guns, but most hostiles languished on the floor. Buttery blood washed across the tile, with splatter reaching up onto the walls. The Terrans strode up to the barricades. Dino darted into the heart of the action as well. The dogs subdued any Tillfish who were rising, while the humans picked off writhing targets. UN soldiers admired the heap of bug corpses, poking a few to ensure they were dead. Our rank sustained some damage in the fray, but we got the better end of the bargain. Marcel shuffled into the corridor.
So, that door we saw. I've learned the Federation warning symbols, and the last thing we need is them springing some cure on us. Are they testing bioweapons here?
Highly unlikely. Consider where we are. It's marked biohazard because of predator contamination. You are predator contamination. Lots of it. So I doubt you care.
You never know, Slanik. Contact with some animal saliva might turn me into a super predator, with claws and horns.
I'd be more worried about that with Dino than you. You ready to end this? The redhead nodded. I mulled over how their teasing behavior had rubbed off on me. Sarcasm had never featured in my lexicon so regularly. It did seem like a healthy way of expressing stress, especially in extreme situations. Bantering with my predator distracted me from the nauseating fear. Upon closer inspection, the biohazard door was left ajar. Marcel nudged it with his foot, eliciting a mournful creak. The human made gagging noises and tugged his shirt over his nose. I wasn't sure what his reaction pertained to, given my lack of smell. Was the air laced with some poison?
That acrid smell.
Marcel coughed. My gaze darted to the floor, and the source of his discomfort revealed itself. A thin coating of brownish liquid amassed like a wading pool. The gasoline was discernible upon entry, even with blinders on. Did the exterminators think humans would trample through a blaze zone? Most sapients avoided burning alive where possible. I sprished my tail with disgust. Petrol. There must be a few Tillfish camped inside, waiting to set it off.
I don't have time for this. Playing Timberwood's not on my agenda.
The human's teeth protruded with malevolence as he acquired a match.
How about a little role reversal? Surprise, fuckers.
After lighting the object in his hand, Marcel dropped the spark into the gasoline rim. Orange fire snaked across the liquid and leapt onto any secondary fuel. Walls, furniture, and tillfish alike. My human turned his back on the inferno and strolled back to the stairwell. While the exterminators achieved their self-immolation plan, we needed to double-time it out of here. The UN troops jogged past the break room's body trail and skipped down the stairwell. Their longer legs allowed them to retrace their steps quickly. I lagged behind them a bit, but my friend circled back for me. Marcel scooped me up in strong arms, ignoring his own exhaustion. The human was a good herdmate. He always looked out for my welfare. I know he'd never leave me behind, come stampede or high water. It was a quick journey, cuddling against his muscular form. We hustled past the cubicles and the lobby before bursting into fresh air. The blaze had gained intensity as it battered the upper windows. I spotted tillfish silhouettes, thrashing about, enveloped by smoke and debris. Perhaps it was unwise that the professionals made their workshop flammable by design.
Guard each exit,
Marcel barked.
Those exterminators will either burn alive, or they'll try to evacuate. Unless they come out surrendering, shoot any you see.
Dino's quadrupedal form was visible among our ranks. The dog strayed from its handler and opted to harass me again. In a rare moment of bravery, I shoved its snout away. It offered a pitiful whine before curling up at my feet nonetheless. Its brown eyes never left me as it thumped its tail a single time. Why wouldn't it leave me alone? It was for Marcel's sake that I didn't chase it off with my gun. I hated that mutt, just as much as the humans adored it. Once we cleared the neighborhoods of rogue patrols, this mission would be complete. I couldn't wait to achieve victory so I could get myself far away from the feral predator.
Memory transcription subject, Governor Tarver of the Venlil Republic. Date, standardized human time, November 29th, 2136. Venlil resources were spread thin, with millions of rescues taxing our resources. Volunteers worked to exhaustion, and human refugees chipped in as much as anyone. The Predator's assistance was appreciated, but we had to monitor their interactions with the former cattle. I was certain they didn't mean any harm. However, the primates often didn't realize how terrifying their basic mannerisms could be. All it took was one Terran reacting with aggression or lifting their mask at the wrong time. If their secret got out within this facility, I could imagine how the rescues would take the news. Would a former exterminator like Glim accept that our closest ally was a predator race? Could Hasey grasp the Federation's misdeed after studying our idyllic relations in history? Hey, just so you know, 1 of every 10 races are flesh-eaters, I imagined myself saying. Oh, and our neighbors are predators. We're allied in the war against the Federation. With the Arxa too. This was a delicate situation regardless of outside intervention. A large chunk of these Venlil were raised in captivity and lacked any understanding of our modern society. Their language and higher thinking functions were rudimentary at best. The Arxa hadn't exposed them to other aliens or offered any welfare services.
Governor, it's your move,
Sarah said. Hasey was laying on her stomach inspecting the Jenga tower. The former historian had come out of her shell. It was good to see her taking an interest in the Terran's culture. Noah and Sarah kept their answers vague, which failed to sate her curiosity. The humans brought this block game with them today, and used it as an introduction to their recreation. My claw tapped a loose piece near the center, and I coaxed it out of its spot. The tower quivered a bit, which sparked my nerves. The Venlil rescues leaned in with interest, alertness in their eyes. Satisfied that the structure would hold, I set the plank atop it. Noah rubbed his hands together.
Wonderfully done. My turn.
Dear stars!
Glim flinched back and shot the human a wary glance.
How did your voice go that deep, Noah?
I have a bit of a cough.
The ambassador muttered, clearing his throat.
Making it very throaty. I apologize.
Noah avoided turning toward Glim, which would indicate binocular vision. The Predator's emotions were invisible under his mask, but the Venlil exterminator's confusion was apparent. Male human speech had a growling texture, which added weight to their voices. This was in stark contrast to our squeaky pitch. The UN ambassador jabbed his hand forward with no tact and yanked a piece from the bottom. The Jenga tower toppled over, crashing to the floor. I suspected Noah had lost the game on purpose to distract Glim. The astronaut excused himself and sped out of the room. He realized how close he was to blowing his cover. Glim tilted his head.
You Gaians are a strange species, Sarah. Noah did not seem sick to me this entire time.
Noah tries to play tough. I bet he's doctored himself up on cough syrup.
The Terran scientist responded.
Something about you bothers me. It might be just that I can't read you. If you aren't comfortable taking your masks off, I'd like to at least see an anatomical diagram of your species.
I'll look into acquiring that for you.
Will you?
That tone. What are you implying, Glim?
The male Venlil pinned his ears back and swished his tail with irritation. I feared that he'd already guessed the Gaians were predators. However, the fact that he was irked rather than afraid suggested he might not have the answers yet. The former exterminator's attitude was worsening by the day, though. It's positive that his spirit hasn't been crushed, but he's becoming a problem. Maybe he needs to be isolated from humans.
I heard from my family for the first time in years, yet you're limiting contact to pre-recorded messages. You won't let us watch TV for entertainment, or have access to the internet.
Glim growled.
You avoid every question we ask you. There's something you don't want us to know.
Sarah raised her hands.
That's not fair.
This isn't fair. I'm still in captivity in my home, here with my own people. Dodgy aliens seem to be running the show. You won't even let us go outside for a breath of fresh air.
Hersey was listening in silence.
Sarah, the museum. I want to visit.
Alarm coursed through my veins as I knew we couldn't honor their requests. Humans appeared in every form of media, including fiction, and were a popular subject on our internet. Outside of these walls, Glim and Hersey would encounter Terran refugees. Millions of them remained on Venlil Prime, so they could be walking around unmasked, anywhere. Sarah adjusted her facial garb.
I'm sorry if you feel that our restrictions are unfair. We have no idea what your timetable is to readjust, and we'd like to take things slowly. Better safe than sorry.
Sensory overload might awaken negative emotions and slow down your recovery. Discussion of the war is everywhere too, I chimed in. Maybe you two recover faster than others, but several of your counterparts are shattered. Our goals are set with the average Venlil in mind. Hersey narrowed her eyes.
How did you even free us anyways, Tava? Why would the Greys let us go?
The Gaians negotiated your release.
What could the Gaians have that the Axo would want?
Strength.
Noah's voice rumbled behind me.
Resources.
Glim's pupil snapped back to the doorway. Noah returned with a bowl of fruit and made a point of grabbing a piece. He raised his full-face mask just enough to eat the food, though his canines were still obscured. The two Venlil studied his furless chin and his snack choice. The exterminator seemed to relax a little. Consuming plants should hold predator suspicions for now. The Terran ambassador offered the fruit to the Venlil, who snagged a few pieces for themselves. He waved a berry-picking hand and ushered the rescues back to their room. It was a clear attempt to avoid further questions. We had to find a way to give them some of what they wanted. Hersey hugged Sarah as the scientist tucked her into bed. The female predator patted the Venlil gently, returning the affectionate gesture. The historian had no clue who her caretaker was. Compassion was a trait we once reserved for prey. Until we met humans, we assumed predators were incapable of empathy. Glim shied away when Noah tried to adjust his blanket. The exterminator's skeptical look had intensified following the ambassador's answer about the Arxa. Strength the Greys would respect was something to be feared and not a quality prey should possess. Likewise, the only resources that interested the Dominion was food.
What did you mean by strength and resources?
The male rescue stuttered. Noah withdrew to the doorway.
We defend ourselves, and we're proactive about it. We can find a scientific solution to anything. Manufacture anything, even the unsavory stuff the Arxa want.
The Arxa want cattle to eat and killing tools.
We did what was needed to get you back. We're going to protect the Venlil from now on.
Hersey whined.
You can't protect us from them. Nobody can. You're naive.
Noah shoved his hands into his pockets, but pride exuded from his posture. There was a hunter's grace in his stride. The way he strutted, arching his spine, asserted dominance. Even with the mask on, I could sense his vicious snarl. The human wouldn't stand for Earth's prowess being called into question.
Oh, Hasey. We already beat the Arxa once. The Federation's only victory in hundreds of years was because of us.
Noah stated.
Have some faith.
Sarah shook her head, slashing her hand in front of her throat. I scurried up to him and tugged at his wrist. My beloved needed to adjust his behavior because that speech wasn't prayer-like at all. Usually, Noah was more sensitive to our sensibilities. Perhaps it was Glim's profession goading him into boastfulness. I dragged the human down the hallway, out of earshot of the rescues. Noah allowed himself to be maneuvered. There was no way I could move him without his cooperation. After checking my periphery to see if either Venlil followed us, I took a deep breath. It was important that I used a hushed voice to avoid prying ears. Why would you tell them that? I hissed. Your species found FTL months ago, and now you're telling them that you single-handedly defeated the Arxa. How will they conclude that primitives did that? Sarah crossed her arms.
Tavi is right. These Venlil aren't ready for the facts. Remember what sort of reactions we get from normal people. The exchange programs. Arthur.
Noah sighed, throwing his hands in the air.
Maybe we should get the truth over with, instead of dodging their questions and locking them up. Glim was an exterminator. Any deceit will make him double down on his pre-existing beliefs.
Hold your horses. I know they're going to find out eventually, but they've been here 2 days. You'd be compromising the identity of all of our people.
Glim and Hasey are strong-willed. We could break it to them in pieces. They deserve to know who Venlil Prime's closest ally really is.
And who is that?
A voice squeaked behind us.
Who are you, really?
The Terran swiveled around to face Hasey, an instinctive reaction. Their uncanny tendency to look right at a target tipped off the historian. It was the sign of narrow vision to snap around a full 90 degrees. I could see fear flash in her eyes. She had realized the truth, or at least part of it. Hasey backed away, tail drooping between her legs. Sarah raised her hands and took a careful step forward. The female Venlil shrieked before bolting down the hallway. I could hear her nails scrabbling on the tile as she slipped in haste to get away. The sounds of crying were audible too, amidst the screams. The poor thing just realized she hooked a predator. Oh dear. I positioned myself in Noah's path, stopping him from following. Don't chase her. You're just going to make it worse. The ambassador cursed.
What do we do? We can't just sit around. She's going to start a panic.
I'll notify the Venlil doctors and get someone to calm her down. We should check on Glim now. He must have heard the commotion. Yeah, Hasey wasn't exactly subtle, Sarah said.
Come on, Noah. We don't need both our patients freaking out.
The humans raced back into the hospital room. Sarah gasped with horror, and Noah's breathing accelerated to a panicked pace. Catching up to the primates, I saw that both beds were empty. Hasey was obviously long gone, so our goal was to minimize the damage. Glim was nowhere to be found either, though. The Terran astronauts started scouring the room since we hadn't seen the exterminator exit. They crawled on the floor, searching under the beds first. Under different circumstances, it would have been amusing to see a human wriggle under tight spaces. But at the moment, my sole thought was locating our Venlil charges. My gaze landed on the walls and the ceiling, browsing for any clues. A food cart had been moved right under an air duct. The grate was pried open too. A clump of grey hair floated down onto my face, and I shouted for the human's attention. Glim must have used this passage to mount an escape. Sarah whistled.
Dang, we got a little Houdini here. If he wasn't an exterminator, I'd be impressed.
The predators couldn't fit into the crawl space, and I wasn't planning to go in there myself. We must operate under the assumption that Glim fled the premises. There was no telling where he would go, and family were his only known associates. Perhaps we should start with relatives' residences, or extermination offices. We have to find Glim. He's a danger to himself and any human he comes across, I said. The world has changed since he's been gone. Noah ripped his mask off.
This is a fucking disaster. It wasn't supposed to go like this.
Let's keep our heads. What's done is done.
Sarah offered.
Tava, do you want us to call in a UN manhunt?
Manhunt? I thought you didn't hunt sapiens.
It's an expression for a search party to capture a deviant.
I see. If you think it will bring him in safely, do it. I can ask the public for help too. Noah sighed.
That's a good idea. We'll do what we can. I'm sorry.
The two predators wandered off to make calls while I fiddled with my holopad. The hospital lockdown should have been tighter, but I never intended to imprison these people. They were supposed to be eased back into the citizenry and learn the truth gradually. Human volunteers had signed on to give each rescue proper care rather than to complicate matters. Perhaps their involvement was unwise, but we couldn't handle the cattle influx alone. It seemed like a good idea to give the predators a worthy cause. Most Terran refugees wanted something noble to occupy their day. The predators needed to track Glim and Hasey down and bring them around to our side. Hopefully, in time, both Venlil would understand the humans were here to help. Memory transcription subject, Governor Tava of the Venlil Republic. Date, standardized human time, November 29th, 2136. The hospital was placed on lockdown until every crevice was accounted for. Hasey was found barricaded in a janitor's closet, requiring human volunteers to bust down the door. Then Lil took charge of the situation from there and escorted the historian back to proper lodgings. The predators stayed away since the female rescuer was inconsolable with them nearby. Sarah decided to give Hasey space, but asked Venlil helpers to leave a holopad in the room. The Terran scientist posited that a call was the best chance to plead her case. However, our most pressing priority was Glim. The exterminator was nowhere to be found. I could only imagine his reaction to what lurked outside these premises. The UN has sent out search parties, but they found nothing. We need to help. At my request, a Venlil driver arrived to ferry us to the local extermination office. Noah suggested to start the search with Glim's guild, and I agreed with his reasoning. However, barging into that venue with two Thermos humans would be awkward. UN representatives usually stayed out of the exterminator's way. That avoidance was a two-way street. Noah, I'm begging you. Please, don't stir up any trouble. We just want to find Glim, I said. The human snorted.
I'll try. But I hate those people, and I won't lie about it. I wish you'd dismantle their office.
Change happens slowly. I understand about obligate carnivores now. It's not their fault. Still, I can't take the risk of Venlil being hunted on the street.
I'm not saying to let predators roam your settlements. Even we wouldn't. Mostly. But driving entire species to extinction. Burning them alive.
If you find an animal that you can guarantee won't attack us, I'll spare it. But lesser creatures don't have your agency or restraint, and I can't take chances. Now stop lecturing me. I never tell you what to do on your planet. Sarah raised an eyebrow at our spat. The female human muttered something about ecological damage, and I pretended not to hear. While her personality was less confrontational, she had rallied against exterminations to any scientific outlet that would listen. Her latest attempts included examples of human farmers enacting similar measures and discussions of zoonotic diseases. Look, I'm sorry for lashing out, I sighed. But it can feel like humans are bossing the Venlil around in our own backyard. We're different than you, and the past few months have been a massive culture shock. I've shaken things up enough. Sarah forced a smile.
We both understand that change doesn't happen overnight, and that you can only rock the boat so much. Right, Noah?
The male human struck a sullen pause, but nodded.
Sorry, Tava. No problems with the exterminators. I promise.
Noah opened the car door for me, while Sarah occupied the front seat. It was a bit disturbing that the predators referred to that position as shotgun. Was it standard practice to gun down passerbys when motor vehicles were first invented on Earth? I didn't understand why the preferable seat was associated with a weapon. Sarah rotated a holopad in her hands, a sad look in her eyes. I could see she wanted to contact Hasey, but was afraid of worsening the situation. Our car sped off down the road, and I whacked my prosthetic tail against her seat. Her gaze darted back over her shoulder, locking with mine. Though their interactions spanned a day, it was apparent the human and Hasey had grown attached. "Put your mask on and try to talk to Hasey. I bet she's scared silly and losing any newfound hope of freedom," I whispered. "You can't hurt her through a coal, right?" The Terran scientist twisted her dark curls.
I don't know. The way she looked at us.
"I looked at you the same way when we first met, and now here I am, using Noah as a pillow. It's worth a shot with Hasey. Have a little faith in her." Sarah took a deep breath and slipped her face covering back on. The Gaian extended a video call to Hasey's device, waiting with bated breath. The request went unanswered for agonizing seconds and rang until reaching the default voicemail. It seemed the Venlil rescue wasn't in a talking mood. The scientist was quiet for a long moment, swallowing hard. The human steadied her face in the frame and dialed the number once more. I waved in the background, hoping the preview would make Hasey curious. The voicemail began to play again before coming to an abrupt halt. A timid Venlil face appeared on screen.
Venlil Prime has fallen. I should be resigned to this. Why did you have to give me hope?
Hasey, please, just hear me out. We're here because our home was attacked. Our largest cities are destroyed.
Sarah pleaded.
Governor Tava was kind enough to take Gaian refugees, so we offered to help you as a way to give back. It's not what you think.
I trusted you.
I am sorry that you found out like this. The truth is, my species has forward-facing eyes and we're territorial. Because of those two things, everyone assumes we're like the Arxa. Including the Arxa.
Mask.
We wore the masks because we didn't want to scare you. We're aware how Venlil react to us. It wasn't meant as a deception.
No. Take the mask off.
Sarah lowered her head before reaching for the straps. She pulled the mask over her skull and straightened her dark hair. The Venlil historian froze at the predatory creature on screen. The Terran scientist's eyebrows knitted together with concern. Perhaps it was my imagination, but her binocular eyes seemed to tear up too. Hasey pressed a paw to her mouth, squeaking incoherently. I could see her swoon on her feet as the current of fear almost swept her away. When the rescue snapped out of her stupor, she lunged for the holopad. It was a blur of panicked motion, a scramble to terminate the call. There wasn't a goodbye, or even a vocalization of her fear. Well, that went poorly. Now our historian friend has a face to put with the nightmare. With Hasey disconnecting, Sarah cast a blank stare at her own reflection. I unclipped my seatbelt, hugging the predator from behind. Her lips curved upward and she squeezed my paw. Noah offered a sympathetic smile as he met his co-worker's eyes. These two humans were my closest friends. I didn't want to see them hurt by Venlil. "Are you okay, Sarah?" I signaled "I love you" with my prosthetic, hoping the scientist had learned a bit of our tail language. "It's not your fault." She offered a grateful nod.
I feel terrible for adding to Hasey's trauma. Now I'm just another monster to her. What she went through with the Arxa, she doesn't need anything else to fear.
These people have serious issues that have nothing to do with humans. You're part of our society now. They'd have to learn to deal with you regardless. Noah sighed.
I don't know if we can ask them to deal with predators. It feels wrong. We remind them of a deeply traumatic experience.
Exactly. We have no right to force ourselves into their lives.
Sarah agreed. Well, that's a decision they can make for themselves, I said. Humans have been an immense help for this program, and you did nothing wrong. Venlil infrastructure would collapse without you chipping in.
It's the least we could do, Tava. We want the best for these people. Nobody deserves to be treated like an animal.
The shriek of a siren pierced the air as our vehicle neared the extermination office. Venlil, wearing flameproof attire, stood in a flatbed with other equipment tucked behind them. A chill crept down my spine, wondering what they were responding to. Was there really a major infestation so close to the capital? Government affairs might have to be placed on temporary hiatus, or moved to an emergency bunker. The humans gazed out of the window, expressions tinged with apprehension. Our stop was a building full of professionals whose sole purpose was to wipe out predators. There was a reason I'd tried to keep the Guild from interacting with UN personnel. The strongest opposition to the Terrans came from within exterminator ranks. Venlil Prime was a staging ground for their political statements. When refugees from Earth first arrived, most predator sightings turned out to be humans. Terrans were involved in isolated cases of petty crime, though nothing beyond Venlil malfeasance. Vandalism, assault and robbery weren't constructs of the primates. However, witnesses had a tendency to phone exterminators about Terran criminals rather than standard police. It was a miracle that none of the confrontations ended with a toasted human so far. I told the exterminators to defer details of human cases to police. To use guns, not flamethrowers if necessary and unavoidable. The question is if everyone listens. Sarah grimaced.
Do you really think Glim is here?
Could be. Only one way to find out.
Noah answered. I swished my prosthetic tail in agreement. This wasn't where Glim worked, but it would be a familiar place. Noah told him that exterminator was a controversial profession. He might seek answers from the Guild. The chocolate-skinned human exited the vehicle, and I wriggled out behind him. The Terran ambassador took my paw in his hand, bringing me close. Sarah fell in beside us as well, with a tentative smile. It was clear the Predators wanted to show unity, since exterminators would be less hostile to their governor. Then again, I wasn't a popular figure to their guild. The exterminator's workplace was modest from the outside. The stucco exterior was painted a neutral grey, which made the octagonal building look like a smokestack. The front door bore a now hiring sign, along with a list of dangerous Earth animals to report. Some of the images sent a shudder down my spine. Still, I was relieved to see that humans weren't on this montage. Venlil was seated at the welcome desk, and she looked up as we entered the building. Her eyes widened at the two humans in her lobby.
Ambassador Noah, Science Officer Sarah, and Governor Tava.
The Venlil exhaled in confusion, though she didn't seem afraid.
This is a surprise. I'm Volek with the Public Relations Department. I'll be happy to arrange a tour if you wait a moment.
Noah scrunched his nose.
You're used to seeing humans.
Of course. This is the capital of Venlil Prime, where most human refugees live. Many stop by to challenge or protest our work, and we hope they leave educated on the necessity of our services. We even hired a few Terrans for pest control. An interesting concept, by the way.
Hold on, Volek. You don't want us all dead?
Sarah asked.
Not unless a specific human starts hunting here. Don't worry about that. I'm sure that won't happen, right? We're a progressive office, so we've terminated any employees who discriminate against you. This month, we've also implemented a total ban on flamethrowers against infant animals.
The Terran astronauts looked flabbergasted, at a loss for words. Even I hadn't heard that the extermination officers were recruiting human employees and scaling back incendiary devices. Perhaps coexistence between the Guild and the Predators was possible. It would just take time for other Venlil outposts to fall in line. Noah shoved his hands in his pockets.
Where was the truck we saw going?
Don't get me started. We've told you people time and again not to bring your pets, and humans still sneak them in.
Volek flailed her tail in an animated gesture before calming down.
Another report of a cat loose on the street. Those things are monstrosities.
Wait, what is a cat? I chimed in.
One of the most invasive, destructive predators on Earth. If you get humans to be open, they'll admit that cats have driven multiple species extinct, that felines hunt for fun, and are still common pets.
My eyes widened in horror. The United Nations obscured the human penchant for entertainment animals during first contact. It only became known after widespread interactions with Terran civilians. Noah insisted the practice was about companionship and pack bonding with non-sapiens. However, this cat didn't sound anything like the innocuous descriptors he assigned to pets. My expression morphed into a scowl. Are you kidding me, Noah? Is this true?
Pretty accurate, yeah.
He grumbled. Sarah scratched her head.
I'm not even going to argue whether cats are a problem. Our own ecologists agree with Volek.
Then why do you keep them as pets?
Because they're cute and cuddly?
Noah offered. I huffed in irritation. I hate you.
Thanks.
Volek gathered up some pamphlets and acted bored by the response to the cat rationale. Noah's answer must be standard for a human. It was baffling that our friends saw dangerous predators as cute. It defied all self-preservation that primates should possess. If their ancestors were prey, shouldn't their instincts spark wariness of feral beasts?
Here you go,
the exterminator said, passing the brochures out.
It's a full explanation of the scope of our operations.
Noah took a step back.
Thanks, Volek. Listen, we're just here to ask you a few questions.
Happy to answer. Before you ask about me, I joined the guild 10 years ago. We have a job that not many people want to do, but we know how integral we are to protecting our loved ones and our homes. Animal suffering is not the goal.
I'm sorry. We've gotten off topic here. That's completely on us. We're looking for someone.
The Terran ambassador swiped at his holopad, showing Volek a recent photograph of Glim. The public relations specialist studied the image, and her pupils lingered on his neckband. Realization flashed in her gaze as she put the pieces together. The cattle exchange was a publicized success story, with the credit attributed to Secretary General Zhao. Volek flicked her ears.
I don't recognize him. This, rescue escaped. Why would you think he's here?
Because Glim used to be an extermination officer.
Sarah replied.
I don't know how much he suspected us, but it was enough to run off. There's no telling where he is, or what he'll do.
I cleared my throat. Even if he's not here now, it's possible he'll turn up. We'd appreciate your help.
Absolutely, I understand. I'd like a copy of your contact information, and that photo,
Volek said.
If any of our people see him, we'll notify you.
Noah nodded.
Thank you. I guess we're back at square one.
The Venlil straightened her tail, imploring the humans to wait. She scanned a map on her holodisplay and zoomed in on the hospital. From there, the exterminator obtained a route to the closest public transportation. I watched with interest as she selected a tram station. Volek pointed with her tail.
If I were you, I would ask around here. Lots of people on the run try to get as far away as possible. But nobody is going to make it far on foot, of course. A mile is a miracle. Assuming Glim knows the capital's layout, he might look for public transit.
That's actually a good idea. Thanks,
Noah said. Sarah cleared her throat.
Volek, how did you arrive at that conclusion so fast?
We track a few people ourselves, investigating reports of predator disease, you know.
The male human gritted his teeth.
Yes, we do know. Let's get going, Tava.
The Terrans departed the office, and we hustled back toward our vehicle. A few pedestrians spotted the most famous humans leaving the extermination headquarters. Noah and Sarah paid no mind to the holopad photos taken of them. Both were used to stares whenever they made an appearance. The three of us hopped into the car and set a course for the train station. If we didn't locate Glim soon, he could wind up anywhere on the planet. The rescue would become untraceable, a needle in a vast haystack. Perhaps he would reunite with the less progressive extermination sects. It wasn't in humanity's best interest to let a wildcard slip away.
Memory transcription subject, Captain Calsim, Crocodile Alliance Command. Date, Standardized Human Time, November 29th, 2136. Total isolation was enough to drive any social creature to insanity. The humans deposited me in a musty cell, lacking any windows or light. There was nothing to occupy myself with besides tallying each meal on the wall with my talons. 75 notches were carved into the stone, and I'd ran a wing over each one 100 times. My wing, which had been broken by the charming Dr. Zahn, was fully healed now. I screamed at the predators to take my cast off when they brought my last meal. To their credit, the monstrosities did take me to a doctor, whose dark pupils gleamed with disdain. Humans spoke empty words of a trial, but I knew that was mere posturing. The social hunter's compassion was absent when I was around. Visual and auditory hallucinations plagued me as sheer boredom set in. I had too much time to meditate on the bombing of Earth and how Arjun might be hunting in the ruins of a city. My thoughts also drifted to what Manoj and the soldiers had done with Thaon, my first officer, in his injured state. The poor far soul was probably rotting in a cell too, with no clue what had transpired during the battle. 1 second, Thaon bumped his head on my ship. The next one, he woke up missing an arm in the Predator's prison. Despite the primal fear their appearance instilled, I relished when UN soldiers barged into the room. The predators would occasionally drag me to cells with bright lights and loud noises. The guards didn't want to get their hands dirty. The worst action they took themselves was blasting me with frigid water from a hose, laughing as I ran from it. If footage of them beating a prisoner came to light, it would reveal too much to their plaything allies. Drenching me in ice-cold water could be passed off as a beast's bathing methods. At least, when the predators indulged in sadistic fun, I felt something. Humans just didn't understand how I tried to minimize their suffering. How I only made the necessary sacrifices for the greater good.
Get up and come with us. Now!
The door creaked open, flooding my sensitive eyes with artificial light.
Move it, you fucking bird brain! Do you think we have all day?
A contingent of humans amassed in my cell. They yanked me to my feet and pulled at the chain wrapped around my ankle. I stumbled along, straining to remember their redemptive attributes. The beasts were capable of rudimentary compassion. They were just angry about their cultural losses. Resisting their hunger around me likely increased their aggression.
Cheer up, chappie. Today's your lucky day.
A predator sneered.
You have a visitor.
My beak parted with hope. Harjan? The UN wardens gave me rough shoves down the corridor, herding me into a visiting area. The space was dusty from disuse, and each metal table was unoccupied. Humanity had no intent of allowing our families to get in touch. Not that anyone from Nishtal was alive, in all likelihood. Sacrificing my own world was what truly haunted me in those endless hours alone. A group of Terran dignitaries escorted a Harchan into the area, and my heart sank with disappointment. A treacherous impulse wanted Arjun to check on me, to reassure me that he was still fighting his battle with hunger. I knew the Predator Kid would become cruel eventually, but I didn't want him to devolve so young. The Harchan visitor was carrying camera equipment and wearing a badge with Terran scribbles on it. Oddly enough, the human's demeanor was mostly friendly, apart from their toothy snarls. The primates weren't coercing the short reptile along. A black-haired man jabbered to her about restaurants in the area. I caught the words Cerulean-Italian fusion in the human's sales pitch. Why was this prey creature treated to such cordiality? Was she a traitor to her race? The Harchan extended a paw to the chatty human, who grasped it in his own.
Listen, Zhao. If I see something here that isn't right, I'm going to report on it. I won't hide the truth just because it might hurt your organization.
We'd respect you less if you became a mouthpiece, Eleni,
the human answered.
There's a reason the UN granted you citizenship. You gave us the people responsible for this mess.
Mr. Secretary General, I simply believe that everyone has the right to self-determination. I'll be watching what you do to Fowl closely. Serving us up to the Arxa was a cold move. Now you're occupying us.
You can thank the little birdie over there for that. We warned Kalsim and he kept going. Lied to his own people to convince them. He wanted to kill us more than he wanted to defend his home. Actions have consequences.
I understand. Still, I hope that you don't plan to gamble with civilian populaces in the future, Zhao.
Plan on it? No. But 100 human lives are worth more than 100 million aliens in my book.
Selene narrowed her eyes.
That's the kind of rhetoric that worries me. Let's just get this interview finished.
The Harchan's yellow skin looked flaky around the neckline, which suggested she was about to shed. From what I'd overheard of her conversation, the humans had gained control of Phal and its subsidiaries. The Arxa did the dirty work, then the primates swooped in to conquer the planet. It was exactly what I predicted to Arjun. Terrans would replicate their subjugation practices from Earth, if given the chance. Was Nishtal being forced into the Predator's empire at this moment? Were Krakotl citizens enslaved to serve the power-hungry humans? I wasn't sure if that was a worse fate than the Arxa finishing us off. At least it would send a message to the galaxy that Terrans hadn't changed a bit. Humanity needs damage control. This Harchan would know what to say to prey allies better than a Predator could guess at. Perhaps this Selene figure achieved preferential treatment by aiding Earth's propaganda efforts. It wasn't clear what else a reporter could offer. I couldn't believe she would sell her own planet out so easily. The Harchan established her camera setup before turning to me. Selene tilted her head.
Captain Kalsim, how are you doing?
been better. The humans never plan on giving me that partial trial, and it wouldn't matter if they did, I grumbled.
Actually, your trial is scheduled for later this week. Humanity's Federation allies agreed to listen to your case alongside Predator judges. And they got a Venlil lawyer for you. It's expected to be an easy conviction, though. Regardless of sympathy for Earth, you sentenced your own planets to death too.
So you're here to slander me in the court of public opinion?
No. I'm working on a story analyzing the Kolshian's first victims. And I couldn't think of a better POW to get a quote from. After recent events, do you stand by your infamous comparison between predators and viruses?
I'm sorry. The Kolshian's first victims? I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm not interested in a hit piece on the Commonwealth. The reporter's eyes widened.
Wait. The humans haven't told you about Nikonas's confession.
I tossed my beak in a non-committal gesture, and Selene reached for her holopad. The words I told Manoj and the Terran Internet regarding humanity's infectious potential stood the test of time. Predators' higher functions were inadequate against all-encompassing bloodlust. It wasn't their fault for caving to their wiring. What information could make me recant the truth? The Harchan slid a holopad over to me with a video clip queued up. The Kolshian presider was a familiar countenance on screen. The wrinkles on his gelatinous features likened him to a pruned berry. Why was Secretary General Zhao listening in and baring his teeth as I watched? I didn't understand what the purpose of politics was to me from a jail cell. My mistrust of the reporter was growing, but this was my first social interaction in weeks. If I didn't play along for a bit, the humans would toss me back into an empty cell. My gaze shifted down to the holopad, and I decided to listen. Even from prison, I could still perform my duty to refute predatory narratives. Nikonas recounted the Federation's origin tale briefly from his aquarium-lined office on Arthur. He only mentioned the Far Soul's role at first. Selene chimed in with the third founding species, the crocodile. The Kolshian indulged in a long-winded response and clarified why my kind were a problem.
Ill-equipped for spacefaring. We learned they were scavengers, who would occasionally go for fish as well.
Shock coursed through my veins, and I struggled to suppress an emotional response. The leader's statement didn't seem coerced. There were no signs of human presence in the footage. If anything, Nikonas's tone was smug and gloating, a wholly authentic admission. The talons that I used for grasping objects took on a darker appearance. The horror intensified in its assault. Eating meat conflicted with every value in my psyche. The Kolshian wouldn't stop speaking as much as I wanted his words to cease. He proclaimed that the crocodile were threatened into submission before a genetic cure was distributed. The Far Soul State's work was thorough too, with revisions to history, fossil records and education. How could that statement be true? My life was dedicated to wiping predators off the face of Nishtal. Bloodlust never fogged my mind, even when dealing with abhorrent creatures. Killing clung to my conscience with a heavy grip, and I hated the necessity of my profession.
Kalsim,
Selene hissed.
You look like you're going to be sick. Do you need a minute?
I flapped my wings with discomfort. No, I... can't imagine crocodile as... predators. But it's wrong to hate a creature for existing, like I always said. If we were born that way, it's no more our fault than it is for the humans.
You're not angry with Nikonas?
I find their success impressive. If coexistence with us was improbable, the Kolshians did the right thing. It wasn't personal. It was necessary. They avoided the unpleasantry of killing a sapient species. Zhao crossed his arms in the background, and his expression hardened. I puffed out my feathers, trying to swallow the nausea. It didn't compute with my brain that crocodile were like the humans. I should be grateful to the Kolshians for saving me from squandering my sapience. My musings turned to what I had done to Earth, not knowing there was a viable alternative. Chief Nikonas should have told us the truth sooner. Throughout the battle, my conscience had wrestled with non-lethal solutions to the Terran menace. Preserving the positive aspects of their culture was on my mind from the beginning. Predators or not, the humans aren't all bad. But I thought such a vicious history mandated their extinction. It broke my heart to realize that bombing Terran civilians could have been avoided. Humanity should have been offered the cure which took bloodthirsty instincts out of the equation. What if humans could be herbivores? We didn't need to eradicate them if a conversion was negotiated. Tears streamed down my face at the scale of the unnecessary death. Arjun and Manoj haunted my thoughts. The father suppressed its instincts out of affection for the child. Was that not a sliver of good? Was that not proof that humans could have been saved? And could have made the right choice? Guilt tightened my throat. I'm sorry, humans. Killing your people was never something I wanted to do. I wish I knew. I would have given you the option to take the cure. I just didn't realize there was another option for dealing with predators.
The humans came in peace in their natural state, Kalsim.
Selene said.
That was the other option.
Do they really want peace? Then... Listen, Zhao. Your people could still take the cure and end this. You could be rid of your sordid appetite for good. Prove you won't be a threat. Or relapse.
I don't need to be cured of my culture and personality.
Zhao's growl was measured, and he waved to the guards to return me to my cell.
But thanks for asking.
The chain yanked at my ankle, and for the first time in weeks, I resisted. An extermination officer understood that predators killed by nature. In a human's adult state, this Secretary General didn't want to relinquish his hunting prowess. I had the chance to make him see how much better off the Krokotl were post-conversion. I wasn't born solely to spread death anymore. The Korsian's medicine granted us a purpose and a chance at developing values. The Krokotl Alliance owed the precursors 1,000 years of true civilization. Of survival. To return to our predatory past would mean being nothing but beasts. Take the cure. The Venlil would want you to do it. Who wants to be a predator anyways? Are you scared of being ruled by compassion? I squawked. Zhao bared his teeth.
You're the one scared of your own shadow. Of simply being yourself. Your natural self. It's actually sad.
Your natural self is an instrument of death. Your depravity is a menace to the galactic community. It's why you're a pawn to the Arxer. You need to repent.
Goodbye, Kalsim. We'll see you in court.
The UN soldiers dragged me across the floor, and I screeched in protest. If there was a chance at saving the predators, they needed to give themselves a chance. All we asked was to conform to standards of decency and pull their better side to the forefront. Selene's camera had filmed my desperate plea at least. I hoped some human viewers were more reasonable than Zhao. This was likely the last the public would hear from me. I knew my trial would conclude with a harsh execution. Death would be welcome as opposed to remaining in the Terran's custody. For the unnecessary genocide of a species without exhausting other options, execution was an apt punishment. I had tried to show the Terrans mercy, but I hadn't shown them the mercy that was gifted to my kind. In hindsight, the raid was a mistake. Other Krokotl might think of us as predators still, but Terran sadism was beneath our modern sensibilities. There was nothing to be ashamed of in breaking the shackles of bloodlust. My heart ached solely for Earth, knowing that my cleansing had been misguided. We had more in common with the primates than even I thought. Then again, if the humans would reject help, maybe they deserved the fate they'd been given. The Kolshians and the Farsul were experts in conversions, right? Nikonus would have intervened in our raid had a cure been a possibility. The Farsul outright participated in our strike. There had to be a reason for that. Simply put, a Terran's good side must not exist in large enough quantities to salvage. The truth wasn't always an easy pill to swallow.
Memory transcription subject. Glim, Venlil rescue. Date. Standardized human time. November 29th, 2136. Compartmentalizing emotions was the only way to survive an Arxer farm. When you were subjected to unspeakable conditions, your logical brain dissociated to project itself. There was no hope of escape on Riss, and the predatory Arxer didn't show mercy. Screamers and runners got killed first. We all learned that catatonic responses were the best way to indulge instincts. Yesterday was an unusual reprieve from the squalor. The first oddity I remembered was the Arxa herding us into the cattle ships. The grey pilots emanated particular disdain. I thought our destination was a slaughterhouse. The next thing I knew, Noah had me in his warm arms. His sleek mask was jet black and spit my reflection back at me. The Venlil that stared back was filthy, with empty eyes and old scars. Am I going to be Glim, or the string of numbers I recited to the Gaian? Once it sank in that I was on Venlil Prime, the degrading years felt like they happened to someone else. Captivity became a nightmare I had memorized in vivid detail. My mind focused on the masked aliens as a distraction from the flashbacks. Noah and Sarah were an enigma for me to unravel. Even beneath the garments, their muscular tailless form attracted attention. Concentrating on them tickled something in the back of my mind. The longer I looked, the more I felt like a child watching shadows move in my closet. There was something not right with the cues hitting my visual receptors. Additionally, the Gaians behaved as though this program was their brainchild and were elusive on basic questions. That suggested their interference wasn't benign, as they disclosed. To top it off, Governor Tarver answered the greatest mystery of all: why the Arxa released us. She claimed that the Gaians negotiated our release with the Predators. Noah's voice shook with a throaty growl when he boasted of his species' strength. The instincts I'd suppressed on race were rekindled once the male alien went to tuck me in. I don't understand. Why would the Gaians trigger my instincts? I muttered as the caretaker left the room. These aliens have been nice to us mostly. We saw them eat fruit. Hasey flung off the bed covers.
I'm just tired of their games. Beating the Axe is not possible. They don't need to lie to us.
You know, I didn't feel like they were lying. Noah spoke with conviction, and the Greys did get rid of us for some reason. Nobody challenged his story.
But the Axa were made to kill. They're unstoppable in combat.
I know, Hasey. Something's rotten with this place. Have you noticed how these Gaians are the ones trapping us here?
Trapping? Glim, we're safe at home, and they're providing for us. Like Sarah said, they're just taking things slow for our sake.
All I want is to see my family. It would be beneficial for my health. I guarantee any doctor would agree. Why wouldn't these aliens allow it?
The aliens must be busy. But I'll ask nicely for you. Maybe Tarver can set up a call.
The former historian hopped out of the bed and scurried out into the hallway. I had a feeling Noah and Sarah wouldn't comply with any requests. These aliens were gentle during our upkeep, but then spewed dishonesty in the next breath. The few answers they gave us, such as inventing FTL before the Federation discovered them, made no sense. The biggest fib of all was the mask. In my estimation, no species could wear full-face shields in daily life. How was that practice suitable for eating or searching for mates? Watching Noah lift it to insert fruit cemented my point. The Gaian's posture had been odd, as though his hand was positioned to hide his teeth. I'm going to find a way out of here. I'm not an Arxa's number anymore. I won't be treated as a slave by non-predators too. A ceiling vent caught my eyes, though I wasn't tall enough to reach it. Thinking quickly, I shoved a food cart beneath the opening. Hasey screamed in the background, which spurred me to rush my escape. I grabbed the scissors Sarah had used to trim our overgrown pelts. Perhaps the instrument could be used to dislodge the grate. I wedged the blade under a loose screw and popped the bolt out of its socket. Pulling with all my might, I wrenched the vent out of its sealed position. Voices echoed nearby, with my name among the words spoken. Cool metal hugged my shallow ribcage as I slithered into the crawl space. Claustrophobia kicked in at once. The narrow space brought back unwelcome memories. It was like being packed in a cattle pen all over again. The enclosure was so dense with Venlil that I couldn't breathe, but I managed to settle down on the cakey dirt to sleep. Wailing noises flooded my ears, and my paws were twisted together.
Lesser creatures,
an Arxa guard mused.
Drop a fleck of leaf in there, and they dive on it as one.
Its comrade snorted.
Animals in an animal's place. It's a shame their pups can't be eaten twice. They scream so wonderfully.
All I could manage was to drag myself forward with my paws and hold an internal wail down. Images of the greys dragging pups away flashed through my mind. Their yellow fangs were on full display as they stomped through the pen and scanned us. Their forward-facing eyes landed near me, triangular slits on alert. I wondered if I was the prize they'd eat fresh today. "I don't want to be prey," I squealed. "Make it stop! Please!" My forehead connected with a wall, and I winced at the sudden pain. There was no telling how long I'd been moving in a trance. Likely a couple of minutes. Another grate sat before me, with crisp airflow. I kicked the metal out with my hind legs. There was a short drop down to a dumpster, which acted as a step to the outdoors. I flung myself prone on the grass, wriggling my claws between blades. Having our son on my back and pressing my face into the greenery, I knew that I was home. Laughter spilled from my throat as I tore up clumps of dirt with my claws. This was all I wanted those Gaians to give us. A proper reunion with Venlil Prime and our loved ones. Now, it's time to secure the latter. I never thought I'd see my family again. Will they even recognize me? My paws steered me to a courtyard where alien caretakers were eating their lunch. 2 Gaians sat with their backs to me, munching on slices of bread. The purple liquid between the grains was the color of crocodile blood. The aliens were not wearing their masks with each other, confirming my theory.
Millions of people who haven't been home in years.
The Gaian's voice reverberated in his chest, projecting aggression. The harsh barks were like a dagger to my heart.
The Venlil who were born in captivity. They are utterly convinced they're animals. One asked me why we took them from the Arxa. So calmly, and I...
The other Gaian shook his head.
That's so sad, Kyle. To think that's all these poor Venlil have known. I can't imagine what they're feeling.
These are cases of extreme trauma with no clinical precedent. I don't mean to sound like a pessimist, but I'd imagine at least 40% of the Venlil here never recover enough to live on their own.
We can't sustain a program like this forever. Humanity bit off more than we can chew here. After we win the war, our allies are going to have to take some of the load.
But Federation psychology is a joke, Tanner. Humans have the best ideas on treating trauma and providing therapy.
There's only so much we can do. We have our own problems. I don't mean to sound heartless. This just sounds like a losing battle.
If we can help half of these people get on their feet, that's not a losing battle. We're morally obligated to help the Venlil of all species. I'd be dead back in Johannesburg without them.
Their cadence sounded like it came from a teenage Arxa. Deeper voices evolved to convey power and to frighten other animals into submission. The latter effect was taking hold of me, but my curiosity was still kicking. This was my chance to see a Gaian's anatomical features, of which Sarah refused to provide diagrams. I tuned out their gravelly chatter and slunk behind some bushes to get a better angle. At first, I caught only a glimpse of their temples and didn't process why that was incorrect. Further inspection lent the full picture. Sockets sat above their furless cheeks and were smushed up against their nose. Of course, not a sliver of their eyes had been visible from the side. Panic exploded in my sternum, searing into my lungs like smoke inhalation. These Gaians' pupils faced directly ahead, without any peripheral tilt. Their irises were encompassed by a white shell, which made the pupil movements jerkier and more noticeable. I could read distinct hunger, as if it were spelled out. What kind of mammal had no pigment in their scleras, and a shaven face? An involuntary shudder rolled down my spine. These predators were abominations of the worst kind. Even an Arxa would cower at such a sight. I couldn't believe that such a vicious creature was hiding under Noah's mask. That was Noah, who sat next to me for Jenga, who reminded me I had a name. We're not free at all. Venlil Prime has been conquered by predators, I realized. The Arxa transferred us to the custody of a species just like them. The Gaians weren't capable of compassion and shouldn't tend to traumatized creatures like us. Governor Tava must have convinced them it was beneficial to their diet. Perhaps these hunters allowed sapient cattle to live normal existences until their number was drawn. Happy Venlil meant a well-fed entree and unforced reproduction. If this world is a comfortable cattle pen, That means the Gaians might stay away from the cities, I whispered. I've got to find my family. Learn how this happened. My legs started running, despite the weakness from years of being penned. Sobbing from despair, I sprinted through the parking lot. There was an occasional glance to ensure the Gaians weren't giving chase. All I could picture was Noah's white-cloaked eyes, glistening with hunger and cruelty beneath its mask. Maybe it started growling and left the Jenga game because its appetite was stirred. Predators existed to root out weakness and to specialize in death and brutality. Their defining instinct was aggression, and their philosophy was survival of the fittest. The rescues, our delicacy, must have tantalized them from the start. Governor Tarver had done excellent at masking her fear, but that spoke wonders about how long these things had been defiling my world. Venlil Prime's capital design was circular, with buildings further from the governor's mansion spread out in increasingly wider arcs. Most residences were in the larger bands, whereas businesses were part of the inner rings. If our facility was the main hospital, it'd be centralized to service the whole district. A block away from the facility, that was why I encountered dive bars and hotels alongside increased foot traffic. Maybe there was a place to seek refuge in this commercial plaza. The panic was beginning to subside, but I needed time to process my responses. For one, what happened to other controversial exterminators? Answers were next on my agenda. It wasn't clear if any Venlil were resisting the predators. I staggered into a local brewery, spotting mounted holoscreens through the window. The establishment wasn't busy, but a Venlil bartender looked up as I entered. Perhaps she could lend me her holopad so I could call my aunt. Aunt Thema took me in after my mother died and parented me to adulthood. If anyone would tell me the truth of the Venlil collapse, it would be her. The bartender perked her ears up.
Hello, good sir. What can I interest you in? Our special today is grapefruit-flavored malt liquor. Authentic predator taste in a Venlil drink.
I gaped at her for several seconds, throwing a terrified glance at the tap spouts behind the counter. The bar's patrons were giving me odd looks as they noticed my emaciated ribs. My feet suddenly felt unsteady and I sank into a bar stool. The barkeep pinned her ears back in concern before handing me a glass of water. I lapped down the liquid. Thanks, bartender. Predator taste, you said?
Yep. The human farms nearby are making a pretty credit with exotic fruits.
She replied cheerily.
Most of the crops go back to Earth, but Venlil businesses buy up the leftovers.
I caressed the empty water glass, trying to process her unabashed explanation. This human word was one I'd caught first from the snacking Gaians, and now in reference to predator farms. Whatever that meant. Maybe their species name wasn't Gaian. It must be human. If they'd lied about everything else, why wouldn't the moniker be false? The fact that predators grew fruit was odd, but Noah and the lunching humans had shown that they varied their diet with plants. Any surplus growth could go to the cattle. I assumed they had a sizable population on their world. Why would Venlil businesses market cattle-feed beverages, though? What ghastly price was needed to buy fruit from a hunter? You trade with them? Are you insane? I hissed.
I won't tolerate racism in this establishment.
The bartender bared her teeth at me and swiped my glass away.
I sponsored a human refugee, bless his heart. He was part of a group from a Terran orphanage. The poor thing was so young and so eager to please. A hard life made harder.
Refugee? I don't understand.
Everyone knows why humans came here. What they lost. Are you okay, sir?
Fine. Sorry, just having a rough day. The barkeep looked unconvinced, but she returned to wiping down the counters. I decided I wouldn't be asking this delusional employee for a communications device. She'd probably report me to my Gaian overlords just as soon. However, I could access the television broadcasts that Noah refused to let us see. That would reveal the propaganda these humans were force-feeding the masses. A male Venlil captioned with the name General Cam was speaking on a holoscreen. The audio was muted, but a subtitles ticker rolled underneath his picture. The feed occasionally switched over to an anchor or some B-roll video. I leaned forward, curious to see how much of our culture survived.
The humans have amassed an unlikely group of allies, so I don't see why the odds are against us. It's the Kolshians and the Federation who lack unity. I'm proud to stand with Governor Tarver in throwing off Federation tyranny. I have nothing but praise for the Secretary General and how effective Earth has been on the offensive.
Cam was saying. The Anchor's eyes widened.
But don't you think humanity is spreading their forces too thin? The Terran military is taking on engagements at Koa, Silis, Fal, and other undisclosed operations. Per sources close to Tarver, the Arxer are becoming restless.
If you're asking why we don't hit Alpha right away, it's because humans are patient hunters. We have to trust our friends. The Arxer, believe it or not, are invaluable in supplementing our fleet.
Horror flooded my chest as I listened to the matter-of-fact discussions of a galaxy-wide war. The media was a state-run television channel now, where our generals surfaced to brag about the Predator's conquest. General Cam was spinning this narrative of friendship, while talking about conflict with the entire Federation. These humans must be forcing us to be slaves for their militaries. I palmed my head in defeat. Hey, bartender. What happened to that Predator refugee?
I'm working on adopting him. We barely have enough to make ends meet, even with the government stipends.
The Venlil barkeep replied.
But I can give him love and support. Humans need a nurturing environment. They're simple creatures, really.
You think you can raise a monster as a prey child? Put it under your roof like a Venlil. It doesn't want your love. It wants to eat you.
How dare you speak like that about my son? You're disgusting. Get the fuck out of my bar.
Other customers murmured in agreement, shooting looks of loathing at me. I wasn't sure how the Predators got these Venlil on their side, but they must possess some crafty indoctrination methods. Noah and Sarah were starting to work their witchery on us back at the program. It was a good thing I escaped before that settled in. Signs of Predator contamination were all around me as I staggered out of the bar. One human was intermingling with a group of Venlil and bared its teeth during the conversation. None of my people seemed fazed by the pointed canines, which were an obvious threat display. This level of pacification was absurd. It was like Venlil instincts were erased. There was little the demons hadn't touched. An advertising poster read, "Escape from the Cradle," and featured a star-studded cast, mixed with Predator scribbles. A Gaian was pictured in a shuttle next to Venlil movie star Marva, who was famous in my day. How could a film star act out scenes alongside a beast? Why would the human lead agree to pose with tears running down its face? Faint music drifted to my ears, an upbeat strumming pattern that flowed into a string of notes. I breathed a sigh of relief and scampered toward the sound. This was a chance to get away from any humans, since Predators would view emotional expression as a foolish endeavor. Prying an honest assessment from Venlil skeptics would need to be done out of bestial earshot. Cool song, I practiced to myself. Can I please borrow your holopad? The Predators are hunting me. I rounded the street bend and almost jumped out of my skin. A group of Venlil were huddled around a scruffy Gaian. The Predator was moving its dexterous fingers along a fretboard. The taut strings curved to its will, and passion shimmered in its eyes. It was seated atop an amplifier, which was capturing its input. The beast hit a few high-pitched notes with its clawless digits, before dropping back to chords. The human leaned into the microphone and released an in-tune bellow in its language. The words translated as an impassioned declaration of belief and emotion. It was belting out notes well above its standard intonation too. I was too dumbfounded by the Predator's emotional howl to panic. The electric tune sounded pleasant, and its growling voice was surprisingly melodic. Not to mention the hopeful message of the words. If it was going to write music, shouldn't the song be a rage-filled exultation of war? This sounded like Venlil radio fodder. It was apparent there was no getting away from these monsters in the city. Overwhelmed to my core, I set off in search of public transit. What I wanted was time with my family before Noah and Sarah recaptured me. I had to get out of here and get to my home prior to the humans. Memory transcription subject, Glim, Venlil rescue. Date, standardized human time, November 29th, 2136. Public transit on Venlil Prime was always behind schedule, and this tram station was no exception. I was stuck waiting for the next ride out. It was wonderful to see so many people walking around in a bustling environment. There was still life in their eyes, hope that humans hadn't quenched yet. Part of me wished I didn't know the truth of the Gaians. Would they ever have told us their identity at all? Happiness wasn't the worst thing to dupe myself into believing. It killed me to know that another predator species existed, one that was more warlike than the Arxa. We were all doomed to a life of servitude and torment. No amount of rumination would fix that. Many cattle grew resigned to that reality after dealing with the Arxa on a daily basis, but the exterminator in me craved a way to turn the tables. Colonies we landed on had infestations that were out of control too, so much that we mixed orbital actions with paws on the ground. Could I accept that our home was beyond cleansing? My thoughts wandered to Hasey and whether her well-being was intact after my escape. When I was crawling up into the air duct, her shrill scream had permeated the vicinity. It wasn't clear what the Gaians had done to elicit such a fear response. Perhaps they dropped their mask-wearing herbivore routine. Forget Hasey now, I decided. You need to monitor every predator in the area. My cursory head count was 5 humans, though I was rechecking the area every minute. It was a matter of time before a predator singled me out. I was sorry-looking and isolated from the herd. Few of the Venlil paid any mind to the Gaians, and no signs of stampede behavior emerged. I hoped this train arrived soon. There was a breath of sanity in my surroundings as I noticed a mother with 3 kids carve a wide berth around a human. The predator was entranced with its holopad and didn't even look up at the delicacies. I could picture it flashing its teeth as the pup screamed and using its meaty paws to crush their fragile bones.
Excuse me, mind if I sit here?
A chirpy voice asked. A royal blue crocodile was eyeing my bench seat, and I flicked my tail in a go-ahead gesture. My eyes never left the nearest human, who was talking animatedly into a device. The avian ruffled her feathers before following my gaze toward the predator. A strange emotion swelled in her pupils, almost like sorrow. The bird sighed.
Still afraid of humans, are you? I'm nervous to approach them myself. I was born on Venlil Prime, but I feel like they'd blame me for... you know.
I measured my response. I've been gone for a long time and woke up in the hospital yesterday. I don't know why the predators are here. Everyone gets mad at me for acting normal toward them.
Oh dear, that's not good. So, you got into an accident before Noah and Sarah showed up?
My eyes widened with alarm as I recognized the names of my slave masters. Their concealing masks were etched into my memory. Noah's boasts about the human ability to manufacture anything stuck with me too. Those were not the words of a species that had moral qualms over bargaining with the Arxa. Come again. Those names. Who are Noah and Sarah? I squeaked. The crocodile tilted her head.
The 2 astronauts piloting humanity's first FTL ship. Everyone was hiding in bunkers for hours when they showed up, but they came in peace, my friend. Noah and Sarah bent over backwards to prove they were harmless.
They are not harmless. I know this, Noah and Sarah. And Tava personally.
What? No, you don't. This isn't a funny joke, man. And I don't appreciate...
Sorry. I'm not messing with you, I swear. Please. I need the truth. I just, have a head injury. Maybe I'm misremembering. The avian squinted, scrutinizing me for several seconds. I didn't back away from her direct stare, and tucked my ears back in a pleading gesture. This crocodile had to understand sincerity when it was plastered all over my features. None of her explanation made sense, but I had to hear this fabrication for myself. Unless the names were an uncanny coincidence, Noah and Sarah were the first to scout our home as their hunting ground. Could any Venlil actually believe a predator came in peace? My first-hand experience was ripe with displays of aggression. I could still hear the Arxa calling us animals. My neck brand tingled as I remembered them pressing a rod to my throat. Their eyes sparkled at my screams, but it was too hot to quiet myself. It felt like they were injecting molten lava into my skin. The restraint stopped me from thrashing as an Arxa licked the newly charred skin for fun. Please stop lying, I pleaded in a broken voice. I heard the television talking about war with the Federation. I know humans conquered us. The crocodile squawked with alarm.
The Venlil are the closest allies humanity has. Humans adore you. Just look around. That war started because the Federation has been gene-modding dozens of species without their consent. Anyone who doesn't fit their mold of a herbivore gets cured.
I beg your pardon. That's a total falsification. Humans lie if that's your source. I would know.
The Kolshian chief admitted it from the Federation summit, buddy. Also, my species spearheaded an orbital raid on the human homeworld unprovoked. Killed 1 billion civilians. And that's why they have so many refugees still here. It makes me ashamed to be a crocodile.
Of course the Federation tried to exterminate those monsters. Good for them, I thought. But what's with this genetic tampering? The light rail train coasted into the station and an automated voice announced that passengers should begin boarding. The crocodile hopped off the bench, leaving me to march after her. There was no telling how much of this story, if any, was true. However, she believed it with all her heart. That meant the predators might have sold these falsehoods to the Venlil too. I jostled the avian's wing. Hey, wait up! How many Venlil do you think they've eaten so far?
0,
she replied, settling into a window seat.
Humans don't eat sapients, and they see you as part of their pack.
You're really trying to say it's 0? I know it's a non-zero number. Has the whole world gone mad?
Yes, I guess it has. That's enough questions. I don't want the humans to think I'm one of those crocodile. They probably do already.
My gaze turned to the train cabin as 2 Gaians boarded together. Silent curses echoed through my mind at the thought of having to ride with them. There was safety in numbers, since we had enough Venlil to form a herd. Still, I was hoping none of the predators would tag along for our voyage. It made me queasy to picture them ravaging the tram. One human gazed directly at our seat for a long moment. My heart leapt further into my throat before I realized that its pupils were on my crocodile seatmate instead. The shaven beast seemed to be testing the bird as it arched the hair over its nasty eyes. My avian partner raised a wing slightly and lowered her head to appease the Gaians. The crocodile alliance attacking the predator's birthplace must have a shred of truth to it. That destructive event explained the ubiquitous invasion of our home. Gaians had been forced to flee their lair. It also meant humans weren't as strong as Noah claimed. There was hope for the Federation to put them down yet.
Attention please. This line is now departing for Honolulu City. Enjoy a safe ride, and please come back soon.
The train doors started to seal, and I relaxed a bit. That was before I caught the blur of motion in my periphery as a panicked human chased the tram. At first, I assigned menial lateness to the beast's actions. Its brown eyes shimmered with determination, and it flailed its arms at the conductor.
Stop the train!
The Gaian roared.
We need to search you!
The crocodile beside me gasped.
Sweet Inna! Not supposed to say that anymore. That's Ambassador Noah!
Excited chatter circulated through the train, and several Venlil flung themselves against the windows to film the incident. You would think it was a superstar celebrity, not an alien hunter. Noah's lean torso made its pose intimidating, and its thin scalp gave it a hardened look. Its forward-facing irises popped against their white backdrop. I could picture it speaking in a falsetto voice as it squeezed my paw. That was the vicious face it had been hiding. Governor Tarver plodded up calmly beside it with a curly-haired human next to her. The female Gaian had thick eyebrows which accentuated her wildness. Her mane was a total catastrophe, puffing out like wind-blown grass.
We apologize for this delay. Please remain seated as we speak with the Terran ambassador.
No! I screamed. Keep going! My avian seatmate flexed her talons.
You're crying. What's wrong?
I want to see my family. I can't do this anymore. Governor Tarver heard my commotion and pointed toward the source with her metal tail. Noah waved at the conductor as the reopened doors granted it entry. It prowled down the aisle, searching with singular intent. I leaned back against the crocodile in terror, shaking from head to toe. This was like being captured by the Arxer all over again. My team had descended a canyon, cleaning up native predators there. The region could become an abscess for a fledgling colony otherwise. It was supposed to be a simple job, but none of us realized we weren't alone. The Arxer snuck a ship in under nightfall and landed practically atop my unit. We all knew it was better to die than to be captured. I scrambled to the truck to get my firearm along with every Venlil that didn't freeze. The greys were faster, covering ground with animalistic fervor. A tranquilizer dart embedded in my neck, pricking into my flesh. Sheer terror washed over me because I knew what the darkness entailed.
Glim! Tava heard your voice.
The male Gaian worked its way down the aisle and turned its head from side to side.
We're all worried about you. Let us help you.
I glared at Noah's lumbering form. This time, I'll get it right. And death before capture. I climbed over a number of seats, whacking disgruntled passengers with my tail. Noah spotted my haphazard escape and chased after me. The human asked for passengers to intervene. Nearby Venlil didn't hesitate to attempt a takedown. 2 of my own people grabbed at me as I made it to the emergency hatch. My hind legs kicked one assailant in the teeth, and I shook off the other with a sudden tug. My claws slid under the lever, pulling the panel open. I dove out the window like I was trying to land on my stomach. The bulky predator took one look at the gap before settling for the rear exit. My belly flop knocked the wind out of me, but adrenaline pushed me upright. I sprinted with all of my energy, heading in the opposite direction from Noah. Holopads captured my flight in real time.
Glim! Our eyes are real.
The Gaian panted.
Helps. Judge. Branch distances.
The predator sounded out of breath, which meant it might give up the pursuit soon. I ignored its words and hoisted myself up a flight of stairs. The human was quick despite its size, able to track me excellently. Tree dwellers wouldn't have such a knack for land pursuit, or such wide pupils. Why is it still trying to lie? All it does is lie! Noah crested the stairs on my trail.
And the canines aren't for meat eating. They're for fighting over mates.
That's better! I screamed.
To you, yes. They've shrunk from our ancestors. We don't even do the mate fighting bit now. Not the biting part.
I shoved my way by startled pedestrians, and Noah apologized as it followed. Several Venlil stared at the human chasing a rescue. We were creating quite a spectacle. Risking a glance over my shoulder, I saw sweat beads on its skin. The burning of its legs affected it less than me, though. The predator was close on my heels, and outrunning it seemed a physical impossibility. I waited until right when its shadow dropped to a lunging stance, before doubling back. Noah tripped over itself as I slithered between its lanky legs. The alien found its footing and reversed its direction. I'd managed to put a few paces between us again, but I hadn't figured out my final act of defiance. Glim was not a number. Noah had been right, ironically. It wasn't worth living as a monster's cattle in a new place. I hopped onto the stair railing and slid down. Gravity deposited me back in the terminal. The human didn't risk the quick descent when the banister wasn't meant to hold its weight. It was skipping steps all the same, bounding down 3 at a time. Acid seared through my leg muscles, but I willed myself onward. That tireless thing hit the ground at blinding speed, too.
I wanted to tell you about us.
Noah called.
You deserve to feel safe.
Its footsteps pounded against the concrete, and I bolted behind the stop train's caboose. Several passengers shouted pleas and exclamations. The crocodile I'd been talking to tried to swoop down on me, but failed to catch an air current. Tava and Sarah simply watched the madness unfold with agape expressions. I mounted another platform as the rumble of an incoming train greeted my ears. The vehicle's front side was visible, and I hoped its weight would render me dead on impact. My legs stumbled, but I forced a few more steps out of them. Noah's shadow stretched over me again. I could hear its ragged pants. Turning into the train's motion, I flung myself forward with desperate finality. My body hurtled headlong into a collision. We all knew being captured was the worst option. The human gasped in horror and made a lunging dive with outstretched arms. It didn't want its meal to get pulverized. Thin fingers dug into my scruff, twisting into the soft flesh. Noah skidded on its knees and contorted its body to tug me back. Its arm was nearly wrestled from the socket, but it retained its grip. My forward momentum came to an abrupt halt, and I landed with my snout inches shy of the passing tram. Tears streamed down my face, and I slumped my head in defeat. My body flailed weakly, but Noah had no difficulty restraining me. It was a superior creature in size and strength. I yipped in panic, swinging my claws at its face. The human shrugged off my frenzied blow, which barely nicked its skin.
Easy. Easy. You're safe now. I told you.
Noah's nimble digits began kneading my scruff, and it gently brought me against its chest.
We wanted to tell you everything slowly. This is my fault, and I'm sorry.
I could feel its heart hammering and the erratic rise and fall of its chest. The predator refused to let go as it took a moment to catch its breath. Tava and Sarah hurried over, which caused its lips to curve up. It lifted its catch to show them. I fell limp in its arms with hopelessness. The female human passed a holopad to her counterpart, while the Venlil leader gawked.
Noah, are you okay?
The Venlil governor asked, with a concerned head tilt. Noah nodded.
Yeah, I've got Glim from here. We need a road trip. Maybe you guys could take care of Hasey.
Of course. Her reaction left a lot to be desired.
Sarah muttered. My muscles quivered with fear as every rumble of the predator's chest rippled into my body. Noah strolled over to the help desk, earning open stares from several Venlil. Its sinewy arms were unwavering, though it hadn't hurt me yet. I was trapped in its clutches, and I knew its road trip was to a slaughterhouse. Noah poked my neck with its nails.
Brighten up, Glim. Looks like the train to Selgel Falls arrives any minute. You were getting on the wrong one.
I was speechless, but my chest shook with a despairing sob. The human stared with its binocular pupils, and its eyebrows pressed together. It wasn't clear why the predator kept trying to engage me. Both of us knew the truth of this encounter.
Your Aunt Thyma moved to Selgel a year ago according to our records. You want to see her, right?
Noah pressed. My ears perked up slightly. Thyma?
Yeah, a nice family reunion. I'm going to tag along to make sure you don't hurt yourself or any other Venlil. Or some poor Gaian out for a stroll.
Human. Not Gaian.
No, Gaian wasn't a lie. We have lots of names, Glim. Terran, human, earthling, mankind, and Gaian. Gaian is just one of the lesser-known ones. Call us whatever you like. Not Predator, I hope.
The predator delicately extended my wrist and pressed the holopad it obtained from Sarah against my claws. When I didn't snatch the device away, Noah physically bent my toes around it. The Terran released its own grip on the electronic after checking for several seconds that I wouldn't drop it.
It's yours. Examine the fact for yourself,
the beast growled.
First contact, the peer-reviewed human empathy tests, my speech to the Federation, and our rescue of the cradle from the Arxa. That's where I'd ask you to start.
I eyed the device. Well, what?
You can see everything about us. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Our modern culture, our evolution and aggression. The extent of the Federation's lies. How we grow meat in lab vats rather than hunting. Some of it might shock or scare you, but it's all the truth.
Monster. Predator.
I'm sorry you feel that way. Listen, after you spend a while with your family, I'm taking you back to the facility.
No! Not cattle! The Venlil screaming at the top of its lungs attracted more attention, and Noah blinked in frustration. I could sense the predator's patience waning, so I hushed myself to avoid its ire. Perhaps these lies were kinder than the Arx's torment and degradation. Humans were different in that regard. The alien beast heaved a sigh.
You need treatment. But if you never want to see a human again, just say so once we get back. You will never hear from me or any Terran volunteers again. Not inside those walls.
I will want... never... I croaked.
Okay, it's your choice. I'm just asking you to research honestly first. You can lock in your decision when we're back and ask me anything you like on the ride.
Noah boarded the arriving train with caution while I was still trapped in its arms. The holopad beckoned to me as a hint of curiosity crept in. The words, human empathy, typed themselves without conscious effort. It was an absurd notion, but I was interested to discover what supposed evidence existed. Playing along with the Gaian's game was harmless. A predator's kindness couldn't be that convincing after all.
Memory transcription subject. Chief Hunter Isith, Arxa Dominion, Sector Fleet. Date. Standardized human time, November 30th, 2136. My shuttle descended on our spy station, piloted by automatic landing functions. This was the same clandestine facility that Secretary General Meyer approached prior to Earth's attack. Perhaps the Dominion should have relocated the outpost, but the brass scoffed at the notion that any prey would dare to strike it. I knew that the Terrans wouldn't hesitate to hit us where it hurt though, should we ever clash. Stations like this one were essential to sector-wide command and intelligence. The rig had its own state-of-the-art FTL comms network, which had been painstakingly routed back to RIS. The relay functioned across hundreds of light-years by leeching off Federation infrastructure as well. I was careful not to tip my claw when I communicated with the humans. I trusted them to watch their own self-interest foremost. The Federation don't bother establishing costly networks because it's the first thing we wipe out. I don't need to give the humans vulnerable targets. The shuttle dropped onto a landing pedestal. I wasted no time disembarking. Ceremonial armor clung to my form, and a decorative sword had been placed in a scabbard. It was time to act out Isif the Fanatic. Some low-ranking grunt had refused her Gajid rations and then ejected the food out an airlock. The Dominion wished to make an example of her. Guards bared their teeth as I strutted into a central holding area. The prisoner was dangling from wrist restraints, bleeding from several gashes. It could be my head on a pike just as easily. There was a reason I treaded with such care. Those ungrateful humans who reclaimed the very worlds they told us to attack were making me regret my risks for them. Earth wasn't bargaining from a position of strength. Your death will be swift and decisive. I shoved my snout into the inmate's face and stared right into her pupils. The Arxa guards watched with amusement. Live like prey, and die like prey. I scanned my form into the virtual interface and watched as several holograms popped up around me. Chief Hunter Shaza was a welcome attendee, since I needed to stop her from reclaiming Silis the orbital way. There were plentiful examples of conquest in human history. However, the UN's lack of slavery and brutality led me to conclude this was different. Terran mercy had gone haywire at the worst time. The prophet descendant of the Betterment Office, Gisnel, was presiding over the trial. I'd branded myself as one of the true believers and earned his favor among chief hunters. There was a reason I was assigned to the juiciest sector with weak targets like Venlil and Zerulians. The question was if he suspected my treasonous intent with how fervently I defended Earth. Human carelessness was jeopardizing my zealous persona.
Chief Hunter Isif, raise your condemnation for your empire.
Gisnel stated.
Begin when you are ready.
My pupils scanned the battered prisoner. What is our birthright, hallowed prophet? Arxa stand atop the food chain, and the animals populating other worlds exist to suit our whims. The accused mocks our very existence. There was no option to show mercy to her. Betterment has eyes and ears everywhere. They'd question me not seeking the death penalty. She, whose name has been revoked for treason, disgraces this military. Food is a precious commodity, due to the Federation's butchery of our cattle, I continued. What right does a lowly underling have to dispose of food in an airlock? Food which could have fed a worthy mouth. I narrowed my eyes, slapping my tail across her snout. Hard and grey skin was pierced by my scales, which added to her array of marks. The Arxa restrained her yelps, as she knew such weakness would lessen slim hopes of betterment sparing her. Not that there was any chance the prophet descendant would forgive a capital offense. Gisnel yawned in boredom.
The punishment you seek, meritorious Isif.
Death. None who oppose the Arxa shall stand, I snarled. I wish to strike this thief down with my own claws, here and now.
Very well. I concur with the Chief Hunter's assessment. Accused, any last words for your honor?
The prisoner released a wet cough.
The Gajids are people. True sapiens. They ate meat like us. How can you still treat them as cattle?
I'll defer that question to you, Isif.
The prophet descendant chuckled. Sapient consumption was a requisite for our survival. I'd come to terms with that years ago. Sure, the Gajid jerky I'd eaten with my crew hadn't gone down as easily with the thought of Nulia calling me Scifi. Food that didn't emit playful giggles and wasn't capable of higher reasoning was preferable. Still, there was nothing I could do about our current practices. My actions saved a lot more prey than one sliced and diced Khajiit. My tail lashed in forward rotation. The entire ideal of betterment is that the strong cull the weak. The prey are still prey based on their actions, how they snivel and piss themselves over any challenge. These are not the behaviors of true sapients. Even if they once were cogent, that bears no relevance on today.
Well said. Go ahead. Split that traitor's throat.
Gisnell said. I stalked around the prisoner, arching the ridges on my spine. Fear glistened in her eyes, which caused my adrenaline to hum. It felt good to be in control and have a release for my pent-up aggression. Of course, I didn't really want to complete this execution, but my primal side liked it. The humans and the Venlil would label me a monster if they witnessed me strike a prisoner down in cold blood. They didn't understand the confines of my system. The chatty Terrans had entire rituals with lawyers and testimonies that could drag on for weeks. Here, Betterment's determination was the difference between innocence and guilt, made without a word edgewise. Chief Hunter Shaza curled her lip.
I don't see any blood. What are you waiting for?
Can a man not savor his kill anymore? I was hoping she'd beg. I growled coldly. My claws slashed across the soft flesh, and scarlet blood spurted between my digits. The Arxa prisoner sagged in her restraints, with gurgling noises escaping her maw. Fluid frothed up to her teeth, and her eyes lolled. The truth was, this wasn't the first, the 10th, or even the 100th person I'd killed in the name of survival. It got easier every time. The sympathy I felt became muted. As a cruelty-deficient individual, I learned to fake dominant traits from a young age. A televised execution was when I realized that most people didn't wince at screaming cattle, or cry when their family members died. That voice was always there, no matter how much logic I employed. Watching the humans glamorized kind acts, I wondered what Arxa society was like when empathy abounded. Maybe it could have been the Venlil buddying up to us. Though ones like Slanik are too emotional even for my liking. They die too quickly. I turned to face the holograms, waving my blood-stained claws. Shaza, I bring word from the humans. The female chief hunter grinned.
How can you be so right about the Khajiit being weak, yet you fail to apply that to the humans?
Humans are not sniveling prey. They are destructive and prideful, to their own detriment at times. Don't let their pudgy appearance fool you. They bested us in combat, unlike any other race.
Their prey-like interactions with each other sicken me.
You are mistaking prey-like for social. Empathy is not a defect in pack predators, though humans must learn to temper such tendencies. Still, they are apex predators on their world. Gisnell narrowed his eyes.
Humans understand cruelty and aggression. They need the same push Betterment gave us.
The Terrans had figures much like our Lasnell in their history. I'd done research on a holopad I found in New York's wreckage. Every herbivore alien questioned how such a leader could rise, but the primates already knew that answer. Their modern populace feared that becoming a reality again. Presently, humanity demonized predatory attitudes. They detested an equivalent to the Northwest Bloc resurfacing. Imposing betterment on the Terrans was an awful idea, but I wasn't going to voice that opinion. Perhaps in the future, Earth would take in defective Arxa as refugees. The Dominion sentenced anyone lesser to death, so they might be amenable to lending slaves to Earth. It wasn't like Rhys had a use for condemned weaklings. Would humanity even want my people on their world? Some UN personnel looked at us like we were diseased animals. Secretary General Meyer wouldn't have taken much convincing. But alien goals weren't on Zhao's agenda. Every action had to lend a direct benefit to Earth or advance their war efforts. I yearned for the original leader and his calming ideology. Chief Hunter Shaza scowled.
This human message better be good, Isif. Why did they claim 2 territories under Arxa siege?
The United Nations sees conquest as a way to obtain the entire planet as our catch, I responded. They believe in maximizing resources and are willing to negotiate a deal. Human interference was meant as aid.
Aid? Terran commanders messaged my ships demanding that we back off. Their claim of Silis, then Foul, was a bold-faced attempt to swipe our prize.
I agree with Shaza. Humans are proving ungrateful, despite how ISIF saved their Earth.
Gisnell's fangs protruded with disdain.
We attacked these worlds to enact their vengeance while their own military floundered. We shouldn't negotiate for what is ours already.
Of course, your savageness. Humanity were tactless, I agreed hastily. Going orbital on their army seems unwise, though. Predators must stay united until the Federation is eradicated. Shaza snorted.
Ah, yes. The Federation that humanity is pulling their alliance members from.
Pets, not allies. If you're tricked by lies tailored for prey... The female Arxa stiffened with indignation, and her holographic tail blurred with motion. The Prophet descendant scrutinized us both closely, spending an extra second on me. Perhaps I'd painted myself too much in Earth's camp. A proper chief hunter should want to bash the humans' nose in. Humility wouldn't be the worst thing to teach them, regardless.
I want Foul and Silis in our control by the end of the week. I don't care how you do it, Shaza. You and Isif settle that part among yourselves.
Gisnell decided. Shaza's eyes gleamed with triumph.
Yes, Great One. As you wish.
It will be settled. I am fully committed to our glory, I managed. The chief hunter tossed her head in gloating as Gisnell left the holopad call. The prisoner bodies sat at my feet throughout this exchange, which I hope bolstered my tough exterior. Shaza had near full autonomy over her sector, except for the rare case of Betterment's direct orders. People of our rank merely filed reports and had thousands of ships to do their bidding. Human generals were chained by comparison with more oversight and rules to adhere to. I understood what they meant by war crimes now, though I couldn't believe my eyes. What value was artwork in the middle of combat? Why wouldn't an army take out medics that were limiting enemy casualties? It was a miracle that Zhao hadn't elected to shed this softness. But I suppose their docility was why I believed they could pioneer a better future. Perhaps I could take another crack at the United Nations, or persuade Shaza of their value to our cause. Pride was important to an Arx's culture, especially given how concessions would be framed. The long-term value of social allies needed to be put in a way a brute could understand. Hear me out, Shaza. I will explain to you why tolerating humans benefits our cause, despite their irritating emotions, I growled. Every good hunter should have the facts before drafting a plan. The chief hunter swished her tail.
I've had enough talking for today. There's only so much social blabbering one can take.
Of course. This discourse has dragged on too long. My patience is also tested, I lied. Opposing opinions are grating, and solitude would be welcome. Just one more thing.
What is it?
We need to have this conversation in person. Your attack may be detrimental to the Dominion's long-term success. Allow me to present the military pros and cons at a location of your choice. The decision will be yours. Shaza presented her fangs in a warning gesture, though the details were grainy in the hologram. I responded by dropping into a hunting crouch. Cowing before a threat was admitting defeat. The humans were the only way I saw the war ending and leaving us with a non-sapient meat supply. As idiotic as the leaf flickers could be, I couldn't allow our tensions to escalate.
I respect an elderly, veteran general enough to entertain your speech.
A snicker shook her sides.
Stopped by the cloaked farm habitat just inside my sector. It's a day's travel from your post. You can have a tour of a modern operation.
Age means surviving combat and nature's assassination attempts. If you're lucky, it will come to you as well, I replied.
Enough of your platitudes. Will you travel to the farm or not?
Yes, I'll be there. Chief Hunter Shaza terminated the call and I stormed back to my shuttle. Tolerating her condescending attitude and groveling on the human's behalf wasn't a thrilling prospect. I couldn't even wash the death from my body. Cleaning the blood off my clothes would suggest that I wasn't proud of my kill. A day of warp travel would allow me to process operations and play out various scenarios in my mind. Why couldn't the humans just let two species who assaulted them perish? It would be much easier for all parties involved. Memory transcription subject, Chief Hunter Isif, Arxa Dominion Sector Fleet. Date, standardized human time, December 1st, 2136. The Earthborn holopad in my possession was alien hardware. Dominion resources weren't equipped to track it. I made sure the device was well encrypted and could pass it off as top-secret research if asked about it. It allowed me to monitor anonymous Arxa forums where anger and sedition were brewing. Betterment's grip on Riss had waned as word of Federation omnivores circled back home. Many citizens saw the meat-eaters as victims of the same predator hatred that crippled us. The converts were genuine sapients, distorted by the enemy. Those revelations didn't inspire faith in our diet, nor did the Dominion's inability to reform. Starvation is a good motivator for unrest. These forums have been safe spots for talks of the food alternatives raised by Terran's existence. The humans are the predators we want to be, I read one comment aloud. Perhaps our resistance movement could be officially recognized. Their support would lend us legitimacy. My shuttle was on a landing approach to the farm habitat. I digested the reminder of my purpose quickly. The humans were our hope at changing the status quo, and they were the only aliens who saw us as people. Our carnivory made alliances unobtainable with most of the galaxy. There was a reason our search for true life persisted through the centuries. As long as we were isolated and starving, individuals like Shaza and Giznell would maintain power. Our plight was how Betterment retained control, stirring up perpetual hatred. The Federation caused our predicament after all. Draconian measures, as humans would say, were necessary, and lesser individuals hindered our collective welfare. The holopad was tucked back into a drawer as docking protocols were completed. I disembarked to the hangar bay, and Chief Hunter Shaza greeted me. The fattened guards flanking her were indicative of our cattle-rich location. Farms were coveted postings, awarded based on bloodlines. This cushy detail was one reserved for those whose genes were desirable. "Shaza, you look absolutely vicious," I barked. The Chief Hunter narrowed her eyes.
Don't get flirtatious, Isif. This is a professional visit.
I merely respect a worthy adversary. The feeling is mutual, yes?
Indeed. I suppose we can spare a minute for pleasantries. A tour is mandatory for another sector's lead hunter. Cattle farms are a delight.
Nothing like a satisfactory meal at the ready. Shall we proceed? The female Arxa stalked forward, her torso positioned at a sharp angle. I mimicked her lunging posture and ensured that my elderly pace kept up with hers. This farm habitat was the pride of Shaza's sector with its compact design. Rather than the traditional prens with overhead guard walkways, her design utilized crawl-space trapdoors for retrieval. Arxa could monitor prey from viewing panes and administer negative feedback with a button array. The hangar spilled into a narrow hallway with cattle pens visible on both sides. The enclosure to my left housed Harchen, who were in poor condition. I could see flaky scales peeling off their hides and their sunken eyes in a listless daze. These reptiles were lethargic, having lost the will to move around. It was pitiful to see a sapient mind reduced to a husk. Harchen territory was the closest to this facility, but that didn't stop Shaza from ferrying in other livestock. To the right, I could see the newest species in her domain, the Yortul. Exotic by all accounts. The smooth-skulled marsupials showed a bit of life, though I saw glassiness in their eyes. These uplifts played no part in what happened to our people, and supposedly hadn't latched onto the fear ideology yet. I worked with the marsupials on Earth, so I knew they sided with humans because they felt ostracized. Active hostilities between the Arxa and friendly prey were unnecessary. There was a truce ongoing since the Battle of Earth, extended to the 3 species that offered aid. However, unlike the Zeruleans and Venlil, the Yortul weren't in my domain. I couldn't stop Shaza from renouncing my pact. Most chief hunters are accepting any human allies as Arxa allies, despite Betterment's official silence. But Shaza sees no reason not to round up primitive herbivores. I forced a look of disinterest. How did the Yortul taste? They don't look like anything special.
The taste is quite strong. Stays in your mouth for a while. Dry, too.
Shaza replied.
The flavor profile is not my favorite, but some of the guards like it.
I'm sure the underlings have simpler palates than us.
Isif, the masses will eat what they're given. The important thing is how well the Yotl breed. Our herd here will gather data to determine their viability.
It's hard to match Civ kids or Zerulians.
Or the Venlil. How could you give them up?
Calculated risk. Skepticism flared in her amber eyes, but the chief hunter continued our walk in silence. I kept my gaze ahead, not wanting to look at the cramped Yotl pen. That defective voice was restless after interacting with the helpers on Earth. I was relieved there hadn't been any gracious offers to sample the product. My mind was elsewhere as Shaza guided me through the guard quarters, a crocodile aviary, and 2 more Harchin pens. If this was the crowning achievement of Arx's society, what scathing commentary did that drum up about our people? Billions of sapiens were in similar misery and cognizant of their continued suffering. It was a fate deserved by no one. The chief hunter led me into the kitchen facilities where corpses dangled from the ceiling. The scent of a gutted Harchin struck my nostrils, an aroma that tickled my olfactory glands. My body was conditioned to associate certain blood types with meals. Saliva production and eye dilation were involuntary responses. I could hear my stomach rumbling despite being well fed. How did humans suppress intrusive instincts without any discomfort? I wasn't an animal, of course. I wasn't going to strike down a herbivore just because they were bleeding. That didn't mean my nostrils wouldn't have their interest piqued. However, on Earth's internet, the impulses they discussed toward the prey had nothing to do with sudden hunger.
So, our second to last stop. This is where we process food.
Shaza narrated.
Is this the part where you get to addressing Fal and Silis?
I lashed my tail. 2 territories which belong to us. I agree that we should get them back. However, it's in our best interest to attempt loathsome diplomacy for their recovery.
Why are you so keen on appeasing these weaker predators? They shouldn't get away with blatant insults.
Ha! At least humans aren't so dreadfully boring, yes? They did offer compensation for their overreach. They see our raids as wasteful of resources and view this as a chance to build a decadent empire.
I don't want their leftovers, Isif. I want them to get out of the fucking way. Ugh.
Shaza exhaled a frustrated breath and sank her serrated fangs into her lower maw. The hostility in her gaze suggested a different approach was required. This was about personal pride more than resources. This sector's chief hunter didn't care if humans could supply more goods than us. No percentage of the haul would be sufficient to allow their incursion. Humans bossing us around and calling the shots exacerbated the situation. They're lucky they didn't get nuked then and there. You ask why I tolerate such things, Shaza, I sighed. The truth is, I want to keep Earth's guns pointed at the Federation. I'm using humans to make the Dominion the supreme unchallenged power.
Using humans? I was under the impression they were using you.
The UN are clueless to our aims because Zao is blind and on the warpath. Earth's silly coddling is causing the prey to collapse. Meanwhile, their manpower performs the heavy lifting against the main Federation factions.
Their manpower, riddled with lesser creatures. Even their own ships are tribute from the Venlil. The weak, sniveling, knock-kneed prey. Humans are bungling everything.
Nothing is bungled. They'll do anything for victory, and pitting the animals against each other. It's brilliant. Our enemies will be destroyed without us lifting a claw.
You're saying you really want to use them to fight the war for us?
Precisely. Our victory has been delayed for long enough. For centuries. What are Fal and Silis compared to bringing down the entire house?
We don't need humans to destroy the Federation, though. We aren't weak. We aren't dependent on others.
It's not that we cannot do it ourselves. It's about preserving our strength for a worthy adversary. The Federation doesn't contain enjoyable foes. Let someone else take out the trash. Chaza issued a low chuckle and stalked past an icebox of crocodile carcasses. Fresh prey was preferable, but not always possible during military operations. It was inefficient to build cattle enclosures into every warship and garrison. Larger ships could accommodate active livestock, but this facility was suited to ration exportation too. I could see that my words caused the chief hunter to reconsider her strategy. The humans could be framed as efficient soldier slaves who didn't require oversight. At worst, the Terran advance softened Federation defenses and pulled species away from the enemy coalition. As purely a numbers game, the tactical benefit was obvious. My nose distracted me again as we wandered into a hangar beside the butchery. Adjustable tunnels of barbed wire sat beside docking ports, built to load or unload cattle. This must be the shipping department, where any new catch was processed. It also provided a way to ship living prey out to the fleet for fresh consumption. Shaza cleared her throat.
Your idea is clever, but humans can't believe they have authority over us. Their soldiers need a kick in the teeth. It's unbecoming of an AXA commander to surrender territory without a fight.
If dignity's worth more than our overall success, then your mind is set. My pupils darted over to a barbed wire enclosure where the tangy aroma originated. Ceruleans were crammed into the unloading area, mewling pitifully. Wait! Why do you have prey from my sector?
Relax, Isif. Some idiot volunteers went speeding off on a medical ship to rescue Krokotl civilians. We intercepted them and brought them here.
Shaza shouldn't be capturing human allied species at all. This jeopardizes everything I worked on. The UN are pressing for me to barter these guys' release as well. Thoughts of Cerulean medics in New York ran through my mind. There was a unique earnestness in their efforts to save human patients. The little furballs were dedicated to preserving life, even those of people they believed were monsters. What other species would fly unarmed medical ships into an AXA occupation? Emotional concerns warred with my logic. I knew that my only objective should be talking Shaza down, but I felt sick to my stomach. Despite how good their scent was, my defective voice couldn't bear to see friendlies shipped off to slaughter. My interactions made their personhood all too real, not a harsh fact I pushed aside with ease. One Cerulean was sobbing, with despondent paws pressed against the wire. Her stomach quaked, and green blood was smeared across her little nose. The pleading quality in her eyes paralyzed me. I couldn't bring myself to ignore the herbivore's plight. My position gave me leeway to induce a more favorable outcome, so a bartering attempt was logical. Persuasion wasn't working on Shaza anyways. My objectives shifted in a heartbeat to a species more worthy of salvation than the Tillfish or the Harchin. The humans would have to deal with the war they'd brought upon themselves. My throat was dry. I see. Well, on the topic of injured pride, I will not press further on Fal and Silis, but I can't leave this facility without a consolation prize.
So, you admit defeat. What is it you want from me?
The female AXA hissed. A few of those Ceruleans. Humans claim they make great pets, and I'd like to test that for myself. I've been devoid of amusement for too long. I can always carve them up once I'm bored.
That's an odd request, though I'd like to see them scrubbing your tail scales. I'll grant your wish, Isif. Are 2 prime specimens sufficient?
3 is what I had in mind. Humans keep more at hand, but these will dish out enough whining for 1 AXA. Oh, and I'd like the crying one specifically. It's a prime example of what makes these animals lesser. The chief hunter bared her teeth and snatched the tear-stained Cerulean with haste. She deposited the quadruped into a scratchy sack, indifferent to any yelps. Tilting her head, she picked out 2 more prizes, a young healthy Cerulean of each sex. Shaza dragged the cattle bag across the floor and whispered for her guards to bring it to my ship. I breathed a sigh of relief as I realized the layout subtly brought us back to our starting point. My landing hangar was next to the shipping facility, which allowed for a swift exit. The hosting AXA were all but rushing me off. Chief Hunter Shaza displayed ostensible irritation, weary of my visit. My social tolerance was higher than most AXAs, but this specific company did not suit my tastes. There was no reason to prolong my travels. I offered a tepid farewell and boarded my craft without delay. The bag of Ceruleans had been thrown on the floor like it was any other junk. The herbivores screamed their heads off and flopped around inside the sack. I ignored the parcel, lumbering up to the cockpit. Jetting away from the farm habitat was done with a few buttons, and a course was set for my territory. Unease swelled in my chest as I realized how rash my snatch and grab was. What significance did 3 cattle have in the big picture? I crouched over the Cerulean package. What on risk am I going to do with these guys? Any normal AXA will think I'm mad. My paw reached into the sack, scooping the warm bundles out. The Xyrillians wriggled and squeaked at my touch before bolting away. I watched as they disappeared into crevices and supply closets. The fools didn't realize I could sniff them out with ease. The Terrans must have endless patience to coddle such antics. I just saved your lives. I'm not going through a song and dance to prove myself, I snarled. Stalking back to the cockpit, my destination switched to Earth. The humans could deal with these Xyrillian pets, and also learn the consequences of their mercy. The United Nations should be warned of Shaz's intent. However, flagrant interference would sever my ties to the Dominion. I wasn't sure I wanted to openly oppose my people. As much as I longed for societal overhaul, AXA resistance was in its infancy. A two-front war was a steep task for primitive omnivores. It wasn't clear whether the empathetic humans could be trusted to pull their weight or support our cause. Sticking my neck out wasn't worth it without future rewards. Perhaps it was best to let Silis and Fal slip back into Dominion possession.
Memory transcription subject. Captain Sovlin, United Nations Fleet Command. Date, Standardized Human Time, December 1st, 2136. Activity quieted down among our fleet following the resounding victory at Koa. The UN focused on menial affairs for now. A small contingent of scout ships detached to survey potential colonies and a few patrollers ensured the Federation didn't get another crack at the Mazics. Without a fleet of their own, Kupo's Presidium was reliant on human protection. Most Terran ships circled back to our mobile repair units, which had camped a few light years from the battleground. Our vessel docked for routine maintenance, but that lasted mere hours. Once the all clear was given, we were sent with a small group on a patrol route. The United Nations was likely to assign us a new target after Earth sorted out their next priorities.
I'm not sure this is a good idea, Sovlin,
Samantha said from my side.
Why would Officer Cardona invite you to his quarters?
I bobbed my shoulders, mirroring a human shrug. Only one way to find out. The real question is why you ordered Carlos not to accompany us.
Tyler and Carlos almost came to blows when he saw what happened to your face. Truly a hard fall.
Accidents happen. Carlos had rounded on Tyler in the Ret Lounge after I sought out a medical touch-up. The blood gushing from my nose wasn't ebbing and my paper towel hadn't helped. The male guard's biceps rippled beneath their green markings as he roared at his superior officer. I believe his exact words were, "Does beating up a depressed alien make you feel like a man?" Tyler hadn't responded and tried to ignore my friend. Onzo took notice of my facial damage too. There was a tinge of fear when he looked at his buddy. That wariness was unusual for the nigh feral Yortul. He might have decided there was a scrap of truth in humans initiating violence. Captain Monaghan got wind of the incident as other UN soldiers broke up the altercation. I issued a full denial when she summoned me to the bridge. My fibs didn't fool her at all, especially when Officer Cardona offered little in his own defense. The commander was obviously frustrated as she poked holes in my story. Why did I have wounds all over my body if I'd slipped headfirst into a cabinet? There had to be another reason I was nursing my ribcage. Monaghan announced her disappointment in Tyler before assigning him to indefinite latrine duty. Days had passed since his beatdown, but the holopad invite to his quarters came out of nowhere. Perhaps he blamed me for not offering a more robust denial. The blonde officer must be angry about receiving punishment for his actions. Samantha crossed her arms.
Ah yes, accidents happen. And leave finger marks on your throat.
You can see that through my fur, I groaned.
The doctor did at the infirmary.
Then your doctor exaggerated. You know how you humans are. Very over the top. The female guard huffed in irritation, fixing me with a disdainful glare. Her narrowed eyes once would have filled me with terror, but now I recognized the scowl as part of her snarky attitude. Her venomous tongue was a defense mechanism in my opinion. Samantha never offered any commentary on the loss of her husband. Maybe that stoicism was how humans were supposed to grieve, though I didn't believe that. I tapped my claws against Tyler's door. Several crewmates that passed us in the hall whispered to each other. My identity must have gotten around. According to Samantha, my role in Selena's interview had earned me some favor on Earth, but I didn't deserve humans' pity, and I was thankful that Officer Cardona dished out retribution at last. Onzo opened the door.
Harris? Sutherland? Come in.
Not until you tell us why we're here.
Samantha hissed. Oh, cut it out, Sam. Don't be like that. I spotted her elbow with the blunt side of my claws. I'm going in, with or without you.
What? So you can take another accidental tumble? Get in a nasty fight with a rug?
Tyler's angular face peered over a couch.
Hey, we're all cool. It's square. Onzo and I are playing a badass video game. I thought you'd get a kick out of it, Sovlin.
Confusion swelled in my chest as the tall human waved a black object in his hand. Why would Marcel's packmate invite me over to play some television game? I trudged inside, despite suspecting an ambush. Samantha rolled her eyes. At least I could count on her not intervening in a rug tussle. There was no visible malice in Tyler's blue irises. Onzo must have been briefed on who I was, since he didn't question our past anymore. The uplift knew that I deserved whatever beating the human doled out. And then some. Guilt clawed at my chest as I joined the Terran officer on the couch. A trace of fear lingered too, my instinctive phobia of violent predators. Tyler threw me into those cabinets like I weighed nothing. It was quite terror-inducing. A menu screen appeared on the television with the words "Start Campaign" selected by Onzo. The Yotel looked awkward juggling the controller, which was designed for long fingers rather than stubby toes. The uplift used his tail to hold it and had both paws hovering over his side. Samantha accepted a device from Tyler and passed one to me. The female human placed a pillow in my lap, balancing the controller atop it. I tucked my paws on both sides, thankful for my slender claws to poke at buttons. It wasn't clear how predatory these games were, or if the blonde Terran was attempting to traumatize me. Onzo explained the button functions while a loading screen played. I tried to listen, but I was distracted by his human partner's posture. Tyler stared ahead with intensity and leaned forward on the couch. The predator's knuckles squeezed around his controller as though he wanted to constrict it. "What is this?" I asked, unable to stay silent. "I don't understand why I'm here." Tyler blinked.
You can go if you want. This is a first-person shooter game called The Clash of Proxima, co-op mode. I modded the human enemies with Arxer bodies. Thought it'd help you, to gun down the greys like you want.
What? You know what happened to this kid? You think he wants to play a game about the Arxer?
Samantha spat. A game about killing them? Fuck yeah. I'd been hell-bent to get my claws on an Arxer and extract as much suffering as possible for years. I wanted to look one in the eyes and relish ending its miserable existence. A simulation was the closest thing I could get to that reality. Tyler was right. That did sound like fun, or at least a cathartic experience. I bared my teeth. I like this game already, especially if the predator bastards scream. The revelation that the Kolshians deployed their cure against the Arxer did nothing to quell my revenge fantasies. If anyone deserved a slow death, it was a filthy grey beast. Starvation didn't excuse the torture videos of our pups they mailed to Federation worlds. And how they ate my own family alive, bit by bit. The humans would never dream of such a thing, no matter how dire their circumstances. The necessity of hunting us was something I could see if a flesh-eater was deprived of their prey. But the level of sadism the Arxer showed had nothing to do with necessity. It sickened me that the UN coordinated with them, but I understood that Earth had been surrounded and defenseless. Samantha heaved an exasperated sigh.
I hope this is the easy difficulty, Tyler. You're just going to annoy him if he dies non-stop.
Sovlin's got to learn somehow,
the male predator replied. The game deposited us outside of a space station, and the graphical rendition was admirable. Tyler and Samantha's characters moved forward at the front, while Onzo and I crept after them. Arxer bodies were crouched inside, spewing bullets upon our entry. Rage flowed into my wrists, and I depressed the fire button. Crimson streaks moved across my split screen, which I suppose symbolized wounds to a red-blooded Terran. A bar decreased over my character's head. Onzo and I were shooting in a daze, while the humans ducked behind cover. It was frightening how sharp their reflexes and multitasking were in combat. The Terrans did most of the work gunning down the Arxer. It felt satisfying when my own bullet hit one representation, but a part of me was concerned about the lifelike blood splatter. Perhaps the Earthlings did crave death and violence. This shouldn't be an activity of mass appeal. I decided to attempt a conversational tone. So human games involve battle recreations and killing people.
It's a power fantasy, obviously,
Tyler replied.
Everything is a competition for us. Why not fight in a way that no one gets hurt?
But you people want to fight, enough to seek it out for fun.
Not just fighting, we want to win, Sovlin. There's a difference. Doesn't a part of you want to crush the Arxa? Vanquish them?
The Arxa, yes. But you said these enemies are normally other humans.
Old habits die hard. We fought wars for thousands of years. It's how we are, man.
So it feels good, Tyler, to kill your own kind. The blonde human was silent, pursing his lips with disquiet. A chill ran down my spine as I noticed Samantha shaking her head at Tyler. That implied that the answer was affirmative, and I could see why she wouldn't want that broadcasted. Our game characters moved ahead, while I wondered how humans controlled such instincts. Terrans have empathy. I suppose that's the only thing keeping them from the Arx's lows. Onzo yipped excitedly.
Charging at an enemy feels good. Driving them off, kicking them in the teeth, showing your strength. That's what Tyler means.
As I've told you before, charging at hostiles with no strategy gets you killed.
The human officer sighed.
In both real life and the game.
Hold up, Uplift, I barked. You'd play a game killing other Yotol. The marsupial flicked his ears.
Sure. We defended territorial claims for years. Harsh winters come, and there's not enough grain stashed for everyone. You take, or you're taken from.
That's twisted. You're a herbivore, fighting among your own people.
Competition is normal, and you fuckers told us it's not. Nature is indifferent to any of our morals. The Gijij probably did the same thing before the tentacle freaks remade you.
Onzo's right. We ate meat, so Gijids are fucked up monsters too. I have no right to judge his people or humanity. Gunfire sound effects snapped me away from my rumination. More enemies camped in the next area, and the Arxa began pinning us down. My heart rate skyrocketed as if it was genuine combat. I crouched by a barrel just in time and retained a few slivers of health. This enemy AI was merciless, an accurate approximation of the real Greys. The Otul wasn't so quick to find cover. Onzo held down the sprint blocker and seemed keen to melee the enemies. His health bar was depleted within a second, and his humanoid character crumpled to the ground. The primitive jabbed at several buttons, prompting the avatar to rise. Onzo grew incensed by his death and ignored Tyler calling his name. The Uplift curled his lip, rage smouldering in his eyes. He released an incoherent howl and flung the controller in a blind fury. A cracking sound reverberated through the air as the device crashed into a wall. Tyler paused the game.
What the fuck, Onzo? That's the third controller you've thrown.
It's a stupid game!
The Otul screeched.
These levels are impossible!
I think we're not playing together anymore.
What? No! I'm sorry. It's just so... Gah.
You said you'd try harder, buddy. You can't just break things because you're mad.
Unless it's Sovlin's face.
Samantha chimed in helpfully.
I shouldn't have done that, but I'm not going to apologize. Marcel is a good dude, and he didn't deserve a shock collar around his neck. What's one punch compared to that?
My spines bristled. I agree with him, Sam. More people should treat me like the monster I am. Please, let it go. Tyler gave me a rough pat on the shoulder. I flinched instinctively. The blonde human switched off his console and took the controller from my grip. It was disappointing not to have another crack at the Arxa. The game should have allowed us to best and trample them with ease. It wasn't fun to strategize. More importantly, I wasn't sure what Tyler was playing at. The big guy resented me for a well-established reason. Even Onzo should have sided against me, but the exchange duo were acting cordial. This gaming session was crafted as an outlet for my anger, though the fact that predators constantly used it for that purpose was a jarring admission. I'd begun to think of Terrans as normal people who weren't a threat to innocence. Perhaps the truth wasn't so simple, despite their rich sentimentality. It was odd to hear a human speaking of their aggression in candid terms. Billions of predators on one world, craving a fight at all times and trying to hold themselves together. I didn't know how they functioned. That goes a long way to explaining the Federation's observations. I can see why they find other ways to get that out of their system now.
Well, let me clean up the controller shards first,
Tyler grumbled.
But Onzo and I'll head over to the mess hall in a few minutes. You're both welcome to join us.
I chewed at my claws. You should enjoy your meal. I don't want to sour it for you.
Sovlin, I forgave you. It's all water under the bridge now. You haven't reached out for therapy, so I decided you needed a pal in the interim.
You want to befriend me? Why would you do that?
Because I think you deserve a second chance. No more knuckle sandwiches from me. Promise. You've suffered enough.
Samantha bared her teeth.
Sovlin's down on himself more than ever. Tell him being an omnivore doesn't make him unworthy of happiness.
Well, duh. I don't think I deserve pain and misery, and I'm an omnivore.
The humans missed the point as usual. Their tenuous grasp on their instincts was something they managed so that they wouldn't commit heinous deeds. There was no telling what savagery Gajeeds were capable of. Eating corpses was monstrous enough. My predatory side had shown with Marcel's torture, which even Roussel likened to the Arxa. You're right. I'm glad you guys have my back, I fibbed.
That's what humans are for. Besides, there might not be a lot of happy days left.
Tyler ushered me to the door, wearing a sad smile.
So enjoy the downtime while it lasts.
Hold up. What is that supposed to mean?
The brass detected anomalous movement in the Arxa fleet. We're going to shadow their vector, tail a few light years behind them, in case they try anything.
What are you, expecting them to try?
We don't know. But our leader had a falling out with them, and they know the UN isn't at full strength. It's possible they'll attack our garrisons on Fal or Silis. That's a prelude to war.
The thought of the Terrans squaring off with the Arxa brought me considerable relief. After Selene's interview, the primates had every reason to stick to the monsters' side. It was miraculous they kept diplomatic avenues open for prey that defected. I mean, according to Tyler, humans weren't content with peace in the best conditions. Perhaps the same degeneracy runs through the Gajeeds' contaminated genes. Like Unzo said, we might have been similar primitives. Species like us needed the humans' help with just about every issue. If Earth could get back to exacting aggression on ugly child-eaters, that would inspire my optimism about the galactic future. It would also bring our predators back to the morals their society once cherished. Any indication that the Arxa were an enemy was one I would seize. Eagerness thrummed in my chest. So humans will beat the Greys. You should have as soon as Earth was clear, just like you did at the Cradle.
It's not so simple. The Arxa have been concealing their full capabilities. Our intelligence is blind,
Tyler explained.
They have numbers, technology and bases across the galaxy. Our prospects in a serious conflict don't look good.
Samantha snorted.
And we're already fighting the vegan cultists, better known as the Federation. Us versus the universe. Battle Royale.
Hey, it's not that dire. We have allies. 33 open allies, counting the Thafki and the Gajeeds.
We're your mates.
Unzo yipped.
Together we're unlocking the secrets of physics and kicking ass.
Hell yeah. I'm glad someone's ready for trouble. I want to be sure you're fit for duty too, Sovlin.
I flicked my claws threateningly. I'm fit to fight the Arxa. I'm fit to do a whole lot more than that. Any time, any place. Tyler shot me a concerned look while Samantha boasted her signature smirk. The door clicked shut behind us, leaving me to wander toward the mess hall. The Predator ship felt cold and empty, like the uncanny stillness at the eye of a cyclone. This could be the last moment of sanity for a lengthy duration. With greater challenges looming, it was nice to patch up relations with my human superior. Infighting wasn't a luxury our underdog coalition could afford.
Memory transcription subject, Glim, Venlil rescue. Date, standardized human time, December 1st, 2136. The half-day train journey kick-started my confinement with the human. The more time passed, the less I was convinced that we were in Selgel Falls to see Aunt Thyma. We stopped off at a hotel for rest until the Venlil government brought us a car and a driver. It was clear Noah had our authorities at its beck and call, and was impressed with how well the Gaian could control its instincts, and with how thorough its propaganda was. Reading about secret predators within the Federation was jaw-dropping. That rattled my worldview to the core. It was lunacy for the Kolshians to think flesh-eaters could be tamed. Any credibility the Terrans had gained was their fault. Human behavior did prove curious, especially rescue footage of the Gajeeds. That was negated by the fact that they invaded the Cradle. Earth was the aggressor in the conflict. A lackluster excuse about Prime Minister Piri staging an assault was their cover for their warmongering. It was an opportunity to conquer the lesser races and begin an empire. But as a former exterminator, I couldn't say I didn't feel a sliver of doubt. Gaians broke a lot of rules that I'd known since birth, whether they were lying or not. I hadn't worked up the courage to ask Noah any questions yet. However, there were a lot of answers I wanted to hear when the beast was forced to cook up spontaneous retorts. Maybe I'm not in imminent danger of being devoured. Unless we're going to a slaughterhouse.
Giving Hasey space. She hasn't been eating or drinking, and I think Sarah visiting would be a trigger.
Tarva was speaking to Noah through a video call. The human pursed its lips.
We should give Hasey as much time as she needs. If she's not even voicing her concerns, she's not ready. Glim is trouble, but at least his mind is still there.
Just be careful, Noah. This isn't the capital. It's a rural area where Venlil aren't as open-minded. They don't regularly interact with humans. You're not exactly incognito either.
Are you worried about me? A monstrous predator like me can scare off a few fanatics.
Please, try not to scare anyone. The footage of you chasing Glim is making the rounds, and let's just say, it's a bad look. Human ambassador hunts Venlil cattle in train station.
It wasn't like that. Glim could have hurt someone. I had to stop him.
I know, Noah. I like to be involved with things myself, but maybe we shouldn't have gotten wrapped up in this at all. We're too high profile to be ordinary helpers.
The Gaian scowled.
It was your idea to sponsor the Venlil in the first place. You said it was good PR to do our part.
And you said you wanted to. Does it really matter whose fault it is?
Governor Tarva hissed.
No. I just don't want your media team to toss me under the bus.
Stars, I hate all of your idioms. Kill two birds with one stone. Cut to the chase. Stabbed in the back. Are there any that aren't about being maimed or killed?
One or two.
You're infuriating. We'll settle this later. Just be safe, okay?
Noah bared its teeth to itself as the Venlil leader abandoned the call. I studied the Gaian for a long moment and considered the adoration in Tarva's eyes. That emotion looked like love, but I didn't understand how such strong feelings could arise toward a monster. Perhaps I should regard the beast with gendered pronouns like he was a person. Earth's presence was less nefarious than Riss's dominion from what I could tell. The empathy tests were convincing since it was difficult to fool scientists on a neurochemical level. Why had Noah lied to us though? His actions hadn't been innocuous, cunning and misleading us. The Gaian ambassador was ignoring my presence for now. I was certain he was avoiding direct eye contact. His focus drifted to a sign in the distance which read, Seljul Retirement Home. His hand reached for a visor and he pressed it across his paralyzing pupils. I wondered what that accomplished when every Venlil here knew of his predatory identity. Why do you wear your visor out here? I gasped out. The human palmed his chin.
Because these are elderly Venlil. I don't want to give anyone a heart attack. Any Venlil over 65 weren't allowed in the exchange program to avoid cardiac episodes.
Thyma is how old? I don't know her. How many years?
She's 74, Glim. You were gone for 11 years.
No. That's not possible.
I'm sorry. I hate to spring this on you, but your aunt's memory is fading. She's in the late stages of dementia.
My gaze shifted to the rural landscape which stretched to the horizon opposite the assisted living facility. A family reunion where Thyma forgot me hadn't been in my imaginings. I was saddened that I hadn't been there to help and to visit her. Had her mind deteriorated because she was alone? Noah hesitated before moving a hand slowly. His fingers hovered over my wrist for several seconds, giving me a chance to pull away. The Gaian empathetically squeezed my forearm like a Venlil would with their tail. His touch was delicate and frail. It was clear he was leaving the option for me to withdraw, since I knew from the train station that he was much stronger. There were several things I'd read that weighed on my mind. I couldn't succumb to believing the narrative. The humans were allies with the child-eating Arxa, even if they'd used that alignment to liberate Venlil captives. Their current objective was unraveling the Federation, and they were bestial hunters too. Apparently, Terran aggression had been documented by observers prior to first contact. I can't remember learning about them in school other than vaguely as an extinct predator race, I mused. The internet claims they had over 10,000 battles in their history. Hundreds of wars in just the century after your World War. The first one, I whined. How could you ever keep peace? Noah was quiet for several seconds.
We had to grow the fuck up. Humans want peace, yet we've only ever known competition. It doesn't come naturally, but we're starting to act like a united planet.
Venlil, always at peace.
I doubt that. The Colchian gentling took hold, and the Farsal sanitized your past. I think you used to be feisty herbivores until they convinced you of your weakness.
And if we're not strong?
We'll teach you. We'll protect you with a fierceness you've never seen before.
Noah's lips curved up, and I dissociated myself from the rush of fear. Perhaps the constant snarling betrayed his deceit, since the gesture came off as subconscious. The human rushed to cover his mouth like he knew he'd done something wrong. If threat displays were intuitive, that explained the full-face masks at the hospital. I recalled how the Arxa would snarl just looking at us, licking their lips with appetite. Sapient predators used their teeth to assert dominance in conversation too, from what I could tell. The guards would flash fangs when contesting a particular catch, or boasting of their hunts. The Gaians possessed the same urges. The Venlil driver parked the car outside the nursing home, and Noah opened the door. I felt paralyzed, befuddled by the paradoxical humans. It wasn't clear what to think of them. Their motives were ambiguous, and their mannerisms flipped between hostility and sympathy on a dime.
Smiling or snarling, as you say, is a submissive gesture in primates. I understand it is not so for other animals.
Noah sighed. I coaxed myself out of the car. Nonsense. How can teeth... bearing...
Be friendly? It's about their position. Teeth apart, jaw tensioned and lips curled back. That's actual hostility. But teeth together and lips relaxed shows we're not about to attack.
So it's saying you don't want to bite, and predators need to communicate that constantly? The Gaian ambassador nodded.
Exactly. Venlil don't understand the subtle difference. The few that try to replicate it usually just look constipated, man.
I chuckled in spite of myself. You have these answers well rehearsed.
I'm used to explaining everything we do. If I'd explained us better in my speech, 1 billion people wouldn't have died. Since then, I sifted through our evolution pretty thoroughly.
Noah's voice turned scratchy, and his ensuing cough sounded a bit congested. Did the Gaian consider himself responsible for the extermination attempt? He'd stated Earth's case pretty well for 5 minutes, broken up by hecklers. Guns had been trained on him the whole time too. A non-predator would have frozen in fear. The fact that he gave anyone pause over exterminating warlike horrors is miraculous. Nobody in his position could have done better. The human pawed at his nose before opening the door to the lobby. He gagged at once and muttered something about disinfectant smell. A middle-aged Venlil sat at a reception desk, startling at our appearance. Her eyes went wide with fear, and her ears pinned back. She snapped out of it enough to tap a notice with her tail. A sign was taped to the desk reading, "No humans permitted," in several scripts. The Gaian crossed his arms and leaned back with an intimidating frown. I observed the tightness of his jaw and the slant of his eyebrows. This was genuine hostility. It was worryingly easy to decipher the predator's mouth contortions once told what to look for. Noah sighed.
See, Glim? Still think we run the show here?
I don't know. You put up with a lot, I muttered.
What? You can't be here!
The Venlil receptionist stammered.
You need to leave. The human anyway.
The Gaian lifted his visor.
I think you'll make an exception for the Terran ambassador. I have powerful friends.
There's security footage. Are you going to attack us to get through? You're trespassing.
Glim wants to visit his Aunt Thyma. Make that happen and we'll leave.
No. You're not welcome here, Noah.
The veins in the Gaian's neck bulged and his fingers clenched tighter. His lips curled back to his pink gums while his eyes dilated. So that was what a primate's aggressive snarl looked like. I skittered back, remembering Noah's warning about intent to bite. I didn't want to be within snacking distance. My inner exterminator agreed that humans shouldn't be prowling our streets and wished for their non-existence, but my sentimental side remembered Noah tucking me in and playing games with Hasey and I. If the predator was emulating empathy, he deserved an award. There was more to this conqueror than my Arxa tormentors. The Venlil receptionist wasn't backing down from her statement and was gaining more confidence by the second. She bared her own teeth, reaching for a phone. Perhaps this employee intended to dial exterminators. I was increasingly worried about the guy in biting this individual.
Don't talk to Noah like that!
A Xyrillian nurse trotted into the room and glared at the receptionist.
Please, forgive Carleva. She doesn't think highly of your kind.
Those flesh beasts drain our resources, and our taxes go to their meat factories. They set up their encampments anywhere and litter our big cities. Some of them don't even work.
The Venlil snapped back.
Earth got bombed to oblivion. Those humans lost family members and everything they own. Wouldn't you be grieving too?
The quadruped flicked her ears and Carleva slunk off with a look of loathing. The Xyrillian nurse shook her head before approaching Noah with cautious steps. The Gaian refitted his visor and clasped his hands behind his back. He dipped his head, perhaps to show appreciation.
Please listen, Ambassador Noah. I can't allow you to interact with our patients,
the nurse said. Noah hissed in exasperation.
What? I thought you were on my side.
I am. Many of our residents have memory problems and wouldn't know what a human is. A scare at their advanced age could be deadly. You don't want to kill someone, do you?
Of course not. But Glim's been an Arxa captive for a decade. He needs to see his Aunt Fima.
Why don't I take Glim to her room and you wait here? Then you leave after without any unwanted incidents.
The predator paced for a few seconds, startling the Xyrillian. Even with the visor on, I could sense his unnatural eyes on me. Noah was considering whether I'd run off at the first opportunity, which was a high possibility. He must be feigning deliberation to seem reasonable. Why would he let me out of his sight? The human went to great lengths to track my escape and hunted me in a public venue. He wouldn't release his catch.
Okay. Thanks for helping us, nurse.
The Gaian sat in a chair which was comically small for him.
I trust you, Glim. The question is, if you trust me.
I withheld a disbelieving hiss and tried to make sense of my sudden release. Of course I didn't trust a predator after years as a cattle captive. Besides, his introduction started with deceit, which eliminated any chance of mutual trust. Concealing all information about his kind didn't inspire positive thoughts. Noah had done an admirable job of swaying me when I scorned any nuance originally, but our first encounter proved he was a trickster. I followed the Xyrillian down a hallway and relaxed as the Gaian didn't follow us. This was a pristine opportunity to escape captivity. I could evade detection better in this less integrated town. The Xyrillian stopped outside one door and gestured for me to enter. My ears perked up with hope as I crept into the room. Fima wheezed on her side, and her facial fur was starkly snow-white. The glassiness in her eyes reminded me of Cattle Venlil. Drool was running down her chin. An old sitcom played on a TV, which she blankly watched. "Fima?" I whispered. My aunt screeched.
Help! There's a strange man in my room!
"It's me, Glim. I came to visit you."
You're not Glim. Glim was captured by the Arxa.
Yes, that was true for 11 years. The humans traded for me. See the neckbrand?
Human? What kind of species name is that?
The aliens. Fima, the predators. They returned me, your nephew.
Lies! I want you gone. You're not Glim.
Stop playing. Don't you recognize my voice? Aunt Thyma glowered at me before wailing for assistance. She began unplugging the wires from her arms in a fit and knocked her drinking water from the nightstand. I gaped in horror as the one person who loved me wanted me gone. Tears swelled in my eyes, and I rushed out of the room. The Xyrillian medic yelled at me to calm down, but my feet were moving on their own. I was blind to my direction and my surroundings. The facility was a blur. There was nothing left here on Vendel Prime. Not even my family. The world had changed too much to process. All I wanted was for Thyma to hold me and whisper that it was all right. My paws wrapped around something warm, and I clung on for dear life. Sobs rattled my body, so I pressed my face into a synthetic fabric. My hugging support tensed beneath my arms, and fleshy appendages tapped my back. I let go with horror as I realized where I'd run. My instincts went back to the predator for comfort. Noah massaged my neck.
Shh, it's okay. You're okay.
You don't know what it's like, I screamed.
Actually, I do. My dad had Alzheimer's. I'd visit him every weekend, and he didn't remember who I was. He'd tell me about his little boy, Noah, who wanted to be an astronaut. And I'd just smile.
But I needed the Thyma. Take me back to the facility. Take me back. Anywhere but here.
I know it's hard, but it's not her fault. Are you sure you want to leave?
Please, get me out of here. I can't lose anyone else. That's not Thyma anymore.
You don't mean that. Sometimes she remembers and she's there, Glim. Tarva's people got her to record those messages for you. She's glad you're home.
The Gaian picked me up, a stoic expression on his face. My profession had always taught me that predators should be eradicated, but this was the nicest hunter I'd ever encountered. For some reason, my subconscious felt bonded to Noah. He was a steady presence when everything else was crumbling. I couldn't ignore the evidence from our travels either. The way the Venlil receptionist spoke to my caretaker was irreverent and hostile. Judging from Tarva's phone call, it sounded like open criticism was allowed on the internet too. Those attitudes wouldn't be allowed to circulate if humans conquered our home. Furthermore, the oblivious Gaians at lunch had been discussing morals and sympathy. They had no way of knowing anyone was listening. With my exposure to the Arxa, I knew how different those pitying attitudes were. The Greys considered keeping us as prey to be our rightful state, and they flaunted it.
Glim, can you talk to Hasey?
Noah slid back into the car and removed his visor.
You could help us explain it to the other refugees better than we did for you.
Tears dripped down my cheeks. I don't know. Maybe.
Okay. And do you still want me to drop contact with you when we get back?
The Gaian stiffened, sucking in a sharp breath. It was as if the ambassador was bracing himself for rejection. That implied it would cause him pain if I answered in the negative. Noah's body language betrayed that he cared what I thought of him. The torrent of fear since first contact seemed to have taken its toll. I don't think that will be necessary, I croaked. The human curved his lips.
Good. I haven't taught you half of our body language.
My gaze darted out the window and a shudder crept down my spine. I, of all Venlil, shouldn't be trusting of a lying predator, but I was giving Noah a second chance. Human charisma had swayed my feelings a bit too much.
Memory transcription subject. Chief Hunter Isif, Arxa Dominion Sector Fleet. Date, Standardized Human Time, December 3rd, 2136. The Sol system underwent a serious overhaul since my last visit. Earth's defenses had been insufficient to ward off enemy vessels, and humanity wished to ensure such defeat never happened again. I marveled at the sheer manpower they must have dedicated to reconstruction. According to my sensor data, the humans placed habitats as far out as the Oort Cloud. It was impossible to spot the roughshod stations on the viewport. Their super black paint absorbed almost all light, and their emissions were the only giveaway. A lesser mind might mistake the gravitational disturbances for an astronomical phenomenon. I would assume the UN mimicked our cloaked stations, but they couldn't have developed the technology so quickly. Terrans devised those blueprints on their own. Humans detected my ship among the icy fragments and nailed me with enough FTL disruptors to fry an army. Nimble fighters raced out to join me, taking up flank positions. Visual contact confirmed to Terran scouts that the incoming vessel was of Arxa make, but that didn't ease their suspicions. Perhaps they assumed the next Dominion visit wouldn't be on friendly terms. The Terran craft had me target locked and circled my ship with contemplative intent. Surely their generals realized that despite our solitary nature, our ships wouldn't venture off alone to attack. My mission was diplomatic in nature. I was debating how thoroughly to betray my people. There was also the issue of the 3 Zeruleans who wouldn't come out when I left drinking water. They must be dehydrated and delirious by now. I hailed the cloaked habitat, hoping humanity wouldn't make any rash decisions. It was unclear if they'd appreciate the tip-off that their hideout wasn't undetectable. An honest appraisal seemed helpful by my standards, but it could also wound Terran pride. That concept meant more to the Dominion than Elias Meyer. However, Mingjie Zhao was not as even keel.
You are trespassing in the Sol system, but you know that already.
A female human with a dust-colored bowl cut appeared on screen. I recognized her as General Jones, the drone program's lead.
To what do we owe the pleasure?
I bared my teeth. Humans do not wish to continue open relations. Have you forgotten what we did for you so soon?
We didn't expect the Arcs are back here keeping tabs on us. I know a warship when I see one, and I certainly don't like it gunning for Earth. Why do you feel entitled to roam our home system?
Because I'm Chief Hunter Isif. You know, the single reason your species is still alive today. The one who gave you an army, sent food to your cities, pulled your dying from the rubble, and traded you the Venlil.
I see. My nation thanked you and housed you. That doesn't mean you're going to lord your aid over humanity forever. You must use proper diplomatic channels, like everyone else.
I've gone through your channels and received a dismissive statement from Zhao. That's unacceptable. I've earned some gratitude, if not respect.
What are you going to do? Sue us?
Malice glimmered in General Jones's eyes, and a defiant smirk tugged at her lips. Fury swelled in my chest, threatening to spill into a roar. I was able to contain it to a growl, but I couldn't believe what ingrates the humans were. The United Nations hadn't been this flippant with me in the past, even after Maya's death. Why the sudden hostility? I came to help humanity, but now, I don't know whether they deserve it. Perhaps there was some truth to Shaza's claim that the Terrans needed a kick in the teeth. If she took their bold-faced antagonism down a notch, that would be beneficial to my goals. Earth's government warranted a reminder of their precarious position. I was less certain that I could rely on their leaders than ever. Still, humans were the only predators who wanted to end sapient farming. Their lab-grown meat had the power to feed us and to weaken Betterment's grip on Arxa society. Terrans must see reason again when I reminded them we were on the same side. Maya understood how I defended humanity and kept Gizhnell off their back. Concern still hounded me over the 3 Zeruleans hiding on my ship. I'd risked my cover on impulse, and I couldn't have them die after ferrying them here. It was worth brushing off the insult so that my defective voice would settle down. However, I'd like to hear General Jones issue an apology down the line. Her contemptful look was grating at my patience. I'm your only ally in the Dominion. The intelligence I can offer you is worth your time, I hissed. The primate cleared her throat.
You have something you want to share? Then spit it out.
I'll only speak to Zhao. I rule this entire sector. Your sector. I directly interact with our government and keep them off your backs. I deserve to look my equal in the eye. Yes?
Well, tough luck. The Secretary General is unavailable.
Then so am I. You haven't even forwarded the request to him. If your leader can't spare a minute on a call, I can't be bothered to share my thoughts.
I said he's unavailable. I will apprise Zhao of any intel you divulge to us.
I want a personal chat, human. Are you fucking dense? Jones slanted her eyebrows.
How dare—
How dare you? I roared. If it was important, if I was Tava, Zhao would make time. Hell, Tava herself was more diplomatic than you people. The UN fighters still coasted alongside me, and I barely refrained from target-locking them. I was mistaken to think of humanity as a friend. They would always consider us second class to the prey. The option to storm off and communicate with Vendel Prime instead grew more appealing by the minute. If the Terrans hadn't disrupted my FTL capabilities, I would have left in a huff. There was no logical reason the humans would confront an Arxa ally and spit in his face. Perhaps their vengeance had driven them mad. It was clear they were obsessed with Sol's military defenses. Another possibility was that this American general was superseding the chain of command. She could be seeking to claim my intel for her nation alone. Was that it? Was Jones shutting Zhao out of the loop as a power play? Coups weren't unheard of back when unrest plagued Riss. Rulers could change by the week. The drone mastermind might resent that she was snubbed for Secretary General in favor of a general from a rival state. Undermining Zhao's regime would fashion the Americans as an appealing alternative. The ostensible status was that humans quieted all clannish tendencies under threat of extinction. The United Nations supposedly helped them work together against aliens, but I wasn't sure Earth's tribes had laid old grudges to rest. General Jones tapped a few buttons before sitting in silence for a minute.
Be careful what you wish for, Isif. The Secretary General will speak with you.
I was a bit relieved that the American-led forces hadn't done anything rash. Humans were bold enough to try to capture me and convince me to talk through other means. From what I read on my holopad, their interrogation methods could surpass even AXA creativity. If I'd shared those tidbits with Gisnell, he'd respect their cruelty. A human male appeared on screen, dressed in formal attire. His skin was warm and tan, while his hair was styled as a black crew cut. Forehead wrinkles indicated he was middle-aged, likely with several decades in the service. Anger oozed from his taut grimace. Even his shoulders were forward, asserting dominance. "Mr. Secretary General, it's an honor." I forced a placid expression and dipped my head. I intended for us to meet much sooner. A shame, yes? Zhao's expression didn't change.
Well, you have my full attention now. I suppose that is what you wanted.
It is? That American general was stalling me from contacting you. I fear she may be watching out for her national interests at your world's expense.
General Jones and I have an understanding. National interests mean nothing with human interest under constant threat. That threat is extinction, and it pays no mind to borders. We cannot afford squabbles.
But Jones would not pass along my call.
Because I told her not to. I was already listening the entire time, you know.
My eyes narrowed with outrage, and I lashed my tail. This Secretary General would blow me off when I came to Sol to protect his forces. For pack predators with ubiquitous empathy, they had a lousy way of showing it. Who was I kidding to think humans would help defective AXA? Dominion rebellion meant nothing to their self-oriented agenda. I knew Terrans still cared about the Venlil like their own pack. The new Secretary General also loaded the other races that aided Earth, yet sported contempt for the AXA. Furthermore, they launched new exchange programs with the Yotul and Zerulians, while welcoming defecting herbivores to their alliance. The ever-patient humans found the resolve to train the quaking prey. To my amazement, those efforts were getting results. Obligate carnivores just aren't convenient to their new empire. Is that it? Or maybe they cannot forgive our crimes. I gritted my teeth. What have I ever done to you? I helped you and asked for nothing in return. I could have conquered Earth, but I treated you as equals.
That's the only reason I haven't ordered Jones to capture you, Isif.
Zhao said.
With what we know today, you're no friend of humanity. Listen carefully and tell your boss. We are not supporting agendas that go against our interests.
What are you talking about? Our interests are the same.
We both know that's not true. You are adamant about Thal and Silis being glassed, and humanity following your every command. We are not your puppets.
What? You've gone mad, Zhao. The Dominion knows you are weak, and they won't tolerate your interference. I'm trying to keep weak predators alive into the future.
Weak? We are not weak. We are young and growing exponentially.
I hissed in exasperation. Then give yourselves time to grow. Thal and Silis do not help your human-first agenda, am I right?
It's about the principle of encouraging our enemies to surrender. Besides, if we forked over the Tillfish and the Hatchin worlds without a fight, it would cement this human weakness in your minds. I will not set that precedent. The Aksha shall respect us.
Secretary General Zhao cast an unwavering glare at the screen. As much as I wanted to unload on him, my departure from Sol required humanity lifting their FTL disruptors. Securing a ride out might require groveling. Politeness was mandatory for my request to leave. But at this point, I had no intent of passing along Shaz's plans to Earth. It felt like a betrayal that the UN would dismiss my high-risk friendship with humanity. How could Terrans say that our interests weren't aligned unless they were unwilling to help us? I thought we both sought a better future and a change in the Arxa government. My defective voice wanted the hominids to like me and accept me as one of their peers. A delirious scream echoed behind me, and my head whipped around. One of the Zeruleans had climbed atop a table in the camera's backdrop. It was the one who'd been crying in the cage, though she looked worse for wear. Her lips were dry from dehydration, and her eyes were half closed with fatigue. I could see desperation glitter in her pupils.
Human! Help us! Please!
She croaked in a ragged voice. The Secretary General leaned forward in his chair, and his eyes widened with alarm. His jaw clenched shortly after as he recognized the Zerulean's paltry condition. While I appreciated that Zhao loathed our cattle practices, the quadruped's deterioration wasn't my fault. I'd risked my hide to rescue them, and I had provided for them. Was I supposed to flush them out at gunpoint to drink water?
So that's why there are 4 life signatures on your ship.
The Terran's voice was low and charged with fury. I noticed his hands typing at a holopad, likely communicating with Jones's forces.
You're using our friends as bargaining chips. You commit acts of terrorism in the Sol system.
I shook my head. It's not like that. I brought them here so you could send them home.
Yeah, right. Conveniently forgot to mention their presence, huh? Is that your food for this week, filthy croc?
That's it. I will fucking rip you limb from limb, you puny branch swinger. I will carve out your itsy-bitsy canines and embed them on my armor as a prize.
You won't be doing anything. I was planning to catch and release you, but you're better taken out of the equation. The United Nations will be bringing you into custody, Isif.
I tried to attempt evasive maneuvers, but the UN blew out my propulsions with a single hit. My weapons system was malfunctioning, and I found the glitch rather coincidental. The Terran fighters flanking me used mechanisms to latch onto my hull seamlessly. Sparks flew behind me as humans began breaching into the cabin. The Zeruleans bounded up to the noise, yipping for aid. The world took on a red hue, and anger overflowed into my consciousness. Feeling the need to attack something, I swung my claws at the dashboard. Electricity arced through the air as I tore a chunk of metal out of the pedestal. Adrenaline led me to blindly throw the debris, and it nearly landed atop the Zeruleans. Realizing I'd almost harmed them snapped me back to lucidity, though I was still steaming. Why is Zhao doing this? I was a valuable asset to him from a logistical standpoint. The Secretary General leaned into another holopad.
This is a high-value prisoner. Bring him in alive. I want to know what he knows.
You're making a mistake, I roared. Why are you doing this?
For one, you've learned too much about Earth's revamps. The element of surprise is important if worst comes to worst. An enemy chief hunter can't ruin that for us.
Enemy? Maya knew I'm not your enemy. We want the same fucking thing, Zhao.
Maya was naive. He couldn't see an enemy if they were holding him at gunpoint.
I curled my lip with disdain. You don't believe I'm an ally just because I'm an Arxa.
No. I don't believe you're an ally because we've obtained Arxa reports, including Shaz's partial transcript of your visit.
I leaned back on my haunches. Understanding dawned on me as I realized that the United Nations had tapped into our communications network. Maya understood how I played things up for effect, but that knowledge hadn't been passed on to his successor. Perhaps my acting was a bit too superb if it fooled the very people I was protecting. My offense over Terran aggression was gone once there was some basis for their behavior. This was all a misunderstanding. It should be easy for me to clear things up. Of course Earth wouldn't welcome someone who claimed to be using them in a war. It didn't help that I insulted Zhao in my speech, though such rhetoric was tailored for a different audience. What is it you think I said? I hissed.
I'm using humans to make the Dominion the supreme unchallenged power. Oh, what about this one? The UN are clueless to our aims because Zhao is blind and on the warpath.
You can't take that at face value. Read between the lines. You're intelligent. I was trying to talk Shaza down. She wants to nuke your prizes, with your forces still there.
We know that. And we know your rationale against an attack was, not yet, save our strength.
A metallic section of the wall toppled inward, and Terran soldiers stalked inside. The primates almost tripped over the Zeruleans, who ran toward their entry point. The humans rounded on me in formation, wearing goggles over their eyes. After a moment's hesitation, I sunk to my knees and raised my paws in surrender. Why would you tell me you know all this? You're tipping your hand, I growled. The Secretary General sported a malevolent grin.
Because you are never going to tell your people any of it.
A dart embedded itself in my neck, and I plucked it out on instinct. My head felt a bit woozy before I lost my balance. The humans crept closer, readying more sedatives in case the dosage was inadequate. My eyes fluttered and my vision shrank to a pinhole. There was no hope of talking my way out of this situation. And it wasn't the Dominion who did me in like I imagined. My undoing was assisting alien predators who never planned for me to leave the Sol system again.
Memory transcription subject. Slanik, Venlil Space Corps. Date, standardized human time, December 3rd, 2136. The dark thoughts didn't catch up to me until we circled back to our main base within the Tillfish metropolis. During combat, the survival instincts humans drilled into me prevailed. Emotion was something to be shut down because it would interfere with our mission. But alone with Marcel now, I began to worry what the Terrans had awakened within me. There must be a reason I hadn't written my parents since our deployment to the Cradle. I had every opportunity to send a message home to Venlil Prime, yet I neglected the task of telling my folks I was okay. What kind of son would leave them in the dark while bouncing between war zones with predators? They had just buried their other child. My brother had perished in combat with the Arxa not long ago. I powered through during the battle, but images of that Tillfish falling lifeless haunted my mind. The scariest part was that I hardly felt anything over pulling the trigger. Marcel said, to paraphrase, that only a sociopath wouldn't feel conflicted over their first kill. Why did I feel proud when the dust settled? What if my family thought I had become a predator when they saw how much I'd changed? Taking a life should have rattled me more. Yet I feel only hatred for those who would threaten the humans. Just a pit of rage. Marcel penned a letter home every day, since FTL comms couldn't reach Earth. The red-haired human was manning the UN supply tent as we waited out our shift. Our locale was open for public grievances as promised. Unfortunately, for the second day in a row, nobody wandered into a predator encampment. The humans needed to find a different way to connect with Silis's populace. Marcel smacked the paper he'd written.
How does this sound? The UN specifically sought out people with a love of insects and arachnids. Hell, entomologists are shortlisted for the diplomatic corps. Guess they couldn't find enough bug lovers because I'm stuck here.
I think you're running out of things to tell her. You've already talked about your discomfort, I remarked.
No, this one is about how they're selecting people. Slanik, we didn't have to be here. Humans and Tillfish share that feeling of stay the fuck away from me. A mutual agreement to that end could have avoided this shit.
I think such an agreement would be wrong too. We felt that same way about humans. Was the exchange program a mistake?
No, of course not. We're nightmares to the Tillfish, and they're nightmares to us. I just meant we didn't have to kill each other over it. Avoidance was possible.
But when we cleared the rogue settlement, that wasn't avoidable. Didn't we have to kill them, Mars? Didn't you like cleaning up the neighborhood patrols? The Terran stared at me for a long moment.
I don't like killing anyone. I told you at the protest, it's a last resort.
Life is precious, right? You humans just shut the kill switch on and off as you please.
What the fuck are you on about?
It's easy for you to commingle violence and empathy. Your emotions never run amok, but they're never absent either. Maybe Venlil instincts exist for a reason. Because we shouldn't flip that switch. Marcel placed his letter down, and his mouth fell into an O shape. The human inspected me with piercing eyes, scanning my mannerisms with ease. This was my closest friend in the universe. It was like he could peer into my soul. Doubt racked my mind, along with shame and fear. What if the training from Sarah's instinct program had gone too far? Was I turning into someone I didn't want to become?
Slanik, are you okay?
The Terran asked. I slumped my shoulders. Violence should sicken me. I'm a Venlil. A timid one at that. I blew someone's head off. But I can't make myself feel guilty.
Easy, buddy. There's no right way to process your experience. You were focused on surviving, and now you're confused. Because you feel like you had to... Because you think our mission is justified.
I regret that I had to kill them, but I don't wish they were still alive. The alien leaned back on his haunches, running a hand through his auburn hair. I could see Marcel's scarred face contort as he contemplated what I said. My human must be horrified by these words, though his kind were excellent at masking negative reactions. Scathing judgments must be running through his brain at this second. I wasn't the innocent Venlil he'd befriended. I remember how proud Marcel had been at my first combat simulator, and how fervently my human encouraged me. He'd warned me not to change myself, certainly not for his sake. Now I saw the changes he was referring to. The program taught me to manage my fears, but I'd lost my identity along the way. A soldier without empathy was no more trustworthy than a coward. I'm still a liability to Marcel, just in a different way. He deserves a better Venlil as his buddy. The vegetarian chuckled and shook his head.
Hey, I set a building on fire because I hate the exterminators. It's okay to hate those sadistic fucks.
You're a more aggressive species.
Times are changing, Slanik. Upbringing plays a large part in...
Mandibles clacked outside the supply tent, and a young tillfish scuttled through the flap. Marcel instinctively tugged his legs back at the child's approach and forgot our conversation. It was a bit amusing how the human forgot to breathe. How could this soldier endure a shootout with dozens of insectoids, but a close-up kid mortified him? The tillfish child moved a leg across Marcel's arm with curiosity. I think the slave cuffs baffled our visitor. The red-haired human gulped and made a visible attempt to relax. His pale hand fished into a drawer, and for a moment I feared he was grabbing a gun. Perhaps I should have stepped in instead of having a chuckle at his instincts. Marcel secured a small stick beneath his fingers, which had a circular object resting atop it. He undid a wrapper over the sphere and held it out to the tillfish. The child giggled, accepting the gift. His compound eye studied the specimen, not understanding its purpose.
That's a lollipop, son. You suck on the red circle. It's sugar.
The human spoke in a gentle voice, though it was fraught with discomfort.
Just don't eat the stick. That's not food.
Thank you!
The tillfish squealed.
I'm Vernd. One of your friends.
Sure. I'm Marcel. You're a brave little guy, aren't you? You know, my daughter, Nulia, loves sweets too.
I flicked my ear in amusement. Wait a second. Mars, you brought candy just to give to tillfish children? The ones that creep you out?
Of course I did. You don't really know me at all, do you?
And you brought Venlil plushes on the cradle for Nulia.
That wasn't for Nulia. Is that judgment I hear, Slanik?
Vernd pawed at Marcel's leg, asking to be picked up. The human shivered, but helped the child onto his lap. His hand drifted atop the insectoid's exoskeleton. His cheeks were ashen with visible disgust. Terrans acted like tillfish carried some lethal disease. The fear wasn't founded on being eaten alive. Despite the comparisons, it wasn't the same brand as our instincts toward them. General Burla staggered into the tent, antennae flailing with fear. Her mandibles clicked at the sight of Vernd cuddling with the predator. I gauged from her stricken demeanor that this was her son. Her 6 legs blurred with motion, and she snatched the youngling away from Marcel. The kid squeaked in protest, clinging to the lollipop. The insectoid held her son close for a long time, and Marcel watched with a casual stare. As the sole tillfish general to vote against Earth's raid, Burla must have had her reasons to spare the hunters, but it was clear from our brief interactions that she feared what the Terrans would do to Silis. Certainly Burla can see how sweet Marcel was being, I mused, and how hard he works against his own instincts. Burla straightened her antennae.
I told you never to touch the humans. I also told you to wait outside the tent until I got permission.
Hummer is nice. Very nice, Hummer. We're friends.
Vernd clicked.
Humans do not like us. I explained this to you twice. Soldier Marcel, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine, really. Please, don't tell the little guy that. I don't mind,
the vegetarian said.
I visited human units across the Mercantile region. I can see plainly that you do mind us.
What do you mean? Have we done something wrong, General?
You're the predators here, but you're afraid of us too. There's always someone who gets startled, and even a few that scream like prey. I don't want you to hurt Vern out of fear.
Marcel narrowed his eyes.
I was never going to hurt him. I'm sorry if I overstepped giving him that treat.
No, it's fine. I'm just trying to understand humans. Everything I learn adds more questions. What about us alarms you so much?
On our world, insects indicate rotting food and contamination. We see tillfish as harbingers of disease. My brain screams to get you away as fast as possible. But I know you're not a threat, and I'm sorry that I feel that way toward you.
General Burla was silent for a long moment before releasing Vern from her grasp. The tillfish child bounced back to the human and nuzzled his warm leg. I expected the Terran's shudder this time. Marcel's biological responses made sense from an evolutionary perspective, especially through the lens of ancient predation. Meat stores must attract disease-carrying insects frequently. This wasn't exactly the insight I hoped to extract from the Terran. Because of the incursion, Marcel hadn't fully addressed my personal concerns. I did feel better having the truth off my chest, but I hadn't spilled my familial distancing. Part of me wondered what the human was saying about upbringing. Had I branched off so far from my roots that I was unrecognizable to other than Lil?
I'm sorry that I'm afraid of you too.
Burla sighed.
That's why I voted against hitting Earth. There wasn't an argument for it that wasn't speculative, based in fear.
Marcel pursed his lips.
Fear comes from the imagination, not reality. I sure hope I'm not as terrible as you imagined.
No. If you're wondering why I'm here, it's because I wanted to talk to you. It's obvious how much your Ven Lil adores you, and I know who you two are. I'm sure you've heard that before.
Unfortunately, everyone who tuned into Noah's speech, trillions of aliens saw me at the worst moment of my life.
Sorry, that was insensitive of me. I shouldn't have brought that up.
The red-haired human took the empty lollipop stick away from Vern and dropped it in a trash bin. I was curious to try one of those sweets myself, though it might sound childish to ask. Marcel misinterpreted my stare and beckoned me with a finger. I mewed as I approached and pressed my ear against his nice nails. The Terran soldier smiled.
It's all right, Burla. If you're here to talk about something serious, I must ask why you brought your son.
Vern likes the Hummers on TV. Thinks you're fun and squishy. I let him tag along since it might make him stop asking about you. I don't want him reported for predator disease, even if I, see the signs too.
I tilted my head. That is a serious prognosis. You should get him screened soon. No normal child isn't scared of predators, at least a little.
Slanek,
Marcel hissed.
Predator disease is your catch-all term for anything outside herd normals. You want this kid electroshocked for being curious about humans.
No. I just think it's in the community's interest to be vigilant. Burla is his mother, and she admittedly sees the signs.
We are going to have a long talk about this in private. General, there's nothing wrong with Vernd. Don't let any bigot tell you otherwise.
Hummer likes me!
The tillfish child cheered.
Yeah, I sure do, kiddo.
Sorrow tugged at Marcel's expression, spilling into the occasional pointed look at me. I saw a glimmer of protectiveness in his gaze while Vernd played with his bootlaces. The human was more judgmental over suggesting a medical screening than my admission about my first kill. It was like my best friend thought I wanted to hurt a child. It's sad that some people are a danger to society. We can help a few of them, if we catch it early. The vegetarian swallowed.
Anyhow, to business. What can I do for you, Burla?
I've heard reports of UN divisions picking up and leaving in a hurry. Many tillfish see it as a victory, driving off human invaders. But I know there's something more going on.
She explained.
I haven't a clue what you're talking about. Nobody here is left.
It seems the units in the big cities are the last to leave. It's like the UN wants their departure to go unnoticed. If I'm right, I expect them to pull you guys out within the hour.
Is that so? I told you we hoped a ground occupation wouldn't last long. Maybe the UN is stepping back now.
My ears perked up with hope. General Burler had no reason to lie about Terran actions. Did that mean the Predators were moving us somewhere else? It was clear that the locals didn't want us on Silis, so a hands-off approach might be best. The humans didn't want to be here longer than was necessary anyways.
All UN personnel, please proceed immediately to your evacuation zone.
A monotone human voice poured through the PA system with impeccable timing.
Do not use public transit or contact the natives. Avoid combat engagements if possible. Orbital threat level is severe.
Burler's antennae flailed.
What? Orbital threat level? Are you airstriking us into submission?
Of course not.
Marcel growled.
That message is referring to an external threat. It can only be the Greys to merit such a hasty response.
The Arxa? No. We surrendered to you to stop their genocide, and you're just leaving us to die. What about the tillfish down here?
I hear what you're saying. If evacuating civilians isn't a primary directive, then our escape must hinge on not being slowed down at all. The UN could be expecting an attack within the hour.
Broadcast a message for civilians to get to bunkers at least. Please.
I'm sure we will. Come with us, Burler. We're getting out of here.
Fear returned to my bloodstream as I noted the eerie similarities to the cradle. To say those memories rattled me was an understatement. But if Marcel and I escaped that chaos, there was no reason we couldn't do it again. At least this time, the bombs hadn't started falling yet. Back then, we hadn't known the Arxa arrived until Gajit settlements were being leveled. With no time to waste, we cleared out of the tent quickly. The Tillfish General followed Marcel, who was toting Vernt into his arms. I hurried after them, and the human only glanced back a single time. The vegetarian must be livid about my predator disease comments than I thought. Why would he let a small disagreement cause a rift between us? I'm sorry, Mars, I offered timidly. Marcel sighed.
You're only sorry because I'm pissed. I'll accept your apology when you know why you're sorry.
Distant flashes twinkled on Silis's largest moon, which I assumed housed planetary defenses. It was uncanny to see a full-fledged battle reduced to white and orange dots amidst blackness. Ships must be clashing overhead as the UN fleet fought to restrain the enemy. It put into perspective the staggering distance between us and higher orbit engagement. Explosions continued to flood the sky with increasing frequency. I wondered if any stargazing civilians had noticed the indicators. The nighttime was a microcosm of death. A ticking clock was hiding in plain sight, marking our dwindling time to get off this world. I hoped the humans fared better in Silis's initial defense than the catastrophe of the cradle.
Memory transcription subject: Captain Sovlin, United Nations Fleet Command. Date: Standardized Human Time, December 3rd, 2136. Once the Arxa arrived at Silis, the humans' usage of FTL disruptors was strategic. The blocking effects were limited to upper orbit, and that allowed our fleet to travel further out. While the enemy was knocked to real speed, we were still zipping through subspace. The Terran warships were patient and dutiful in following the Greys all the way from Koa. Stalking the reptilians across vast distances showcased the UN's predatory routes. Our shadow fleet emerged from FTL travel just shy of the active disruptor zones. A gap of light years had been bridged in minutes, and our signatures were muddled by the Arxa's own wakes. Their fleet size was around 10,000 strong, and ours paled by comparison. But humanity had a few tricks on standby, and we hoped to make the Child Eaters suffer. From the sensors station, Onzo and I passed through the Grey's transmissions. A female reptile was taunting the humans by mocking their defensive line. This was wondrous confirmation that the Arxa were officially enemies of Earth. Silis had been expecting the attack, judging by their organized formation. However, the evac shuttles leaving the surface suggested their notice was limited.
Sovlin, you're up.
Tyler snapped his fingers together, which made me wince. I was unfamiliar with the painful-looking gesture.
We're going for a pincer movement. Your task is to make sure that none of them escape. As a secondary job, watch for target locks and inbound fire.
I snapped upright. Yes, sir.
Onzo, Captain Monaghan was impressed with your thinking. I want you to brainstorm aggressive options. Keep them ready and up to date. That'll be on top of managing the viewport.
You got it!
The Yotul yipped.
Harris and Romero, scan for any noteworthy signals from the surface. We need to have a full grasp of the situation as it progresses.
Carlos frowned with disdain.
Understood, sir.
Great. Sounds fun.
Samantha said dryly. With our tasks dished out, the census station was focused on the battlefield. The Terrans delegated duties with impeccable organization. There were dozens of moving parts on the bridge. Back in my days as captain, I'd never had such an efficient crew. Humans could always do more than us with less manpower. Their snap decisions were better than the Federation's months of planning. I remember what Tyler said about humans craving victory and domination. Maybe that reprehensible drive is what gives them the edge. But this wasn't the Kolshian fleet we dismantled with ease, nor was it the small raiding band that hit the cradle. This was every Arxer ship in 100 light-years radius, meant as a show of force. It was impressive enough to put my spines at full bristle. Seeing the monsters swarming Silis, I decided they'd been holding back against the Federation. A vendetta against any particular world would ensure its death. Why wouldn't the Dominion vanquish us all if they had the decisive edge? Perhaps such a move would force us to unify further, or to flee. Chasing their food source off would crush hunting opportunities and render swaths of space prey-less. The balance was hitting the Federation enough to keep us scared. They didn't want us to believe we could win, but they didn't encourage the idea that all was lost either.
The sensor overlap didn't confuse them long enough. We're quite visible,
Onzo said.
Look at the viewport. The rear flank is pivoting.
Captain Monahan glowered at the screen.
Sensors. How bad are the numbers?
The UN garrison on Silius has about 1,500 ships, minus civies and transports, I replied. Then there's 1,000 of us from the Shadow Unit.
Understood. We're making our move, people. Fire our weapons right behind the shield breakers. We only get one chance at a first strike.
That was our hope, that the Greys didn't know about our shield developments. One hits were still unlikely, since Arxer ships had significant armor beneath ionic barriers. This trick wouldn't rattle them for as long as the Kolshians. However, even a demon would derive some confusion from shield outages. We'd have to see how many bullets their plating could absorb. Testing our enemy's defenses fell to the human gunships. The UN commenced its electromagnetic ambush with a literal bang, by hurling missiles into the Arxer's midst. Each detonation tossed out shrapnel, though most explosives were stopped en route. Crucially, the volleys blasted away the shields of the nearby Greys. This proved the magnet bomb's effectiveness against all current ships, not just the Federation Armada.
Let's give them something to chew on,
Monahan growled. The Terran crew members dipped into our new cache of bullets without hesitation. A relentless spray of our munitions rippled across the Arxer's rear flank. Kinetics punched holes in their steel plating, with other UN ships chipping in. Armor-piercing shells chewed through 80 centimeters of steel alloys like it was nothing. It seemed the Terrans had figured out the Arxer's specifications and tailored their weapons accordingly. Humans traded in firing speed for sheer power. From the results, their choice seemed justified. I was appalled that the Earthborn predators devised bullets which could puncture that deeply. Why had they crafted so many killing abominations for intraspecies wars? The Greys' evasive maneuvers were nigh instantaneous, as though rehearsed. Rather than bumbling into each other like the Federation, the Arxer communicated to avoid collisions. They turned sharply across our flight path and were aided by a small turn radius. The enemy's mobility presented an added layer of difficulty for human targeting systems. Sensors confirm hits on about 400 hostiles. That's solid, but not as much as I hoped. It was then that the planetary defenses revealed themselves on Silius's moon. Light decorated the lunar body near its volcanic centers. Fearsome lasers pounded the Greys, concentrated strikes that melted their hardiest ships. The Tillfish's orbital constructions had been hastily reassembled after most infrastructure was lost to the post-Earth raids. With each crackle from the moon, the Arxer weaved in different patterns. Their bombers initiated twists through the air and changed orientations on a dime. A small posse swooped toward the lunar body, dodging attempted strikes with wild flying. I could see the glimmer in the human's eyes, acknowledging a skilled foe. Even if they wouldn't vocalize it, the Terrans respected the Greys' quick adaptation. There's about 3,000 fighters whipping around to face us. A few hundred going for the moon. And the rest, I muttered.
Focused on the defenders and the planet?
Onzo finished. Tyler cleared his throat.
How many enemy casualties? Visually, it's It doesn't look too convincing.
A bit shy of 1,000 per the sensors. I chewed at my claws and stared at the oncoming formation. I see a worrying pattern here. Fighting every battle outnumbered. Samantha flashed her teeth.
It wasn't quizzing your pattern recognition skills. Taking on the entire galaxy has its drawbacks, obviously.
Right. I know you said not to let the fuckers escape, but unless you reasonably think you can win, it's us who need to pull back, I offered. Tyler raised an eyebrow.
Without even meeting them head on.
5 attempted target locks on us already. Do you think we can survive that? The Greys are gunning for the Terran-made ships, not the Federation retrofits. The blonde human narrowed his icy eyes and jogged over to the captain. Monaghan was on the comms with the rest of our fleet, plotting our overarching strategy. The Arxa ships sailed closer, and I could make out their signature twin railguns. That 1-2 punch could hammer a target on both sides, ensuring serious damage. It also made evasion a steep task, at the cost of splitting power output. On the opposite side of the battlefield, I could see the Arxa firing a hefty barrage at the UN defenders. Several Greys feinted toward the planet, hoping that the humans would be reckless to prevent orbital strikes. However, our goal was to mitigate the damage rather than to stop it altogether. The Terrans had no intent of throwing a key battle for the Tillfish inhabitants. It was a small sacrifice to halt the Arxa's aggression in the scope of the galaxy. Humans were logical when it came down to their survival, and they hadn't forgotten the Tillfish's part in the Krakotl coalition. That was why I expected Captain Monaghan to second my assessment, pulling back before we could sustain heavy damage.
Reverse thrust at full power. We're going to clear our FTL disruptor zone.
Monaghan barked.
Drones will run interference on the Arx's targeting systems.
I could see the automated craft gunning forward and snaking through the enemy ranks to confuse their systems. That move hindered the Greys from lining us up whenever the drones obstructed their shot. The Arxa must be guffawing at our cowardice as we receded through the night sky. Smaller Terran ships were pushing a considerable fraction of light speed, leading the retreat. The other human wing defending Silis spit out a few shots before surrendering their posts. They dove into the planet's atmosphere for cover and conceded orbital range to the Arxa. The UN was sacrificing the very target they sought to protect altogether. This concession spit in the face of military doctrine. Then again, the defenders' disadvantage was linked to being tied down. The Terrans' only objective was to best the Greys in combat, and I suppose that meant regrouping elsewhere. Arxa bombers were mopping up the planetary defences on Silis's moon with no friendlies assigned to its defence. The lunar bases succumbed after chucking a few bombs. It was a last-ditch attempt to take some hostiles with them. Seemingly, humanity was losing a battle for the first time since Earth. "We're out of range of the FTL disruptors," I yelled to Tyler in a breathy voice. Might be able to stall enough to jump out."
"We're not jumping anywhere."
Captain Monaghan snapped her chin toward my shouting with dilated eyes the size of moons.
"Our goal is to cover the rear contingent as they warp out."
Officer Cardona skipped back to his post.
Yep. Change of plans, Gajid. You see any ship target locking the ships in warp prep, you let me know.
Yes, sir. May I ask why we're not all warping out? I questioned.
Skipper says those ships are going to warp back here in staggered intervals. Something about FTL keeping the enemy paranoid. The rest of us, our goal is to maintain a stalemate and keep the Greys' attention.
A third of our shadow fleet, which was already lacking in numbers, had retreated well behind our main formation. I could see UN breakaways spurling up their drives on sensors and plotting warp paths in a stationary limbo. The process generated a gravitational disturbance that was tough to miss. Guarding ships that were out of the fray seemed like a foolish task. Perhaps my prior assessment that humans were the most advanced military in the galaxy. Perhaps it was premature. The Arxa had swatted away the drones, though a few automatons were still harassing them. Unlike the Kolshians, the Greys excelled at manual targeting. The foul predator's reflexes took over and defied all predictability from Terran algorithms. There was no rhyme or reason, just their impulse at the current moment. Spontaneity couldn't be simulated or projected, not even by a human contraption. Despite the daunting odds, it was up to our manned craft to hold them back. Terran warships tested the waters with a few plasma beams, though my particular craft held our fire. 2 behemoth carriers opened their bellies and spawned a number of UN fighters. Without enemy shielding, perhaps their nimble dogfighting stood a chance. Onzo flicked his ears at Tyler.
Do the fighters have plasma weaponry?
A few do. The ones molded from patrol boats have small plasma rounds,
the human answered.
Overall, we prefer kinetics. Why?
We should blind the bastards up close. Throw it right in their face. Viewport.
That could be a good supplementary play. I'll pass that along, buddy.
The Arxa had extreme light sensitivity due to their forward-facing pupils. For some reason, humans were not as susceptible to these tactics. Noah's greeting party made them aware of the idea, though. Shining a bunch of plasma flares right at the Greys might work in a space setting too. The initial foray didn't appear to be going well. Momentum had swung in the enemy's favour. The Terran's smaller craft weren't faring well against the heavyweights. Dominion bombers powered up coaxial railguns and took out fighters by the dozen. Even without shielding, tiny kinetic-based ships weren't getting the job done. Onzo's tip must have been relayed to the charging fighters because a few human ships went for a pass. These must be the boats with plasma munitions. Their turrets unloaded at much shorter ranges and with less power than a railgun. However, their firing speed allowed them to spew energy bolts one after the other. The Greys relied on optical reflexes, but in this instance, that was an exploitable weakness. Blinding plasma streaked across their field of vision and left their ships heedless to incoming munitions. The Arxa were forced to backpedal, dampening their breakneck pace. That was fortuitous for us, since our stalled ships still needed time to achieve warp. Monahan signaled to weapons and navigations.
Move forward. I want us in missile range yesterday. Fire the railgun while we're advancing.
The light dimmed on the bridge as our railgun projected molten munitions toward the Arxa. The carnivores were disoriented and unable to enact evasive maneuvers. Our warship's beam sundered one enemy with its scorching power and left it as a lifeless husk. Fittingly, its crew was doomed to slow suffocation. Others in our fleet surged forward, using aggression to keep the enemy at bay. Fighter allies capitalized on the blinding too, dispensing their kinetic hole. This was our primary stand, buying precious seconds for the Terran's elusive plan. If we could whittle the enemy down to a more manageable ratio, that was a bonus. It was possible we'd lose our own hides, should we falter. It was that very sentiment that the primates greeted with impassivity. The aliens on the bridge found our eyes drawn to certain humans. There was something new in the Predator's gaze. It looked like acceptance, because they knew high casualties were probable. How could they be so calm? There's more in their warbrain than the dominating urge, the call of predator instincts. Self-sacrifice for a comrade comes naturally to humans. The Arxa attempted to shirk our advance, but we adjusted our vectors to match them. Our opponents had shaken off the blinding tactic and refocused on UN ships that were warping out. My orders plainly stated that their destruction could not happen. I highlighted several vessels on my sensors, ones who were trying to establish target locks on the warp group. Tyler took the cue without any explanation.
Here's our targets. Bury them.
Each UN warship picked their mark and we began swapping missiles with the Greys. One enemy projectile was arcing a bit too close for comfort, but we intercepted it first. Our own success rate was also paltry, with the Dominion bombers picking off numerous warheads. At least it distracted them from the vulnerable warpers for a moment. I glanced at my sensors readout, feeling my stomach flip from nerves. We couldn't protect sitting targets much longer. The Arxa's numbers were far more than we could hope to restrain. Hostile bombers, fresh from demolishing Silis's moon, were joining up as reinforcements. Our last trick had been executed, and now, this was a straight-up brawl. In hindsight, the Terrans should have withheld a sect of the Shadow Fleet from the beginning. But the main ambush was supposed to be deadlier, and we expected to scatter the enemy. I figured the reason our ship lingered was because the brass realized every craft couldn't escape. Someone had to guard the jump point. Captain Monahan stamped her foot emphatically.
Do not let the Arxa get anything off the rear flank.
They're aiming for us too. There's a target lock on our ship, I called out.
Damn it! If we try to evade, they get an opening. Shoot them first.
A weapons tech coughed.
There's no time to calibrate.
Eyeball it. Give me a Hail Mary.
The Terrans identified the ship target locking us and swiveled the railgun in its direction. With the vastness of space, it normally took several seconds to align the sights and set the coordinates. The technician squinted through one binocular eye as though that would enhance her predator instinct. She jerked the railgun on target and scrolled across the viewport quickly. I knew the task was impossible, given that humans didn't possess omnipotence. Picking something that looked about right wasn't enough. It had to be perfect. Dozens of factors went into a successful kill. Bungling a single one, such as our ship's vector, their distance and their future location, would cause a hopeless miss. Not even an apex predator could eyeball that in a second. Carlos... Sam... I'm... glad I got to know you, I croaked. Samantha sighed.
There's no other racist war criminal I'd rather spend my last moments with.
Carlos chuckled to himself.
Likewise. We saved each other's ass a few times, huh?
Yeah, mostly me saving you, I snorted. The plasma railgun had released its Hail Mary, but I couldn't bring myself to watch. Why spend my last seconds dwelling on our failure? Perhaps I understood the acceptance in the Predator's eyes earlier. Everyone aboard this vessel knew we could wind up dead, and we endured that risk. Monaghan could have dodged our target lock, yet the captain put the mission first. I didn't understand why the Terrans had their eyes glued to the viewport. That impossible hope persisted in them to the last, unwilling to acknowledge reality, but there was no sense in crushing their childish optimism in their last moments. The loss of my friends, of Marcel's packmate, and even Primitive Onzo weighed on my heart. The last emotion I felt was grief. Claps, whoops, and cheers sounded across the bridge, which startled me half to death. Onzo focused the viewport on a shattered vessel, which must have taken a hit to the drive column. I glanced at my sensors and saw the target lock was gone. That was not possible, even for a predator. The odds were astronomical. There was no way any living being could land such a shot.
We're alive! We fucking made it!
Tyler hollered. I exhaled a shirky breath. Humanity had sustained a few losses, but our warship wasn't among them. Miraculously, our stall tactics had delayed the enemy for enough time. Dots from the rear contingent vanished off sensors one after the other. Those UN ships warped out in a hurry, and I had no clue where they'd gone. The humans succeeded in getting a few players out of the system. Now, we were stuck here, and we had to find a way to survive.